that never die. And for these guys, basically immortals who ditched the whole life and death cycle, taking over a tiny dimension, piece of cake. Conquering planet Earth was just a matter of time. Or at least that's what they thought. Then this big skeleton dude points a finger, demanding to know how the hell this is even possible. Just a mere human. So how's the guy still breathing? Kang Ryun steps out of the flames like a boss and says, "Let me break it down for you. Probably because I'm tougher than you punks." Bam! Lands a solid punch right to the chest. But hold up, before that went down, let's rewind 2 years. Someone inside S screaming, they can't take it anymore, said he could crash there for a bit since he promised a job hunt, but nope, dude spends all day gaming and drinking. If that's the vibe, might as well move back in with the parents. Our boy Kang Ryun, face all red, tries to explain you can just crawl back to mom and dad at this age. Nah, no way. But the girl snaps back that mooching off a younger sister is way worse. So he starts walking into the lame bedroom while she is yelling about using allowance money to actually find a job and stop being a leech. Kang Ryun just shuts the door on the lecture and takes a deep breath. Flops onto the bed thinking, Kang Ryun, you're pathetic. Why live like this, man? Only thing achieved since moving to Seoul was snagging a 1-week gig at some big corporation before getting fired. Total fail. Should probably grab a part-time job stacking boxes just for some cash. Sees the computers on and thinks, man, life would be so much easier if it was just a video game. At least then, getting a sweet job would be a breeze. Could choose to be a warrior. Maybe a swordsman, and in the middle of that daydream, dude just dozes off. Out of nowhere, system windows pop up everywhere. Connection detected from a dimension called Haken. While our boy Kang Ryun S drooling on the pillow, the message says connection temporarily denied. The tutorial S gonna start right here on Earth. Kang cracks an eye open, looks around, and bam, lost in some void with words floating right in front of the face. Then the message says, full connection to Haken dimension, 4 years, 364 days. Then it welcomes Kang Ryun to the tutorial, 8 stages total, and this is stage 1. Dying here apparently doesn't mean dying in reality. But get this, if you quit or fail, you don't get to try again. Finish the tutorial, you get an awakening and a bonus reward. But yo, someone call the FBI on Kang Ryun right now. First thing, he imagines is a level 98 lowlie asking to connect. Dude actually blushes, thinking, man, this gaming addiction is messing with my head, but then snaps back to reality or what feels like it, cause now he's 100% sure this is a dream. Little does the poor guy know, none of this is a dream. Or wait, is it? Now I'm confused too. Anyway, gets teleported to stage 1 and the system wishes him luck saving Earth. Dude's standing there confused like, saving Earth? Say what? Last message just says upon arrival, got across to the other side of the bridge. Fail condition, death. Before he can even process the whole bridge thing, boom. Location change. Lava reflecting in the eyes. Yup, looks like Kang Ryun dropped into a hardcore Mr. Beast challenge. Except here, you fall in the lava, you re-toast. Literally. Looks around like, what the heck? Is this real lava? The heat isn't lying though. Scanning the area, spots a crowd trying to figure out what's going on. Swears he was just at home. While thinking, this dream is stupid, someone yells his name. Whoa, it's the brat who just chewed him out. Meet Kang Ryun. Creative names, right? Kang Ryun asks what she's doing here in his first dream of the year. Ridiculous. She snaps back, wondering if this is actually a dream herself. Saw some weird messages about saving Earth or whatever. Our guy calls out, Kang Ryun, quit acting like this is your dream. It's mine. She shoots back that it doesn't matter. Besides, lava wouldn't feel this hot if it was just a dream. How's a convo this natural happening in a dream anyway? Something's off. He laughs, saying the brain is easy to trick. Nobody knows if a dream is real or not. And yeah, you can totally feel pain in dreams. Anyone saying otherwise is a liar. Like, I've had tons of dreams where I wet my pants but woke up dry. Sister Slow claps the courage to admit that out loud. Our boy just ignores the sarcasm and says he's moving. Where? She asks. Obvious, isn't it? Crossing the bridge, just like the challenge said. Since this is my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't get it. She blows up, yelling she does know. And to stop calling her an NPC. This is my dream. But what shocks her is that he's not scared of falling to his death. Calls him stupid. If I die, I'll just wake up mid-sentence. Just then, a body drops past them. Looking down, oh man, the guy falls in, starts melting and screaming. Both of them stand there shaking. Smell of burning flesh rises up and she asks, what were you saying just now? Trembling like crazy. He mumbles that the scream was pretty realistic, but claims he's not scared. Sister sighs, you're such an idiot. Tells him to crouch down and crawl. Way safer that way. Fools trying so hard to act tough. A bit later, everyone's moving forward, and the two of them are crawling along. Halfway across, Sis asks what he thinks is going on. He says he's sure it's just a super realistic nightmare. She tells him to wake up and smell the coffee. No way a dream or nightmare could be this real. Something's happening we can't even understand. Maybe if we die here, we die for real. Kang laughs. Oh, you brat. I'm trying to ignore it, but you keep yapping. I'm terrified. Sister realizes the punk was just faking being brave. Kid's hopeless. He faceplants and asks to rest for a sec. Totally not cause he's shaking and scared of dying, right? Cause the dude was just done. She asks if he's gonna keep lying there like an idiot, and he tells her to get a grip. There was still a small chance this was all a dream. Until that little window pops up in front of him again. The time limit for the tutorial start was up, and cause of that, the difficulty was gonna crank up. Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking. Gotta say, I am impressed there's some dudes still standing there, acting all brave. But real talk, that bar ain't even that small, you know? Fits both feet if you spread your legs, man. I'd pass that easy. Just don't put me up there, please. Then, the part behind Kang starts crumbling. Everyone's bridge was breaking apart, dude. Now it's a mad dash. No way, man. Look, got up and went full Usain Bolt, left nothing but a blur behind. Our boy Kang Ryun, with zero options, had to do the same while telling himself it's all good. That bridge wasn't even that thin anyway. As long as there is no tripping, making it to the end is chill. Just gotta look forward and focus on the ground. Man, feeling like I'm in Squid Game right now. Kang Ryun sees the exit right on the other side. Dude's celebrating, saying this is gonna end now. But checking the side, he sees the bridge above the sister starting to collapse. Calls out to her, she looks up, and it's too late, man. But Kang Ryun's got that Chad spirit, son. Was scared stiff before, but the courage kicks in. Jumps to the side, grabs her back, and throws himself to the other side with her. Bro, actually saved the girl. With that, a message pops up saying they leveled up and cleared the first stage. They'd be temporarily awakened as a reward, but the real awakening only happens when the tutorial ends. Our boy Kang stretches out, saying this is finally over. Dude can barely move from the fear, while the sister's more interested in this tutorial awakening stuff. And what's all this about? He tells the brat to thank the guy who saved Kang Ryun, but then totally ignores it when a status window pops up. Man, Kang says a status window is the #1 thing a guy wants for his birthday. The gamer anxiety is way stronger than the fear. Gets up immediately to check it out. I can spot a resurrection there, but no abilities or skills. Stats don't look too high either. And before we could see the rest, wakes up in the usual room. Looks like it's already the next day. Now there's certainty it was just a dream. But obviously, the internet is all over this weird dream. Some saying it was the trippiest lucid dream ever. Others saying the feeling of death was way too real. Obviously, with so many people saying the same thing, everyone's freaked out. Humans are just having fun, right? Launching hashtags, launching crypto. And honestly, I think that's literally how it'd go down if this happened. What they're forgetting is that this connection is hitting in 5 years. Back to our boy. The second the door opens, the siblings start arguing about the challenge's status window. Like, whatever. She screams at him to shut up. He says the same thing. Both end up exhausted and thinking. Then he asks if maybe they should grab food first. Nah, social media is buzzing, man. End of the world, lucid dream, shared dream. What is this mess? Both siblings saw it, girl. Now everyone knows it was something that went down worldwide. Kang says at least it's good to know dying in a dream didn't hurt anyone in reality. But she says it was still scary. That was way too vivid. Watching those people falling, dying, and burning right in front of her. At the very least, anyone who saw that burning must be traumatized. Now she wants to know if it's okay to be eating so calmly like this. Seemed like everyone was losing it. Kang thinks for a sec and says there ain't much else they can do besides this. Hears screaming outside, so decides to take a look. Sees through the window a bunch of people fighting. Looks like it's in front of a market. Man, they're already destroying everything. Stealing. Talking about apparitions. What is this, son? The world went mad overnight. To be honest, check the news from the US, bro. Seems like guys over there are in the same boat, so this is getting real. The capitalist sister is still sad she can go to work today, and he tells her to wake up to reality, right? Like they were gonna go out. Clearly it's risky to stay outside. They had to remember everything that message said about the Reikin connection. At the start, the sister commands the status window to open, and it appears instantly. He mentions having no clue what it means, but it's clear whatever's coming, they got 5 years to prep. And seeing the mess in the streets on day 1, you can tell it ain't gonna be easy. The sister's just thinking this idiot is finally making some sense. Seems like after that morning confusion, nothing else happened. Some citizens went back to normal routines and South Korea chilled out a bit. With that, the first day ended. But the moment eyes closed, the window appeared again, welcoming him to the tutorial. The system asked if he wanted to understand how it works, but he said nope, just wants to see that little window. Man, Kang Ryun got nerfed. My god. Level 1, 8 strength, 9 agility, and 1 additional skill. Wondering if that's good or bad, right? Because like you need something to compare it to. The interesting part was seeing a magic power stat. Plus, he saw a very interesting word, resurrection skill. Now I'm confused. So this resurrection skill isn't from the tutorial, it's his own. The skill lets him get resurrected 24 hours after death, and it would keep working until the world gets out of this crisis. Now it's explained. It's the Minecraft spawn, man. He goes back to the last bed he slept in, unless he selects the location. The penalty is losing 1 level every time he dies, and stats drop by 50% for 24 hours. The rascal is already celebrating, mostly because he knows he won't be a useless extra with this power. As soon as the tutorial asks if he wants to go to stage 2, he says yes. Needs to figure out fast if these attributes are low or high. That's what the story says, that he celebrated this skill like crazy, but had no idea what was coming. In a castle with a bloody mess, a goblin screams, and he charges in to smack it in the head. Damn Green Freak managed to dodge though. System says stage 2 means wiping out every single enemy to prove strength, since the sneaky bastard played a ton of games, picked it up fast. But man, that goblin-is big-ass sword landed a direct hit. Thing was covered in blood. Weapon dripping, shivering from killing something alive. About to puke, seriously. Only survived because that thing was trying to kill him right back. Moving along the path, and boom, behind a wall. Another giant watching. Kang Ryun starts shaking immediately. Man, Goblin sees its buddy got smoked. That jacked monster creeps up from behind, making our guy wonder, why 2 of them right at the start? Plus, goblins are supposed to be small, easy kills for noobs. But that damn thing, carrying a sword at least 1 meter long. Monster screams and smacks the hand hard. Managed to block, but got all wobbly. Poor dude never stepped foot in a gym. Only thing he did was game at home. Impact of that 1 meter sword against a 70-centimeter mace, disarmed instantly. And obviously, Goblin follows up with an uppercut slash, slicing Kang Ryun up. Man, took a brutal combo there, bro. Vision blurry, shaking like crazy, wondering why this crap had to happen. Weirdest part, didn't know why he wasn't dead yet. Yeah, buddy, surprise, right? Maybe because of that resurrection skill? Though I'm confused. Shouldn't resurrection mean dying and coming back, not being immortal? While getting dragged, Kang wondered just how much blood a person actually has. Dragged along the floor, felt death breathing down the neck. Before finally dying, got tortured for hours by 4 goblins. Sister wakes up screaming, runs to the room asking, what's the deal this early? But sees Kang all curled up, shaking. Kang Ryun rambling about terrifying goblins, totally traumatized. Man, thought he was being a wimp, but tells her over coffee that those things made him die from blood loss. First ripped out fingernails, then fingers, then toenails, kept going like that. She even begged to stop the story. She died too, but not that bad. Wants to know if that's the only reason for the screaming. Says if she went through that, she'd wake up screaming too. Chick says she gets it, but asks, you want to go to the hospital or something? Looks like psych wards are packed these days cause of this kind of stuff. Claims it wasn't that bad. She says, well, got some good news at least. Apparently dying ends the tutorial. Guy replies, phew, finally gonna crash and have a perfect chill night. But obviously system says, welcome to the tutorial again. Poor dude just screams, why? Still traumatized, Kang Ryun sat at the back of the cave waiting for hours. Thought maybe waking up was an option, but nope. Gets up realizing there's no choice but to move forward. Last time picked the mace, thinking it to be easy to use and hit hard. But since getting close to goblins is terrifying now, maybe a bow or crossbow is better, since every Korean-esque gotta do military service had shooting experience. But my man Kang Ryun thought he was holding an M4 or something, aimed, fired, just grazed it. Goblin gives a look like, really? Crazy sneaky dude took 2 weapons, bro. Didn't know that was allowed. Grabbed a spear too, ran in with guts, and stuck it in the first one's chest. Damn, feeling confident saying, got one. Turns to defend against the second. But yo, this ain't a game. Spear was stuck in the other creature, couldn't pull it out. Meanwhile, the other giant came from above and ripped him apart. Phew, at least woke up in the room, right? Hopefully didn't suffer all night. That's exactly what he's celebrating, bro. Sweating buckets, totally wrecked, but at least it was instant. System S, saying welcome again, gives it the middle finger. Stage 2, round 3. This time, sword and shield. Why? Watched YouTube sword tutorials all day. Kang Ryun claims he S ready, man. Bring on the green freaks. Yeah, didn't last long, woke up again. While going crazy saying, I'll kill them all, Sister's just watching, wondering if he's lost his mind. System welcomes him again, round 4. This time, instead of rushing into a fight, stood there swinging the sword up and down. After hours of that, vitality stat goes up by 1 point. Dude, 8 hours total. Checking the window cause something finally changed. Remembers there's some additional skills thing. Dumped a point into strength and charged in. Says he's gonna get revenge with just 2 extra points. But duh, woke up in the room again. Couldn't even kill 1 goblin this time. Embarrassing. Round 5. Did the same thing, got another vitality point. Swinging the sword for 8 hours. Round 6. After 10 hours of squats, push-ups, all that crap gained another strength point. By now, could handle 2 goblins head-on pretty easily. Problem was, still lacked the basics. Even if he survived the first few, wasn't enough for the rest. Round 7, decided to just train sword skills, kept slashing, and like always, got another vitality point after a few hours. Drops to the floor exhausted, window pops up. Swordsmanship skill leveled up to the worst rank possible. Rank F. System says it helps fix posture and distribute strength better. Problem? Still as bad as a drunk neighbor fighting with a sword. Better than nothing, though. Celebrating, saying, finally gonna pay those bastards back. Eyes all red, bro, swearing everyone dies today. Total of 5 goblins in the second tutorial, 2 chilling out front, 3 in the back. Fought those first 2 so many times, it's basically a joke now. Pops the first one with a crossbow bolt, then finishes the second with the sword. Easy. The real headache is the ones in the forest. Takes out 2 with some strategy, but that last one? Total nightmare. Axe clashes against sword, full-on brawl, bro. Monster comes swinging for another hit. Blocks with the shield. Goes on the offensive. Finally seeing the moves coming. Body S reacting before the brain even registers the hit. Arm feels light all of a sudden. Rank F swordsmanship kicks in, almost skewers the goblin, but just scratches its cheek. Knowing what to do wasn't the issue. But fighting 4 goblins is exhausting. Beast winds up for another attack, smacks the sword dead on, and sends it flying. Monster tries to land a hit, but now this dude S just giggling mid-fight, dodging everything. Says this damn thing loves torturing people. So it avoids killing blows on purpose. Always trying to stun, never kill. That pattern? Way too obvious. So, busts out a capoeira move, kicks sand right in its eyes. Goblin can see a thing, dude. Grabs a rock and smashes it right on the shin. Oh my god. Idiots just swinging blindly at the air, totally lost, while the while getting bricked, apparently. System says, congrats, drops some bonus stats, gets to pick a weapon and unlocks the lowest rank shield skill too. This guy is celebrating, but pretty sure the next round is gonna wipe that smirk right off his face. Leveled up twice, talking big about humans being better than goblins. Next morning, makes this weird face, probably referencing some meme I don't get. Says it's a lucky morning, feeling like a boss, cause he's Kang Ryun, making some coffee to celebrate beating stage 2. Obviously tastes perfect, like everything this guy does. But then bam, huge noise outside. Sister bursts in, asking what he messed up this time. Right then, System pops up. World tutorial is over. System's free to use now. Dungeons are live. Runs to the balcony, looks down, boom, giant gate right in the middle of the street. Those 2 knew exactly what it was. Everyone else? Just staring, totally confused. But only the awakened can enter these gates. They popped up everywhere. And guess what? If nobody clears them in time, it's a dungeon break. Meanwhile, connection with that Haken dude is still at 4 years, 357 days. Okay, now I'm confused. Tutorial ended, but thought the stage was still running? Anyway, gates activate, and suddenly the world's in way more chaos than day 1. Siblings playing it safe, as usual, staying home, digging for info. Kang finds out the tutorial isn't actually fully done. Turn 16? Boom, you can participate. Sister says the internet is blowing up with comments about the dungeons. People saying if you got talents, get in those gates and clear them out. But our boy Kang Ryun, hyped to see his full status window in the real world. Calls it up, but System S like, nope, tutorial still in progress. Which makes no sense. Weird, right? Then remembers the tutorial has 8 stages total. While he was grinding stage 2 over and over, everyone else finished. It's been 8 days since this whole mess started. Tells his sister there's no choice, gotta finish the tutorial. Asks if she's got any dirt on stage 3, says the theme is apparently patience. That's it. Hardly anyone cleared stage 2, so intel on 3 is super rare. Flexes the biceps, says it's gonna be a breeze. Got insanely strong, not gonna suffer like last time. Stage 3? Easy peasy. Cut to that night, stage 3. And yeah, that golden liquid the monster's splashing on him? It's exactly what you think it is, dude. Stage 3. System demands proof of persistence and tenacity. Objective. Kill the boss, Gorka. Failure means death, obviously. System says wait for the right moment and the chance will come. Stoked about the ghillie suit, but what's this infiltration and assassination deal? Whatever. First step, find where these freaks are hiding. Checks the status window, hit level 4 and unlocked crossbow mastery. Nice. Dude's glowing with all these new skills. Dumps the extra points into strength and vitality. Feels like a reward is missing though. System pings. Inventory check available. Pulls a sword out of the menu. It's totally worn out and trash, but no other choice. Time to go see what these orcs are about. Starts talking about Carlos Hathcock, that legendary American sniper. Guy camped for 3 days, 1.4 kilometers away, just to take out a general. Guess that's the vibe today. Been crawling for 10 hours straight. Finally spots the enemy shack, 2 guards out front, wonders if he should just snipe him and force his way in, suit soaked in piss by the way. Can't stand up, bugs everywhere. Just then, something casts a shadow over him, gets completely drenched, froze right there. Man, Kang Ryun is seriously patient. Beast walks away, and he just keeps telling himself, patience. Then, Snap launches straight at the monster, screaming for revenge. The slash, absolute perfection. First one drops dead, second grabs a spear and turns. Alarm goes off in the village, and a whole swarm of them comes running. 1 second, Kang is surrounded on all sides. Dude is losing it, grinning like a maniac, saying since he has screwed anyway, might as well drop that line he has always wanted to say. Bring it on, you bastards. That's right, man. Even snagged the lioness roar skill. Let go for round 2, baby. One did. Weirdly enough, started this run blasting Lioness Roar right off the bat, drawing all the aggro and charging straight in. After dragging through the mud for 10 hours, finally noticed something about these monsters. Orc warriors head out to hunt during the day and come back at night, meaning the camp is way weaker in the daytime with nobody guarding it. And man, just went ham, slicing through everyone. Busted into the tent immediately, but looking inside, there's this chubby dude flanked by 2 wizards. Boss points a finger. Instantly, a magic circle pops up behind, frozen stiff by some low-rank spell. Right then, Kang wants to know what kind of messed-up tutorial pulls crap like this. Then remembers that the description for Lioness Roar said it scrubs any debuff under rank D. Deep breath, let out a roar, and boom, debuff gone. Same second, take 2 steps toward the boss. Jump and say, everybody's got a plan till they get a sword to the face. Damn, man, actually pulled it off. Thought there'd be way more suffering involved. For the reward? Intermediate level regeneration, plus cleared stage 3 in the shortest time possible, snagging the title, The Impatient. Kang is hyped. Spent a week on stage 2, but crushed stage 3 in a day. Realizing how fast the development is, came to a conclusion. Looks like Kang Ryun is the chosen talent after all. At this rate, gonna wipe stage 4 in just a few minutes. Kang Ryun is out here thinking about slaying dragons, rocking golden armor soon. But let's skip ahead to a whole month after thinking that nonsense. TV says it's been 25 days since the portals showed up. First squads got formed and sent into the dungeons. Awakened civilians gotta join up and get paid. Sis is just chilling, cooking some food when that scream hits. Girl doesn't even flinch anymore though. Tells him to knock it off, but then Kang storms out of the room saying it's done. Just walked straight and killed everyone. Sis mentions all that whining about quitting earlier. But then, face changes asking what happened. Dude is looking kinda different, man. Watching from a distance here. Kang Ryun looks like he grew 50 centimeters, total mountain of muscle. Sis is staring, saying he was already ugly, but now, way worse. But our boy is fuming, saying those tutorial bastards are wrecking his peace of mind. Sis tells him to chill, says he looks like a criminal, and asks what the hell is going on in stage 4. Explains it was kinda like a group project, had to prove leadership skills. Mission window said failure condition equals death. Had to remove the dungeon core and best to escape without leaving any members behind. Those guys tagging along? Looks like they are just NPCs part of the mission. Kang just watched. They were arguing about advancing, retreating fights started breaking out. Our boy Kang Ryun managed to convince the crew, and together, charged right in, man. At first, looked like carrying these scrubs was possible. Used Lioness Roar to boost everyone's morale, and with that recovery and regen, staying alive was a breeze. Sis says it sounds chill, so why did it take a whole month? Says it all started that same night, man. Damn, son. While sleeping wait, barely finished chewing and already screaming. Oh yeah. Saying even when ordering night patrols, they'd come back, get ambushed, and get killed somehow. Every attempt ended up the same way. In that nightmare scenario, had to come up with a brilliant strategy to win. She asks what it was, slams the plan on the table, says it was easy. Just beat the crap out of all the bastards before starting the dungeon clear. Man, final stage got intense. Showed up and, as usual, the crew is bickering. Advance, retreat, whatever. So Kang gathered strength and let out the roar. Telling everyone to shut the hell up. Little chick asks why, just pointed the sword and announced, from now on, everyone obeys every single order. Refuse, you die. Talk back, you die too. First poor guy asks if Kang is losing it and man, took a smash to the nose, full combo, everyone yelling to stop, but Kang keeps the beating going, warning them, said no talking back. Everyone is shaking, turns around and says follow orders and follow the lead cause the path is known. Gonna kill anyone who refuses. Damn, problem solved, right? Little issue gone, and Kang Ryun is getting brutal, son. What the hell? Skeleton came in swinging a sword, caught it barehanded, pulled, and snapped the thing in half, son. Tells the team that was the last one. They were all shivering, saying dude really killed everything. After all that, finally found the damn core. Mission was just to break it, so chopped the support. System finally congratulates for clearing stage 4. Gets the cleave skill as a reward, plus a rank B mind strengthening. After so long in this place, says the result wasn't too bad. Fighting that many creatures, obviously stats skyrocketed and piled up tons of items. No clue how to use these skeleton mana stones yet, but sure they gotta be good for something. And that cleave skill? It's a lethal sword strike, has a chance to slice the enemy right in half. Got a limit, sure, but ignores some defense. Oh wait, didn't get mind strengthening directly, it was a ring that gives the effect. While equipped, no mental type skill rank B or lower can touch him. Those two were awesome, but the best reward for Kang Ryun, you know it. Doing push-ups there, absolutely shredded. What is that, man? Look at Kang Ryun's physique. And already realized these. Little standard workouts won't help at all. Maybe should start hitting a real gym or something. Well, right then, a message pops up on the phone. So check this. Turns out it was a government alert. Some dungeon popped up out of nowhere, telling everyone to stay inside and lock their doors to stay safe. Man, I thought the dungeon just appeared, but looks like the thing actually blew up. No clue what went down, but now there's goblins all over the city taking people out. Guess they forgot to clear the place, huh? Couldn't handle it. Just like the warning said, the gate cracked open, and now all the monsters are pouring out. Damn, thought it was far away from our boy, but nope, it's right in front of the house. And get this worst part is, Big Sis left for work while Kang Ryun was busy doing sit-ups. Kang Ryun starts scrambling for a weapon immediately, but since the tutorial isn't finished yet, accessing the inventory is a no-go. So bro, kitchen knife it is. A second later, our guy is sprinting down the street, screaming at those bastards to come get some. Tried using that lion's roar move, right? But since the tutorial's still running, skills won't activate in the real world yet. The goblins look at him all confused. Our crazy dude realizes fighting without skills is going to be way harder, but at least he drew their attention, so nobody else around there is going to die today. Problem is, 2 armed goblins are already rushing him. This guy has died so many times he's practically losing his mind. He's mocking the goblins, saying he already beat their kind ages ago in stage 2. But he's nervous, knowing these real-world monsters might be different from the tutorial versions. But with a quick spin of the knife, he slices them up, saying he can tell exactly how strong they are just by how they move. Man, you just see the tip of the blade sticking out the monster's throat. He tells the other bastards to bring it on, already stealing the sword from the dead one. Says there's a ton of work to do. Meanwhile, across town, everyone in this office is barricading the door. They're all shaking because something is banging on the other side. Whoa, and it's actually Kang Ryun's sister's office and she's sweating bullets. He texted asking if she was at work and she just said yes, but he wasn't supposed to come there. Suddenly, screaming and a bunch of slashing sounds start erupting from outside. The door gets bashed in, furniture goes flying, and who shows up? Our crazy guy walks in saying, "Sorry for breaking stuff, but big sis, I'm here." He's standing there like a psycho with a knife in hand while she turns bright red and everyone just stares. They're wondering if that's really her brother. While he's looking around the office, some guy in the back yells out that he has no clue who this kid is. Like, why destroy the barricade protecting everyone? The idiot apologizes but tells them not to worry since the monsters are already dead. Those fools are terrified. He tells everyone to grab a weapon. Even if they failed the first stage, one person can handle a single goblin. Sis wants to know where he's going. He says he obviously saw more goblins on the way here and is going to go deal with them. Even if there's only a few left, gotta make sure everyone sleeps safe tonight. Then check this. She pours some water on his arm and the thing just keeps swelling up. What the hell is happening? Kang Ryun's arm is going to be 5 meters long soon. Sis gets mad, telling him to stop acting tough. She asks why he's going around picking fights. He explains he didn't mean to get beat up this bad, but usually his regeneration skill helps out a lot. But since it's not active out here, things aren't exactly easy. The crew puts the barricade back up and she tells him to be more careful. If skills don't work, that means no resurrection either. Dude is clearly not right in the head. He says whatever, because it was pretty cool. Sis says that's exactly why he deserved to get hit. But even if she thinks that, seems like someone else is thinking differently. Her senior coworker wants to meet our boy Kang Ryun. The rascal is blushing already. And here we are, time for stage 5. He's got to prove his wisdom and overcome the difficulties. Poor guy actually forgot he's still trapped in this thing. Whoa, check this weird group. Blue-haired girl is telling the redhead she is a succubus. Kim Ryong-hoo's girl is begging everyone to chill out. Kang Ryun spots this crowded group wondering what this nice little situation is about. Ah, the clear condition for stage 5 is killing a succubus disguised as a human. As always, failure means death. Obviously, the succubus is hiding her identity, and whoever figures it out first is going to be the first target. Kang Ryun is already thinking the worst. He knows these women are demons. They disguise themselves as gorgeous ladies just to drain his energy. Problem is, all the girls in his group fit that profile. Then Han Se-yeon walks up, eyes all sparkly, asking what Kang Ryun thinks. She wants to know who he suspects is the succubus. Our boy just thinks she is dangerous, but damn, she's pretty up close. Acting all awkward, he says he's not sure, right? No idea. But then, boom, the system says his mental strengthening ring just blocked a seduction attempt. Damn, Kang Ryun is sitting by the campfire thinking about how the first stage was that total fire disaster. Second stage was a goblin battle, third one he got peed on, and the fourth he suffered for a whole month. He's been suffering like a dog this whole time just to win, but for the first time, he thinks this is going to be an easy win. He covers his mouth, realizing he was giggling like an idiot. He's got to be smart about this. If she figures out he knows, he's dead meat. Plus, a succubus has got to be super strong, especially one that can shift into a human and seduce people like that. Not to mention the other guys are probably already under her spell. So he better be real careful. He thinks about talking to the other girls, but decides to just sleep on it for tonight. And then, obviously, he wakes up back in his sister S office. He jumps up screaming, and everyone tells him to chill out. The army was already arriving, but Kang Ryun just wants to kill that witch. She must be realized he wasn't seduced and killed him while he slept. Suddenly, it clicks. He asks, what's this about the army showing up? Exactly that, bro. The battalion rolled in, pulled out machine guns, and wiped out the goblins. Man, at least, right, for the first time guns are actually working on the greenies. Our boy Kang Ryun is just watching from the window, while everyone's celebrating saying they were saved. But Kang feels something weird and wonders, what the hell am I feeling right now? Something dangerous is coming, almost feels like him. Can't even finish the thought, man. Kang Ryun sees guys reloading, spraying bullets everywhere, wondering why it won to end. Then boom, red goblin right there, bullets bouncing off the body. Guys pumping 200 rounds, but obviously nothing was getting through. They keep pushing, but you could hit it square in the forehead, and the thing just turns its head. Monster turns, screams like it lost it, and runs at the car. Drivers gun it while shooting back, but the goblin just jumps and, man, massacred everyone. Kang was just watching from up top, scared stiff, man, while the goblin stood there with that creepy aura. Some other guys mentioned Squad 3 attacked and got wiped out. Dude orders backup, but seems to have a weird headache. Split second later, Goblin's on the car licking its lips. Guys ask, where's support? And he says they're sending a talented civilian. Bro, sure a civilian ain't gonna do squat. Goblin jumps to attack again. Guy pulls the gun knowing he's gonna die right there. But Beast freezes midair, cause our Kang Ryun throws a cement block right in its mouth, son. Sent that thing flying. Our Kang Ryun climbs the car, asks if army guy is okay. Sees on Kang Ryun's face, shaking all over, saying it's another monster. Kang says, chill out, kid. I'm the backup here to help. Lower that gun. And Soldier Boy's trying to figure out why he looked so threatening. Apologies, thanks for help. But Kang replies that, man, better get ready, cause the monster was getting up. And the reason for coming down to kill this creature is cause the beast stared at the office and knew after killing these guys, monster was coming upstairs. Kang asks if they brought tear gas, chemical stuff. Guy says yeah. He says use it all. Right now, and don't worry, got a way to handle it. Heads towards it and tells him to start shooting. Sister man just watching from up top, scared. While our boy walks to the goblin, says it looks kinda tough. Army dudes grab tear gas bombs and throw them under its feet. At least that was working against the beast. Creature starts attacking everywhere. Desperate, and our Kang Ryun noticed that. This one acts just like those hobgoblins from before. Could be suffering too, but way more used to pain than any creature. First attack rips the weapon from the monster's hand. Now all the beast can do is take a beating. Problem is, Kang Ryun's arms are shaking, looking like crying, wanting to know why it's so tough. Soldiers impressed from afar with Kang Ryun's talent. When someone shows up, asking what happened, Blondie wants to know who's fighting, if he's the backup sent. Our Kang Ryun. After the whole combo, hands all calloused now and still got nothing. Eye burning like hell, and the damn thing ain't got a single scratch. Wonders if gotta use something like martial arts to break a joint or something. Suddenly someone says, excuse me, and slices the goblin. Man, looks like the dude is fierce. Kang Ryun notices the hit, wonders who has that fast guy. Looks like Blondie didn't get it either. Just hit, didn't cut nothing. Calls for Kang and says that's an F-rank dungeon boss. Defense extremely high. But definitely had some weakness. Kang notes the bastard knew it was an F-rank dungeon, a boss, so I know, experienced. Charges the goblin and tells him to spill the plan. Guy says keep attacking, cause monster's stamina looking zeroed, couldn't defend right. Kang keeps pressure, but wants to know what's the use draining energy if they ain't causing damage. Well, that attack, sword shattered, needed a new weapon. Same time notices the one ripped from the beast's hand, runs to grab it. Guy says, keep attacking from the other side, kinda the weak point. Kang noticed though, creature took hits anywhere but eyes. Problem is, monster was protecting, so had to create an opening somewhere else. Says don't know what to do. Blood spurts. Whoa, man. My god, hit a bullseye on the monster. Kang Ryun stands there apologizing to the beast, saying it was a low blow. Says the weapon seemed to move automatic to that spot. Maybe that really was the beast's weakness. Wasn't sure, but man, now it's in. Gonna kill this creature. Lifts him stuck there and slams on the ground tearing. Man, oh man. Beast bounces, advances again. Poor monster was, all crying, mouth foaming, and our Kang Ryun drives it in, man. While finishing, Blondie's watching from far, thinking the bastard really strong. Eventually gonna finish and know what it is. Soon as puts in inventory, Blondie comes wanting to know who he is. Kang thinks the bastard wants to steal the item. Cause, right, fight together, share together. But didn't to ask help. This guy who butted in with the fear the guy wants what he took. Didn't even know what it is, son. Runs off saying busy, got things to solve. Winks goodbye while Blondie stood there confused, not knowing what's up with this crazy. Few hours after killing Hobgoblin, city finally calmed. Obviously escorted sister back home, but streets looked like apocalypse scenario. Night had already fallen by the time they finally got back. But the second they cracked the door open, his sis asks if he forgot to lock the damn door. The whole place was trashed. She tells him he really hasn't grown up at all. They just walk in all chill, kicking off their slippers without even worrying that whatever broke in might still be inside. But check it out. The perks of having a big sis, she already whipped up some grub for Kang Ryun, and he's just stuffing his face. Glued to his phone, she tells her buddy this is insane, tells him to take a look, and boom, there's a video of him wrecking that goblin. Our boy Kang Ryun freaks out, realizing that's him. Who recorded this? They posted it without consent. The comments were saying it was cool, while the haters claimed it was way too easy. It was just a little stage 2 goblin. Still, Kang Ryun was born to be an influencer, and just a few likes already have him acting all giddy. Seeing this, his sis says his face gives it all away. He tells that brat to quit talking trash about his beautiful mug. Until he noticed everyone in the comments saying he looked more like a villain. A bit later that night, he called his sis and said he needed a favor. Weirdly enough, she asked what for. He told her to hit the lights. She was confused, but hey, since he saved her earlier, she figured why not. But he better not wake up screaming like an idiot. He shoots her a thumbs up and tells her to chill. The stage this time was gonna be a breeze. While trying to drift off, he kept thinking about how that blonde kid seemed strong as hell. How many stages had that guy cleared? Our boy knows, if it weren't for his skill, he barely would have made it past the second. But whatever, right? Sooner or later, he's clearing the 8th. Time to get stronger than everyone. He remembers that damn succubus was actually kinda cute. Even though she killed him and he knows she's a monster, for some reason, he's hyped to see her again. He pops into the dream with a goofy grin, anxious to see her waiting for him. But when he opens his eyes, some goblin is staring right at him, breathing in his face. He punches it square in the mug. The thing goes flying. Immediately, he wants to know, where's that amazing team that was with him in the last dream? But weirdly enough, the mission this time was to wipe out a goblin cave and clear the dungeon. Cave goblins have trash vision, but super sharp hearing, and as always, why no, if he fails, he dies. He finds himself surrounded and wonders why they're harping on about this hearing thing. As the beasts close in, he lets out a scream, demanding to know why the perfect mission disappeared. I agree, man. Where's that beautiful mission? Come back to us. The scene shifts to a PC cafe in the city with some blonde guy. Everyone, especially the wreck in the green coat, wants to know how someone who hasn't even started the tutorial is stronger than someone with actual talent. The blonde laughs and tells him to shut it, warning that nothing changes just cause he got a few stats. Remembering our Kang Ryun's score, he licks his lips, saying something interesting finally showed up. Hey artist, why don't you draw this kind of shot with a chick instead? Why do you do this, you jerk? 5th stage, 3rd round. Looks like our boy died from the looks of it. The mission now is to kill the doppelganger, a monster that eats humans and, kind of steals their form and hides among everyone else. The hint was that holy knights and mages could use a skill once a day. I don't know which one, but yeah, that's it. Our boy is obviously there in the middle of a crowded group. It was kind of like finding the succubus, which was way more fun than finding a damn doppelganger. At the same time, this felt like a game of mafia, right? Just standing around suspecting everyone and all that. Wisdom was the required stat, but he already figured out how group play works. He takes a deep breath, man, and screams, telling everyone to look at him. The guys turn around in silence. He coughs and says, the first one to move is the culprit and gets killed. That's what our Kang Ryun says, but he forgot one thing. In a game of mafia, the one who talks the most usually dies first. Looks like he's already dead and didn't even see what hit him. Man, all I see is him waking up and going to sleep, right? I'm not even seeing the gameplay, and it looks like he's been stuck on stage 5 for over a month and a half, man. Some guy with glasses asks what the sister thinks. Ah, damn it. That's not some random glasses guy. It's our Kang Ryun trying to act all smart. She says she just got back from work and asks what the hell this is. He replies that he's trying to change who he is, starting with his looks. He'd already died 53 times on that cursed mission, and it was time to try something else. The damn system keeps telling him to use wisdom, but actually, every mission is different, so he can't learn a thing. His sis says the only way he's getting smarter is with a brain transplant. The poor guy is devastated she dropped that one on him, son. She walks off saying she's gonna get some soundproofing for this room because she can't take it anymore. Back to stage 5. Use your wisdom to overcome obstacles. This time, it was inside a cave. The system chimes in, and he already knows some stupid crap is coming. But then something pops up that makes him smile and say, Eureka. The mission was to clear the F-rank dungeon, Tarantula Incubator. The hint was that the tarantula guarding it was level 20, so he'd have to find its weak point. There's the spitting tarantula, a damn giant spider. But for Kang, who's sick of these strategy missions, this is perfect. Something simple. Kill monster. Move forward. The spider spits at him. He thinks he dodged it and tries to sidestep. But actually, it was poison, and his whole arm was already melting. But son, Kang Ryun goes full psycho and just chops his own arm off, saying he ain't dying here. Even without the arm, he charges back under the beast, gets to the belly, and looks like he stabbed it. Just like the system said. The thing had a weakness, and the cut rips the monster in half. Kang Ryun is bathed in blood, saying he doesn't give a damn about weak points. He smashes the lock instead of using a key. Turns out he cleared stage 5 pretty easily. Just a shame the succubus mission never showed up again. And he's standing there like a lunatic, saying only people who aren't strong need to be smart. With that, he got the S-rank skill Titan S Strength, which lets him pump mana into his muscles. And he was at level 25. The scene shifts to a school, room 32. Someone tells a guy named Min-soo that today is the day for his birthday beatdown. Dude just snaps back, telling him to back the hell off, says he's totally fried thanks to this stupid tutorial. His buddy asks how stage 1 went, and he's like, it was trash, just like the rumors said. Obviously, he's clearing it, but the real issue is there's zero intel on stage 5 right now. Friend goes, yo, I heard you're basically the top 1% if you even beat stage 4. That's why anyone who actually makes it hoards the info like it's gold or something. Then, out of nowhere, he spots a post. Someone claiming they crushed stage 7 and are heading to 8. This poster dropped a tip saying stage 4 was all about leadership, but the cheat code was just forcing the group to submit to your power. Then they said stage 5 asked for wisdom. But get this, the easiest way to beat it? Brute force. Just like stage 3 was supposed to be strategy, but the solution? More brute force. Stage 6, dedication. The fix? Smash your enemies with brute force. He's wondering what kind of freaking troll left these tips. Makes no sense, right? But Kang's literally screaming at the screen, claiming he's trying to save lives with these tips, but nobody buys it. His sister's right there, asking what the hell he's yelling about. So the rascal explains, I gave him the cheat codes, okay? Was being nice, told him exactly how to beat the tutorial, but nobody believes me. She just walks off laughing, telling him he's wasting his breath helping losers. He agrees, figuring he's about to clear stage 8 anyway. Gonna be the first guy in the whole country to graduate the tutorial. He'll be on the same level as the Guildmaster of Dangun or the boss of the Hades Alliance. But his sister cracks up, saying he'll never be on the level of the pros who cleared it without dying once. Meanwhile, he's been stuck in there for 4 months. He tells her to shut her trap. Stages 6 and 7 were one-shots. And boom, here we are, guys. Welcome to the tutorial. Stage 7 cleared, now entering the final boss fight of stage 8. Reward for stage 6 was that B-rank sword, Bilgain. Thing gave him berserker skills, pretty sure it drinks blood too. Stage 7 dropped Ronald's armor with auto regen. Our boy Kang Ryun is hyped. Second he beats 8, he unlocks his inventory in real life. Then he can finally check out that loot he snagged from the hobgoblin he killed. System says welcome. He's just praying this takes less than a week. But then his face drops when the system asks about his principles. He stands there confused, and suddenly, the floor and ceiling start cracking. Boom! He falls into a hole, dives through the void, and when he opens his eyes, he's in the middle of some street. Sees a woman walking right at him, but she phases right through his body like he's a ghost. First time seeing a city inside the tutorial. He wonders if he's back on Earth, but then he spots a weird couple up ahead and knows for sure. Nobody's human. Everyone's this weird brown color, looking like freaky bipedal lizards. Ugly as hell, he can't even look him in the eye. But there's one just standing there, staring. Wait, actually the thing isn't looking at him, it's staring at something behind him. Behind our boy? A massive horde of monsters closing in. The city mutants start freaking out, running for their lives as the creatures swarm the street. Kang spots a few monsters he's seen before, but there are others that are way bigger and insanely stronger. Nothing like any dungeon he's ever hit. Literally looks like the apocalypse hitting this place. Then he remembers the system. Said the connection with Honka happens in 4 years, 280 days. He starts putting it together. Maybe this is Earth's future after that countdown ends. Suddenly, a shadow covers him. He looks back, boom, giant titan with a space-looking head. Monster reaches down to squash him like a bug. Kang Ryun doesn't even dodge, just stands there and gets disintegrated. Then, in the void, a voice asks, "How did that feel?" Floating in front of him is this blurry, invisible shape. He asks if it's some kind of god. Thing says, nah, basically it's what you'd call a dimension administrator. This stage is just a personal interview. He can ask whatever the hell he wants. Also a chance for the admin to grill him. Kang immediately asks if that apocalypse he just saw is going to hit Earth in 5 years. Admin says it all depends on what humans do from here on out. Kang asks like, I don't get it. You're so powerful, why don't you just stop it? The admin replies, he ain't a guardian, he just keeps the balance. Best he can do is drop missions, make tutorials, that kind of stuff. But now it's his turn to ask. He wants to know, what keeps Kang Ryun alive? What's his code? Kang says that that's weird, kinda deep for a random question, right? Why does he even care? Guy says watching humans got him interested. All intelligent life is cool, but humans? They are on another level. Kang doesn't like how this guardian looks at people. Tells him he probably hasn't watched close enough. Nobody on his planet has time to sit around pondering that deep philosophical crap. Everyone's just busting their ass to survive, grab a little happiness, and make it through the day. Admin asks if that's what he's trying to protect. He says he wants to protect his sister, that useless brat, and his parents. Basically, fighting for family. Does that make him want to be a hero? That's what the admin asks. Kang replies he's died plenty of times, so he knows damn well he ain't cut out for the hero gig. Gotta be stronger people out there, so he's got zero chance. The damn admin agrees, says being a hero is something you're born with. He's way closer to being a loser than a hero. But personally, the admin likes him. Had a blast watching him suffer through every part of the tutorial. Kang realizes this bastard is just a sadist who enjoyed watching him die over and over. So he asks, what was the deal with stage 5, wisdom? And why'd it keep changing every time? Weirdly, the admin goes quiet and says time is up. Seem to like the kid though, cause there is a goodbye, man. Boom, message pops up. You terminated stage 8. Dude is confused, but obviously the admin says the tutorial was exactly that, a tutorial. The challenges coming next were way worse, and like it or not, the admin believed Kang had the guts to become the hero who would save Earth. Our boy Kang Ryun is screaming, swearing some disaster happened back in stage 5, but the entity just says congrats on finishing everything and vanishes. The system then announces this guy was number 62 to finish the tutorial and received the graduate title. Knew that mess back in stage 5 would come back to haunt. That is what Kang Ryun says, waking up full of rage, man. But this time, someone shoved something in the mouth. A straight-up dirty sock. Asks if that wretched girl did it. Obviously, yeah, to stop the screaming, you damn idiot. Look on the face says the test was a failure again. That is what the witch says, but look at this scumbag's face. Immediately swipes a hand to the side and summons the status window. Big sis better recognize, cause a legit graduate is here now, man. The real deal. The brat just got up and called it convenient. Time to move out, so let's start making some cash. That witch could have at least said congrats to our Kang Ryun, right, man? Now it makes sense why there is no boyfriend involved. That is what he says. And bam, takes a slap to the face. Breakfast seems done and she is heading out, saying she will be back. Wow, Kang Ryun is just staring at that little window. Tutorial Graduate. The title for those who completed Stage 8, giving a +2 to stats. Not something as amazing as expected. Plus, already had the Impatient title, but hey, can't equip 2 at the same time. System explains that besides the main title, everything else only gives 50% effect. So, Graduate goes in the main slot, the other stays secondary. Now, for the moment everyone was so anxious for. The item that wretched goblin was carrying, a book. That looks weird and needs identifying. It is Magic Explosion, a book to learn that skill, right? The one that blows up magical energy. And weirdly, the guy is celebrating all happy. In my head, that sounds like trash, right? But whatever. Kang Ryun is a humble Kang Ryun, I guess. Simple roots. System asks to learn it and boom, accepted. Yes. The little book vanishes from the hand and now there is an itch to test this power. Back in the city, a girl introduces herself as Amy, a new public servant, and the first job placement is right at the school teaching the awakened crowd. That is where people go to get certifications, and it was also one of the first things built when all this mess started. She is just thinking, national heroes are gonna show up, man. Totally a job worth doing. Obviously, though, some crazy lunatic has to arrive. Poor girl is shaking all over, apologizing, crying. Kang looks like a monster in front of her, while the poor thing begs to see the rest of the documents, tells her to speak up, asking what is up. She is even using the paper to defend herself, asking why the attitude. Yo, girl, I am the one confused here. Why are you acting like that? That is what our Kang Ryun says, until someone nearby calls out, asking what is going on. The rest of the awakened crew is already recording, wanting to know why Kang Ryun is threatening the poor girl. Tries to explain, saying nothing happened, until someone appears asking what this mess is. Amy calls for instructor Kim Ryung-hoo and screams for help. Then Blondie takes a look and spots our Kang Ryun. Right then, both felt they had seen each other somewhere else. The guy asks for the paper and she hands it over. Dude sees the name Kang Ryun and says the photo looks totally different. Our Kang Ryun explains, look man, got awakened so the appearance changed, right? But I am telling you, it is me. If you do not believe it, check the ID or a fingerprint, whatever. The guy sees stage 5 cleared, and our Kang Ryun confirms it. For some reason, the guy wants to play the loser hiding true strength, so the level listed is super low. No idea why. Instructor says if the level is 12, that is way too high for someone who went up to level 5. Looks like someone illegally invaded some dungeons. Ah, now it makes sense, right? Not supposed to have a level that high, or reach stage 8. None of it adds up. Seems like a lie, but they are still suspicious. And the lying continues, saying a dungeon was entered before it became illegal. The instructor says understood, but wants to know what this masculinity power is. What kind of skill is that? Dude just says it is simple, doubles strength, and that is it. Guy says okay, but has one more little question. Everyone gets a talent at stage 3, an accessory at stage 4, and at stage 5 another reward, like a skill or something. And it would be good to list everything received. Kang is getting tired of this interview, but says fine. Takes a bite out of the arm man, which immediately starts to regenerate. Obviously, right? That is the skill gained. Self-regeneration. Shows the ring that blocks mental attacks. But since the skill was a lie, claims the ring gives a shout ability that scares everyone. Blondie demands a demo to prove it, man. Then we see another blonde dude with a buzz cut standing right there. Just watching him take a breath. Ah, that is the blonde guy who seems to remember that whole goblin mess. And instantly the trauma hits. Ears get covered, man. Then Kang lets out a scream that shakes the whole room and everyone covers their ears. Kang asks if more proof is needed and the guy says it is unbelievable after that. Oh my god, look at this dude's face. Artist, stop that man. Scumbag, I will find your name. I will kill you. Our Kang Ryun is down in the dumps, saying the ID got rejected. But now, after that roar, accepted immediately. But in the room, man, he is already isolated and looks like nobody wants to get close. The psycho who yelled at the receptionist and then screamed at another guy. Our boys notice the vibes are twisted, while that weird blonde guy is just keeping an eye on him. Kim Ryung-hoo walks in, intros himself, and says he's running the show here. Claims it's a pleasure meeting everyone. Everyone claps. So, for 10 days, it's theory studying and afternoon practice. All food and housing provided right on site. Anyone keeping their nose clean gets a certificate. Easy peasy. Finally, the guy asks everyone to pay close attention. Been half a year since the world changed. But even after 6 months, new info about dungeons and monsters keeps rolling in 24/7. Tactics, strategies, goals keep shifting and evolving. Basically, dude is saying everything learned here could change in a heartbeat. Nothing is guaranteed. Our boy Kang Ryun thinks this place is depressing as hell. Instructor keeps warning about incorrect or irrelevant info. That's why the guy's only teaching what's needed to survive. That's the message. Says he's looking forward to working with the crew for the next 10 days. Everyone starts getting up while Kang stares at the ceiling. Boring as hell. Thought this would be some awesome academy. Or just grab the card and bounce, but looks like it's gonna suck. Then some extra comes over. Our boy Kang Ryun introduces himself to Gu-tae. Guys want to know what's up with the beefcake? Kang shakes the dude's hand, says the name is Kang Ryun, and the guy gives this weird creep smile. Gu-tae crushes the hand, saying the sucker's screwed. To rule a place like this, gotta take out the cocky ones right from the start. Hated the kid since that scream earlier. But now the bully's confused, man. Kang's standing there, chill as ice, while Gu-tae is the one shaken. Gyeon. Damn, son. Kang Ryun activates Titan S strength, boosting all muscles by 12 strength points for 10 minutes. Now Gu-tae is sweating bullets, wondering how he is losing the power struggle. Dude dumped all points into strength. Doesn't make any sense. Worst part? Everyone's staring. Poor guy can't take it, makes a face, and boom. Arm explodes, man. What the hell? Blood spraying everywhere. Whole room's freaking out, and this weird blonde kid is just watching Jesus Christ. Ambulance hauls the guy off. Kang-s like, "You idiots got it all wrong. That beefcake just came up to me out of nowhere, wanted a handshake. Then his arm started swelling up and boom! Exploded. That's it." Kim Ryong-hoo obviously ain't buying that story. But our boy Kang Ryun insists, swears he is telling the truth, claims he only survived cause of a skill boost in strength by 1.5 times, otherwise would be been crushed. Kim notices something fishy, asks if the skill was muscle strength. Kang Ryun says yeah. But the instructor points out Kang said it doubled strength earlier, now it's 1.5. Our boy starts stammering, claiming a mistake. Bad with numbers, 1.5, 2, whatever. Kim thinks this guy's gonna be a headache, but just nods and sends him back. Back in his seat, Kid thinks he can finally chill when someone sits next to him. Obviously, it's that damn blonde, asking to hang out. Kang tells him to do whatever, but wonders why he's attracting muscleheads and delinquents. Suddenly, dude grabs Kang's hand, introduces himself as Yoo-sung, just turned 18, fresh out of the tutorial. Wants to know how Kang Ryun pulled that off. Kang plays dumb, but the crazy guy presses him, making that arm explode like pop. Must be an insane skill. Poor Kang Ryun realizes this kid's got a screw loose too. While later, Kim comes back, apologizes for the delay, jumps right in. 2 types of dungeons, common and irregular. Common ones show up the most, obviously. Cause a break after 4 weeks. Break means monsters invade in the city. Irregulars, though? Unpredictable. Could be 4 weeks, or boom, instant break the second they appear. To clear a dungeon gate, there is 2 ways. First, destroy the main core, usually hidden deep at the end, hard to find. Second way, destroy the normal core. Yeah, there is 2. Smashing the normal one just delays the break timer. Think I need to know this crap to kill monsters? Ain't here for useless lectures. Some beefcake in the back yells out. Kang Ryun realizes every musclehead in this room is trouble. Conveniently forgetting he's one of the muscleheads too, right? Guard tells the guy to zip it or get kicked out. But Kim Ryong-hoo says it's chill. Tells the guy to come down front. Gonna teach him a lesson. Beefcake says fine, impressed by the instructor's pride. Walks down, spreads his arms, asks, "What you gonna do?" Kim gives him 1 minute, says he'll dodge and block everything. If the guy lands even 1 scratch, he passes instantly. But if he fails, expelled. Yoo and Kang Ryun watch from the back, wondering if the dude's got the guts to take that deal. Also kinda hype, because it looks fun. Beefcake thinks he's being underestimated, though. Draws his blade, warning the instructor not to regret it. Assistant screams, "Mr. Kim, for the love of God!" Dude pulled a real sword. Kim just adjusts his glasses, tells him to bring it. The extra loses his mind, charges straight at him. Kim dodges the first swing, easy, too predictable. Even from behind, a sloppy strike like that wouldn't hit anyone. Beefcake swings again, looking like he's gonna burst a vein, but only slices empty air. Kim appears right behind him. Problem is, movements are too wide. No enemy's gonna just stand there waiting for a hit like that. Obvious, right? Extra S giving it his all, slashing left and right, but Kim S just dodging with pure style. But check this out, son. Who's still saying this pace is gonna be an easy drop? Bam! A high kick disarms the dude and sends him to the floor, then grabs the phone to show a minute already passed. Actually made it to 1:28 right there. Look at that, I'm watching Kang, and it's like flashbacks to those pro boxer videos dodging absolutely everything. They never imagined pulling something like that off against an awakened was even possible. You could seriously see the massive gap between regular skills and raw talent. Seeing the agility and reaction time that Blondie showed off, Man Kang knows that even after being stuck in the tutorial for ages, this would be a struggle. So has Wool S wondering, in a 1v1 against this guy, who D take the win? That's the exact same thing damn Blondie and Yoo-sung are thinking about. Look at that face again. Put that tongue back in your mouth, dude. What the hell is that? Kang S watching this freak show, wondering if the guy S a total psycho. Clearly already regretting letting that bastard sit nearby. At the school for the awakened, it was theory in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Kim says today they retraining skills with different weapons. Told him to step up and pick a favorite. At first, the vibe was just to practice however they wanted, Then the guy would watch and drop some tips depending on what everyone was doing. Kang grabs a sword and sees the thing is totally rusted out. And right then, that weirdo Blondie says just swinging a sword in the air is boring as hell. Why don't they play around a bit? Our boy Kang Ryun obviously accepts that challenge on the spot. Thank God Blondie backs down. Kim says they can only start practicing that stuff after the 6th day. Phew, the artist has every chance to draw that creep getting lost. The apocalypse could just start already, so goblins invade and stop this mess, right? That'd be nice. Under the blazing sun. Everyone's there, right? Swinging swords, cutting wind. Our boy Kang Ryun, watching from the side, is shocked at how trash everyone is, man. The average level was way lower than expected. Didn't really want to practice, but maybe this could at least be a decent warm-up. So Kang grabs the sword, starts slashing here, slashing there, swinging from side to side. Kim, taking a peek, sees Kang Ryun throwing out all these cuts. And man, says that's not how to fight. Then the little guard comes over and says the defense is way too open, right? Gotta fix that sword angle. Maybe Kang S trying to show off for everyone with those moves, but it's all useless in real combat. Our boy Kang Ryun, you already want to kill the guy. Yeah, thinking that caused you re-immortal, right dude? No problem taking a hit to the chest when you just respawn the next day. The guy says trying that fencing in a dungeon means death. But man, our Kang Ryun just grabs the dude by the collar, asks if the guy's good at fighting and wants to catch these hands. Actually, didn't do that. Or maybe did, but walked away saying, cool, I'll keep that in mind. So the guy calls for Sang-won, right? The little guard bro. Claps hands and suddenly grabs everyone's attention, saying the trainee and the assistant are going to do a demo right now. Kang's confused, right? Why did it fall on him in the end? Blondie hands over a sword to the instructor and tells the guy to use the skill he wanted our Kang Ryun to use, right? Against him. And obviously, our boy Kang Ryun gets to fight however he wants. Damn, Blondie definitely realized Kang is the real deal, huh? And now wants that poor dude to learn a lesson the hard way. E8. The poor guy is confused, but Blondie just counts down. The count hits 3, and our boy Kang Ryun charges. Kang Ryun coming in with straight fury. Bam! First hit. That's where the guy gets all twisted trying to defend. Kang sorta shifts the sword path, smack right on the hand. Ripping it away, man, sent it flying, and the poor dude's already on the floor. Damn, son. 2 hits. Wasn't even trying to kill, right? Just disarmed him. Total humiliation. Then the instructor tells everyone they gotta learn skills ready for real combat. Need a body that reacts to attacks instantly. Just like Kang demonstrated. The most important thing is how you react to threats when you start moving. There's no correct form, and nothing is absolute. He asks for applause while the poor guard is standing there bright red, totally embarrassed. My boy Kang Ryun Kang's got his nose in the air. The bastard didn't understand a word he said, did he? Just went straight for the throat. That's it. The instructor goes over to the guard, apologizes, saying didn't mean for the guy to get beat down like that. He gets up and says it's all good, learn something new anyway. But the dude was kinda shook by it. The instructor says, don't be ashamed. Just wanted to confirm something. Ah, you little sneak. Used our Kang Ryun's lust for battle to expose his secrets. Next chapter kicks off with My Precious Training Diary. Writer, Kang. Day 1. The bro annoyed him, so he blew up an arm and class was boring as hell. Day 2 wasn't much different from yesterday. Trained with some weapons and Sung seemed to really dig it. Also, really gotta start avoiding that creep. Day 3 realized only that weird bro was willing to talk to him. And the pest was like a mosquito that wouldn't buzz off. Day 4 was so bored, just drew himself slicing off a goblin's head. Day 5 just wanted to go home, man. Was totally fed up, even dropped to the floor mid-training, bored out of his mind. Day 6. There he is, look, face planted on the table. He tells Blondie, right? Go start a fight, do something to get kicked out of this place. Wouldn't that be cool? Sung, though, wants to know why the hell. Wasn't it him who said they'd stay quiet and graduate? Our boy says, I'm telling you to make a mess, son. If you get expelled, ain't my fault. I'm chilling. But Sung tells him to chill out. Today was the 6th day. Finally gonna have some sparring matches, so something good is bound to happen. Had a 6th sense warning about it. A bit later, training time, the bro grabs the weapon, instantly loses the sword, and hits the deck. The instructor announces Kang Ryun won and calls the next group. As soon as he goes to sit down, Sung says he is impressed, really fights like a beast. Our Kang Ryun, though, replies that his opponent was just weak as hell. But while watching the other players, he asks himself, what is this feeling? My mouse. Watching this feels like babysitting. The skill level here is way lower than expected. Hard to tell what kind of talent these scrubs actually have. Guess most people don't make it far in the levels anyway. Worst part? 2 more of these boring fights to go until day 8. Still, these 2-second fights are a total snooze fest. That dude on stage rushes in with a spear, other guys screaming his head off, while Kang Ryun is just watching, totally bored. Whoa, damn, dude literally tried to spear that guy right in the brain. Good thing the instructor stopped it just in time. Winner is trainee Kim Tong-gu. Seeing those fast reflexes got Kang Ryun itching to fight someone actually strong, like that instructor. They call Yoo-sung up. He tells Kang he'll be right back, flashes this creepy little grin, and just strolls onto the stage. That weirdo did say something interesting was gonna go down. Better not start any drama that blows back on us. At least the instructor S standing right there, so nothing crazy should happen, right? Wait, hold up. The girl isn't using a normal weapon, she's got some magic staff thing. Sure, magic has perks, but in a tiny arena like this, probably a bad call. Instructor remembers her main weapon being a sword, so why the heck is she holding a spiked mace now? Yoo-sung asks if there's a rule against switching weapons. Instructor says it's cool. Oh man, this guy gives me the creeps. Gonna smash that poor girl's head in, watch. Instructor starts the countdown. 1, 2, everyone's waiting for 3. Girl summons these crystal shards and fires them off. But Yoo-sung's mace glows purple and smash. Breaks him like it's nothing. Too easy. Dude's got that freaky smile plastered on his face. Kang Ryun actually impressed though. First time seeing real magic. Guess it's possible to learn that stuff in the tutorial. Weird that nobody saw this during martial arts training. Was she hiding it? Anyway, she looks stressed out, gripping that staff tight before unleashing a spell. The attack looked all wobbly and weird. Total flop. So she fires off another massive crystal. Yoo-sung glances at the instructor real quick, lifts the mace like he's gonna block, but nope! Sidesteps and lunges straight at her. Kang looks spooked, thought Yoo-sung was gonna smash her face in, but the psycho actually used his mace to redirect her attack. Sent it flying right at the instructor. Of course, instructor dodges it easily, but while that's happening, Yoo-sung rushes the girl and wham! Right in the skull. Oh my god, did he actually kill her? Dude is celebrating. Knew it. Told you this guy was bad news. Yoo-sung's covered in blood, smiling like a maniac. Kang Ryun better stay far away from this psycho, or just take him out seriously. Oh phew, calling a medic looks like just a fracture. Dawn to know why I care about this girl, but glad she's not dead. Don't go killing people, you creepy blonde freak. I really hate this guy. Sheesh. Instructor points a giant sword right at Yoo-sung's face, demanding an explanation. Covered in blood, the little rat claims it was just an accident. Accidents happen, sir. My bad. Didn't mean to. Instructor asks if he can hear himself. Guy just says, yes. Even winks at him. Unbelievable. Instructor turns away, calls a 20-minute break. Everyone back at 3. Tells Yoo-sung to follow him. Kang watches them go. Looks like he recognized that blonde dirtbag from somewhere. Even after the poor girl got blasted, training kept going for 2 more days. And nope, Yoo-sung didn't get kicked out. Kept training like nothing happened. But the poor guy fighting him next is shaking in his boots. Kang notices a healer on standby now, probably there for Kang Ryun. 8th day ends quietly, or it should have. Here comes Kang Ryun, 500 kilos of pure muscle. Calls out Kim Ryong-hoo, says since training is wrapping up, perfect time for a real fight. A proper spar. Instructor tells him to quit being a pain. Just wait 2 days and it's over. But Kang's curious. Asks if he isn't sick of these kiddie games. You can tell the instructor is dying for a real fight too. Pushing papers and babysitting definitely isn't his vibe. Then Kang drops the bomb. He knows they've met before. Whoa, hit a nerve. Instructor looks ready to snap. Out on the court, Kang Ryun says it all makes sense now. He's the guy from before. Kang thanks him for the help. Saved a lot of lives. Relieved the guy didn't mention the item Kang stole and ran off with. Kang also mentions that for someone at stage 5, that sword of his was pretty sweet. Yo, why's he complimenting the dude's sword? Sus. Plus, you can only get that gear at stage 6. Kang claims he just found it on the ground. Yeah, right. Classic, whatever excuse. Kim Ryong-hoo opens his system menu, says it's fine, knows Kang won't be honest no matter what he asks, draws his blades, says since that's the story, he'll fight with something he found around, too. Then boom, vanishes and reappears right behind our musclehead. Kang tried to turn, but the guy moved like a ghost, barely managed to block in time. Kim Ryong-hoo is impressed, thought Kang was just muscle, but his reflexes are legit. Kang says he's been through hell, no way he's gonna be an easy target. Instructor vanishes again, saying he won't hold back then. Kim Ryong-hoo starts spamming that shadow technique, attacking from everywhere. But Kang keeps up with the pace. Kim Ryong-hoo can't believe a kid fresh out of the tutorial can actually handle this heat. Kang-s getting sliced up, but he-s grinning. Now this is a real fight. I am scared to see how he's gonna look in like 15 chapters, dude. He's gonna be 7 meters tall, 700 kilos of pure muscle with a total killer face. And the instructor is still impressed. Kang Ryun's Regan was just as wild as it looked. He switches his grip on the sword, saying, since that's the case, no need to hold back anymore. He launches a direct attack, claiming he's gonna create an opening impossible to dodge. Watch Kang smile. Man, he defends by throwing his arm right onto the blade. Kim Ryong-hoo can't believe it. He was feeling both forearm bones, while that weirdo just grinned at him. Our boy Kang Ryun even shouts, take that! Pulls him in by clamping his bone on the sword and headbutts him. Guy gets all twisted up and falls. Yeah, you definitely lost, didn't you, buddy? But it's cool. Nobody was gonna beat that freak anyway. A while later, ice pack on the face, man. Grabbed a soda and said, our Kang Ryun is weird. Too strong. Kang says the guy is pretty strong too. Besides, in training like this, you kinda can't use your skills. But indirectly, he used his. Kim Ryong-hoo says if that's the case, then he's the real winner. Obviously, our Kang Ryun isn't going to accept that. After some stress, Kang Ryun yelling, the guy stands up and says thanks. It was a great fight to blow off steam. Now he was going to head back to his room and get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow he better be ready. It was practice day in a dungeon. Damn, son. Looks like there's a hooded figure over there going to cause some trouble in the dungeon they were hitting up. Weirdo turned invisible, opened the gate, and went inside. Obviously, next day, we're right in front of that exact same gate. This dungeon is being used as a training area for the school. That's what the guy says. An F-rank place known as the Forest. Forest of what, right? Forest of Keek. Guess what? The monsters here are called cake monsters. Average F-rank critters. This place was chosen first cause there aren't a big traps, and the monster type is pretty standard. Second, cake creatures don T-form packs, so you can fight one at a time, which is way safer for learners. The rest of the details would be explained inside. The gate opens. Kang is anxious. This was his first dungeon, right? After snapping back to reality, he'd never gone through a little gate like this. And strangely, that floating sensation is what you felt when you started crossing that door. Your vision gets blurry for a second, and when your body hits the ground again and you open your eyes, you are in a completely different setting. Kang is there, impressed by the view. Asks how they were going to get back, cause damn Yoo-sung answers that all of this was explained in class. Obviously, our Kang Ryun didn't pay attention to any lectures. Kim Ryung-hoo then says, first off, they were going to hunt one just to take a look and learn how it's done. Then they'd split into groups, and everyone had to go out on the hunt. With that, he calls one of the instructors and tells them to lure one of the cakes. They'd move to a good combat area, and he'd keep explaining during the fight. Cakes are these beasts that look like a huge bird. They were famous for fast legs and a really hard beak, man, capable of destroying even metal. A standard strategy, though, was to surround them so they kinda couldn't figure out where to run. But, right at that moment, a message pops up saying the main core had been destroyed. The portal leading out had opened. The dungeon would soon collapse and everyone better get out. The whole place starts cracking, and Ryong-hoo tells them to calm down and obviously head for the exit, since the place was going to fall apart. They had enough time, so no worries. Outside, everyone is there, right? Kinda confused. They went there to practice, but what the hell happened? Kim Ryong-hoo does a head count and sees looks like everyone got out fine. What he wanted to know was, who finished this dungeon? When suddenly one of the instructors calls for him. Taking a look, the dungeon gate was leaking this black color, some kind of portal. Suddenly, the instructor's expression changes. He immediately orders reinforcements, and for all beginners to get away from there. That was actually a dungeon break. Kang asks what's up. The guy warns him, man, that a bunch of monsters were going to start pouring out and he'd need to help with this. Our Kang Ryun, apparently, is very ill-informed. He doesn't even know what a dungeon break is yet. Ah, it's explained. What happened is the guy destroyed the main core without killing the monsters. And then the break happens because all the monsters are kind of being expelled. Get it? I explained it here for you guys, and the teacher is asking if Kang didn't see this in class, right? He says he did, for sure. He was just testing the instructor to see if he knew too. The guy tells him to quit fooling around, man, especially since the creatures were coming. With that, the first cake appears. He charges in, wishing Kang good luck and saying he hopes he can hold that thing off. Whoa, looks like this time our Kang Ryun stayed there while the instructor went to give some other tips to the rest of the crew. Our Kang Ryun sees a pile of creatures and asks how he's gonna deal with all that alone. But man, he's eager telling them to bring it on until that bastard Yoo-sung arrives smashing the first one's head. Phew, at least he didn't drool and he's all red. That's good enough for me. Our Kang Ryun asks what's the deal with the crazy guy laughing like the Joker over there. Oh, just cause I said it, right? The drooler with his big tongue out and all red saying the feeling of smashing a head with a mace is the best. I've got a face just like Kang's. Exactly the expression I make when that bastard does that. And the blonde is there in the middle of the fight saying he's not keeping this all to himself. Our Kang Ryun starts drawing his sword, saying at least the psycho was on his team. With that, he attacks, already slicing up a bunch of them. Yoo-sung is watching, impressed. And our Kang Ryun says nobody else giving him cover, man. He plays this solo. Lion's Roar activated, he calls out the bastards. With that, all opponents' stats and morale are reduced. Everyone there in the middle of the fight seems to realize that from 1 second to the next, it got kinda easier. And the instructor, attentive as always, notices it was an area debuff. Seeing how everyone was handling it, looked like they'd hold out till backup arrived. Only problem was that he wasn't saying a word anymore. Kang Ryun's right there, tearing his hand up, blasting that first punch. And man, the skill completely wrecked his hand. What the hell is that? He claims the thing is usable, right? Cause it is kinda deadly. For anyone else, that wouldn't make any sense. Yoo-sung immediately wants to know what skill that is, if he got it in the tutorial. Kang Ryun answers it's a little secret, but right then, his expression changes. Amidst all those Creatures, there was a mutant orc that was obviously the dungeon boss. That was the last thing Ryun wanted to happen, man. The boss showing up before support. Even with Kang there, facing a boss would be totally different. He sees the two of them sticking together, but I'm sure it's not gonna work. But check out those bastards' faces again. And now Kang Ryun, for some reason, starts sticking his tongue out. Put that tongue away, kid. Whoa, next chapter starts saying tomorrow's the day to celebrate that they finished everything. Someone asks about the accident. Ryun says they heard someone entered the gate before them and caused that break. Probably an extension of those dungeon terrorists that started popping up last month. Oh, you can tell it's a girl, right? It's Kang Ryun's sister. Seems women are in short supply in this world. She wants to know if any student caught attention. He says, yeah, two weirdos. The two he worked with to kill the break boss. One had exceptional physical strength. The guy's reflexes were on the same level as that monster, but the weirdest thing actually was his regen capacity. He was strangely aggressive and had zero fear of getting hurt, not to mention he didn't get tired. The combat style was unpredictable, which was harder for opponents since he kinda didn't care about anything. The other student, though, had a completely different style. He was more the standard genius type, a prominent figure, talented in combat, quick with decisions, and the only problem is that he had a strange tendency to be violent. The woman said that, leaving all that aside, it was rare to see him praising so many people like that. She asks if he already sent a recruitment offer, and he tells her to remember that recruiting students still in this phase is, forbidden. The poor girl wants to complain, but he says he just follows the rules, same as the boss. And that right there is the girl of the hour, Han Se-yeon, leader of the Dangun Guild. And she's got a yandere face. For some reason, she doesn't look like a guild master who's right in the head. And we've already noticed, right, that no one in this story is right in the head. With that, congrats are in order, old man. Over the 10 days they spent there, they became Grand Masters. That wrapped up their entrance ceremony into the Hunter's Wall. Kang Ryun is impressed there's someone else working in this place besides the ones he saw. Moment he stepped out, he got spooked, cause the butler showed up telling Yoo-sung his car arrived, except the weirdo had a BMW, apparently, covered in diamonds. Our boy is shocked. He's so rich that he tells Kang Ryun to get in, he'll drive him home. Kang Ryun just accepts. He's already getting in, right? Man, when suddenly someone calls out to him. It's Kim Ryong-hoo. Look who wants to talk. Our girl points like a kid saying she didn't know he was so friendly. Then the guy explains that for that boss they killed, from the dungeon break, both would receive a reward since they helped a lot. They'd contact him soon. He was supposed to keep that in mind. Kang's a bit confused. He thought this bastard had something else to say, but the guy just turned around, and then he still yells, telling the damn girl to praise him more. The other guy turns back, though, to give that speech acknowledging Kang is strong. He was gonna keep getting stronger, and soon enough, he doesn't a doubt he'll see him in countless dungeons. But he should never forget the responsibility that comes with being strong. Now, he was one of the awakened, too. And why did he put that thing on his face? He's walking around the living room telling his sister to take a look. Kang Ryun's got potential. She obviously doesn't care. He tells her to stop underestimating him, because starting tomorrow, he's going to go out clearing tons of dungeons. That's when he stops to think and wonders, how does he find dungeons? Are they on Google Maps yet? Sister says looks like there's a site for awakened people, called Raider, where you can see stuff like that. He grabs his phone saying he doesn't even know about something like that. Apparently, she's an expert. She's there wondering how her brother is getting dumber and dumber. At least when he just played games in his room, he seemed a little smarter. Taking a look, though, Kang Ryun sees info about maps, monsters, and party recruitment. He remembers the Orc Forest was an F-rank dungeon, but something like that he could beat solo. Maybe it was the perfect time to make some serious cash and show off to his mom. TV says the reward for the weakest dungeons is up to $1,000. And now this thing called Monostone seemed to be getting a lot of attention. That also guaranteed some extra cash. So for an F-rank hunter, making money wasn't too hard. The worn-out old man there is. Kang Ryun's dad, calling for the wife, wanting to know if she talked to their son. She says yes. He sent her $10,000 to spend on whatever she wanted. Looks like he even bought a car last week. Seems time skipped ahead, huh, man? Dad says he's impressed. Finally, this bastard makes more money than him. Mom, though, was still worried. She knows a lot of people die in that place and get hurt. She hopes nothing happens to him. Dad says let Kang Ryun do whatever he wants, better than an adult being unemployed. Plus, he heard people take groups. There are teams. So he's sure Kang Ryun won't have any trouble. He won't do anything risky and must have everything under control. Strangely, Mom agrees, saying he's always been a brilliant Kang Ryun. Obviously, though, they didn't see what their son turned into these past 18 chapters. He's there in the dungeon all alone, cutting everything down, saying this is nothing. Just like the Joker, chilling in the cave all alone. Parked outside? a brand new Bentley, looking clean. Mom is blowing up the phone, saying this fool won't pick up. Dad is like, whatever, they will call tomorrow to check in. Mom agrees, but just had to bring up that weird gate that popped open at the mini-mart across the street. Pops said not to sweat it. The government is going to send some suits to handle it real soon. Mom thinks they should call the son and the crew, but Dad shuts that down fast. Bad idea. But guess what? While they are arguing, that dungeon gate cracks open and boom, a bunch of orcs start pouring out. And obviously, the boss is right there in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, sun is coming up and our boy Kang Ryun just crushed another dungeon run. Kang Ryun grinded all night long and steps out wondering, one more run? Or if that is pushing it too hard. Better chill for a bit. Plus, who knows if resurrection actually works in the real world, right? Dying once was enough. But the second the car door opens and the phone lights up, 36 missed calls from sis. Whoa. Calls back asking, what's up? And just hears a scream. She is yelling something about mom and dad. Can't make out the words, but looking at Kang Ryun's face, it ain't good news. News is saying the government is doing everything they can about the dungeon break. National Defense is scrambling troops to stop people from getting wiped out. Problem is, some locals are trapped and need help like right now. So they called in the Dangun Guild. Meanwhile, Kang Ryun hits the crib, suits up in the armor, and heads out. Sis asks if this is really happening. Don't sweat it, the guy says. I am Kang Ryun, tutorial graduate. Tells sis to sit tight, this will get fixed. She screams to be careful and stop trying to act cool, or chase clout. Kang Ryun just says, don't worry, and bounces, slams the door, promising to be back real quick with mom and dad, then floors it down the highway looking savage. Cops try to block the road saying, turn around, you can't go through. Just flashes that shiny ID card. Kang Ryun, awakened. Boom, instant access. Cop says, stay safe. Kang Ryun salutes and smashes the gas pedal. While speeding, realizes 5 portals broke at the exact same time, bro. Even rank E dungeons are starting to crack open. Used to be just rank F. Parents need to hang on until the rescue arrives. But is there enough time? Then suddenly, holy crap, a mutant boar comes out of nowhere, slams the car and sends it flying. What the hell? But Kang Ryun steps out like it is nothing, sword already drawn. Tells that bastard to bring it on. It is payback time. But then the beast snorts, and whoa, this thing is way bigger than the usual trash mobs. Right then, screaming echoes from down the street. Takes a look, yup, a whole squad of goblins. Starts wondering, if the goblin kingdom got wiped out in a past life or something? Cause these freaks are everywhere. Starts running, shouting some nonsense about the best revenge is forgiveness. The boar keeps chasing, obviously, but then thwack, it takes an arrow from the goblins. Kang Ryun cheers. If these ugly things want to kill each other, be my guest. Didn't see that coming. Guess different monster races hate each other too. But the problem is the sun is already going down. Damn, how long has this forest trek been? Kang Ryun left the dungeon in the morning, dude. Hours passed, phone battery is dying, can't use a flashlight, and getting there is a total pain. And once again, deep in the woods, something sneaks up from behind. What now, bro? Spins around, swinging the sword blind, and slash, cut down a wolf. Good thing it was just a wolf, right? Then again, if a person tried to sneak up, they would get sliced too. Realize that thing attacked while invisible. Pure instinct got the kill. But now, senses more coming from the sides, surrounded again. Man, just let Kang Ryun save the parents already. At least the training paid off. Sword comes out, and everybody gets shredded. Now the adrenaline is kicking in. He is loving it. Tells those SOBs to bring everything they got. Next morning, wakes up in the middle of the woods, covered in wolf blood. Fought all night long, sun came up, and finally caught a quick break. Time to get moving to mom and dad's house again. They are stuck there trying to text, and dad is telling mom to keep it quiet. Dad is wondering, why isn't Kang answering? Mom thinks it is weird. Sis said he was on the way, but it feels way too risky. Dad was all, it's fine at first, but now, not so sure. Those orc monsters showed up yesterday, and looks like even the high-level players are struggling to handle them. News says they came from a rank F dungeon supposed to be weak sauce, but that is definitely not happening. Plus, there is some terrifying monster roaming the street. Dad takes a peek outside. Whoa, check out the beast he is seeing. He is wondering, who is that monster killing the other monsters? Dad is sure his son couldn't take that thing down. Imagine the shock when he finds out. Kang Ryun left a total war zone down there. 15 orcs soloed, but more are creeping around the corner. Weirdly enough, there are 3 orc warriors. As far as the intel goes, those guys are supposed to be bosses. Maybe it is rank E, not F, like he thought. Suddenly, yells out for mom and dad, the son is here to the rescue. Mom peeks out, wondering if that monster is actually her boy. Dad is just confused about what happened the last few months. Kang Ryun, he is already rushing the orcs. The beast comes screaming. Kang Ryun charges, blocks the first hit, then another ugly one tries to stab him. But dude, he ducks under and smashes a crater into the monster's jaw. First one drops, he grabs the second one's sword, but bam, takes a punch that cracks a bone. Ouch. But Kang Ryun is unstoppable, son. Died so many times that this is nothing. Keeps going, stabs another one and launches it into the air. Another one hits the dirt. Literally makes the beast eat a fist sandwich. Then boom, activates a mana explosion right inside its head. Holy crap, totally expected, but it made a massive bloodbath. And what the hell, now there are like 200 of them surrounding him. Dude, where are the rest of South Korea's awakened at? Obviously, in the middle of all that mess, someone's getting stomped flat. Ryun looks, sees the size of the freaking beast. A huge titan, at least the name fits. Our boy Kang Ryun already knows that it's the leader of the damn pack and ugly as hell. Was gonna save mana to Regan, but nah, time to pull out the titan strength. Muscles start contracting, pulls in air, and activates Lioness Roar, telling every son of a gun to bring it on. Takes a hit to the face and drops like a total idiot. Man, looks like a one-on-one showdown there. But the creeps formed a little circle. Our Kang Ryun gets tossed back into the fight, realizes these bastards were just playing around. And bam, face shot, kick to the gut, flat on the back. Worst part is, seems the mana is dry, so the body isn't regenerating anymore. Problem is, not even sure if coming back to life is gonna happen this time. What the hell, man? But not exactly keen on finding out if getting up is an option. Without a single tooth left, lets out a roar saying ain't abandoning the family there. Then charges in one more time, but suddenly notices some goblins creeping on the parents by the window. Man freezes for a second and screams, telling them to come get some. Bolts for it, but goblins grab onto the back, spins around, cuts another, but then the big hand comes down and smashes the head into the ground. Vision starts blurring, saying can it die here? But suddenly a golden slash rips through the beast, bro. Some badass just arrived. Oh snap, it's our new guild leader, guys. Fierce, totally gorgeous. Turns around and the crew says the side is clear, wants to know about the civilians. And the guy answers, most are already evacuated. Leaders kinda spooked the damage was way worse than imagined. At least someone had managed to herd the orcs into one area to make the job easier. So asks, right? Where's the dude who was holding the beast back till arrival? Guy says it's a shame, but unfortunately died. Leader says understood, asked to discard the body, right? But be respectful about it, because that's a hero. That's when a look around happens, right? And where's the damn corpse? Our Kang Ryun is opening eyes exactly where? No clue, because the chapter ended there. Look at the sneaky devil. It was that tree where sleep happened, right? Last time, Resurrection activated and escaped a crisis moment. Since no spot was designated, respawns at the last place slept. But for the next 24 hours, 50% weaker and lost a level 0.2, right? Meaning, one attribute down. Flashback hits, remembers the goblin climbing up to attack the parents. Looks like 24 hours passed, man. Grabs the sword and takes off running, saying, gotta know what went down or kill those monsters. Problem is, the body is heavy as hell, price to pay right, for getting resurrected. After 5 hours of sprinting with this exhausted body, finds the parents' house empty and abandoned. Totally devastated right then, started heading back home. On the way, bumped into army guys and asked to borrow a phone. That's when the call to the sister happened. Dad lost an arm and mom's in a coma. And with that, 2 months roll by. Damn, tough break. Okay then, right? TV announces the Dangun guild leader, named Seyeon, entered another rank C dungeon this time. Same moment our Kang Ryun is heading out and the sister wants to know if it's another dungeon. Says yes. Sis asks to be more careful. Seems dying 3 times just this week is the record. While Sis is saying what happened isn't anyone's fault, just shuts the door and goes down the stairs. She opens it, staring at our Kang Ryun, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, in the dungeon known as Entree, a blondie is there slicing ants and leveling up. Crew congratulates, saying leveling is fast. Really, no wonder that's the strongest in the group. Guy's arrogant, thinking these losers have no idea this is an elite person, someone who reached stage 5, unlike the rest of the losers. However, acts like a friendly guy, a civil servant, saying it's all thanks to the team. Without such an amazing squad, couldn't do it. What a son of a gun. That's when a weird sound hits and a look to the side happens, man. It was our Kang Ryun coming in with a broken sword on the run. Guys wonder if that psycho is going for the dungeon alone. Just ran past and Blondie asked where to, saying that direction is the core, so it's madness. Kang just ignored it. And now the group, right? Want to know what the plan is? Follow Kang Ryun? Go back to another one? Guy answers for now, gonna follow. If things start going wrong, retreat instantly and leave the guy there. With our Kang Ryun, man, already a bunch of rank E soldiers that are just big ants. activates the so-called Wayne-S secret technique, a rank A skill boosting all attributes by 40% minus mana, but physically breaks the body over time. Basically like a berserk skill, right man? The classic. Ants throw themselves in, surrounding from all sides. But, as always, Kang Ryun is cutting everything, smiling like a lunatic. In a few seconds, it's a pile of bodies, and the other group is freaked out. Goes to the core, while mentioning this recently acquired skill fits perfectly with recovery. Cause not long ago, recovery also got bumped to rank A, and if someone calls out, it's the blondie, right? Wanting to know if everything is good. But Kang Ryun just says yes. Doesn't answer anything else, takes the core and says, bye, leaving. Guys think it's weird, right? Wasn't grabbing any of the monster cores. With that, everyone goes to collect, saying that's an idiot who doesn't know the value of money. But Kang smiles, kind of murmuring, saying no time to worry about that. What was needed was strength, retreated, and the group stood there kinda confused, right? Wanting to know who the crazy person is. Blondie just says, doesn't care to find out. They made a fortune thanks to the guy. That was already great. They're withdrawing when Baldy says maybe it's that person. The guy who invades dungeons alone and clears them. Blondie says no freaking way. Those rumors aren't true. Not to mention it's a rank A dungeon, not rank F. Nobody does that solo. Even Han Se-yeon, the strongest currently, couldn't beat something like this. However, right at that time, the system window appears saying the central core had been removed and the portal opened. Obviously, our Kang Ryun already wrecked everything left over. Sitting on the giant ant, taking a look at that integument from earlier, no clue what that even means. A skill book teaching how to use, right? This rank F integument. Oh my god, the definition is literally written right there at the end, huh? A skill that hardens the skin when active. It's like full body Viagra. The problem for Kang Ryun is trying to keep the current skills running. It's tough. So that's just one more thing that needs to stay active. Stacking more and more skills might suck. It wasn't making things any more proficient. Just like the vigor skill, the berserker ability was kinda useless considering all that regeneration. That's because well, with that berserker active, losing control in that fight really messed things up. But this isn't the time for regrets. The only option is getting stronger at any cost. Not much choice anyway, so just learning the skill is the play. Outside the dungeon, looks like some reporters are hanging around, talking about some story regarding a solo dungeon clearer, saying the guy went in today. The blondie claims it's none of them. Then, a finger points. The badass was smiling, walking out with that lazy swag, hand on the neck, giving a stare. Kang Ryun doesn't want flashes, feeling a bit shy. But man, getting bombarded by reporters asking a million things, offering business cards, just shoving through the crowd, son. Bumps into some guy asking, why do you do that? Our Kang Ryun just gives that death stare, daring the dude to do something about it. The guy wets himself and apologizes, right? With that, Kang Ryun walks off while everyone gets the feeling they did die if they messed with this monster. Arriving at the car, opening the damn door, complaining about how annoying these people are, wasting time for nothing. Suddenly, someone calls out the name. Looking back, here comes another annoying pest saying relax, claiming to be there to help Kang Ryun. Hands over a card, Sung Young-ho from the Awakened Association. The guy says they've been watching for a while, and joining them means getting access to every resource available. No need to answer now, but a call can be made anytime. Says thanks and son, before Kang Ryun can say a single word, the guy is already gone. The Awakened Association kinda hunts for the best talent, but they're different from guilds that just focus on making cash. Didn't know those guys recruited like that too. And I don't know why, but seeing that ramen being eaten makes me want some. Just slurping away there, a mom tells the little girl not to get close, saying that thing over there is a monster. Our boy is deep in thought. The biggest current problem is mana. Keeping regeneration, Wei's technique, plus the berserker skill active was tough. Having to rotate them is getting kinda inefficient. Doing a quick search online, looking for exactly what's needed. A mana item. Clicking by to check the list but seeing nothing useful. Looks like no more than 4 accessories can be used for their effects, regardless of the item type. And wow, Kang Ryun isn't looking for something that gives plus 1 or 2 stats. No way. Looking for something actually good to use for a long time. Spotted a message with 128 views from some guy claiming to have info on a dungeon that drops a ring boosting magic power. Next day, the comment reveals it's a rank E dungeon called Goblin Village in Hanam. Man, this artist really loves goblins. Anyway, seems the shamans in that spot have a certain probability of dropping the ring. Usually it gives plus 1 or 2 magic power, but there's a rare one that boosts it by 4. And word on the street is that killing the great shaman, the boss, might drop something even better, but who knows. Seems a ton of people are farming there, but the poster is worried about a dungeon break, so they re-sharing this info to see if someone goes there and just clears it. Kang Ryun arrives, but the entrance looks totally abandoned. Expected some guards since everyone is supposedly farming it. Oh well, since no one is there, just opening it and going in, appearing on the other side, which looks like a forest, but running straight into the Three Stooges. Slick Hair says, my buddy is wearing some cool items, we were gonna profit big time. And the friend next to the guy says the bonus today is gonna be good. The last wretch says there was a dream about a chubby pig, and it feels so good. Ugh, that one is crazy. The idiot stands up asking, son, don't you know this is guild bait territory? And Kang just gives that little stare. The girl says the newcomer doesn't know. What happens when someone enters another guild's territory without permission? Gotta hand over everything, and only then will the life be spared. Anyway, in a split second, one of them gets launched, exploding onto the ground, foaming at the mouth. Kang standing there, fist extended. The other two are already figuring out the situation, and the first comes in for a sword strike. But man, Kang always keeps it real, going in with a big hand and grabbing the dude's sword. Whoa, what was that? Squeezed so hard it shattered. Oh my god. And take this kick to the gut, rolling away. Kang Ryun is vengeful too, going right over and stomping on the idiot. Then comes a magic attack from behind, but didn't seem to do much damage. The poor thing is almost wetting herself, face all purple, calling Kang a weirdo. Now, let's see if our Kang Ryun hits the same way regardless of gender. Approaching, saying thanks, and claiming to have learned something good from the encounter. Grabbing the little hand, saying that in return, something really good will be taught. That power used earlier, better to use it like this. Oh yeah, activated the skill, and looks like it blew up on the poor girl. Yep, really no gender difference for Kang Ryun. Suddenly. However, looking to the side, a group was approaching. Wants to know who they are. One bro says it takes guts to be standing like that in bait territory. Better to give up, drop everything if dreaming of getting out alive. Kang just turns around and replies that some guides were needed anyway. One of the bait guys then says, the tutorial changed my life completely. Dungeons are a place where power alone decides everything. In there, things get solved with violence and money, and someone like that, who was just a simple tool of society until last year, now lives a flashy life because of the new world. As the new big shot of the Baitra Guild, this guy's like a tiger with wings. Nothing scares this dude. That's why it was good for Kang Ryun to just quit, and maybe not even come back alive. Obviously, the second the mouth stopped moving, a giant fist went flying straight into the face, waking up on the cold, hard floor. Eyes open and boom, everyone's knocked out cold, man. Kang's pissed because some little punk landed a hit right on the gut, just rips the thing right out, points at the losers, and gives them 5 seconds to line up. Anyone not there by then starts dying, because some guides are needed right now. Time for a little selection process. A bit later, says the evaluation was totally fair, right? And just like that, Kim Sung gets picked as the lucky guide. Supposed to be a round of applause here. The poor idiots hesitate, so Kang gets right in their faces. Better clap. Sorry, sir, clapping right now. But what's gonna happen to us? Kang thinks for a second, asks, from now on, y'all gonna stop being scumbags? Gonna start living honestly? Everyone grins and nods, right? Totally never doing anything bad ever again. But nope, smack right in the face. Our boy Kang Ryun ain't buying that crap for a second. Scumbags like them were definitely lying. Not gonna believe it. Beat the dude. Till he was purple and passed out. Calls Sung over and says better show the way underground. Mentions not every dungeon is like this. But some got layouts bigger than a whole city. After walking for hours, asks Sung, you tricking me, punk? Walking in circles? Dude says obviously not. Doesn't want to be stuck here either. Just trying to follow the path with fewer monsters. Kang snaps, you damn idiot. Stop with that useless path. Tells the guy to go in a straight line. Past the monsters. I'll deal with them. Sung's standing there speechless, but whatever, right? Since that's the case, might as well start tomorrow. Stop for a bite, and the guy's wondering why Kang Ryun used 4 swords just to hold up the fire. Food starts smelling good, and Kang just grabs the pot right out of the fire, bare hands, 0 cares given. While chowing down, asks the guy, how old are you? Dude answers 25. Kang wants to know what the guy did before getting mixed up in all this. Guy kinda dodges, just says money was tight, student loans piled up, couldn't find a job anywhere, man. So this was the only option. To make it worse, dad went bankrupt, mom freaked out, and bam, Kang interrupts. When did I ask for this damn sob story? The guy is thinking, you literally just asked, you jerk. Bro, Kang Ryun just says, eat your ramen and shut up. A bit later, time to crash. Kang's in the sleeping bag, poor guy's under the blankets. Wakes up in the middle of the night, sees the chance. Could kill the monster right now. But remembering how that bastard fights? Yeah, bad idea. Better to just bail. Takes 1 step and Kang calls out, where you think you were going? Guy stammers, just gotta pee, boss. Kang says fine, just do it right there. And just so we're clear, try to run? I'll find you, you're dead. Then Kang goes right back to sleep. Next day, back to guiding. Finally points toward the goblin village. Kang says, can feel the insane amount of mana coming from there. Dude's impressed because he feels nothing. Kang's like, amazing how weak and useless you are. Poor guy just stands there, gives a nervous little laugh trying to stay cool. Tells Kang, moment you step in there to fight those goblins, you're gonna die. Just gotta endure this. Just a little longer. This dungeon is a massive village with scouts patrolling the perimeter. Guild used to farm items off the scouts, right? Because the center is way too dangerous. But Baitra hasn't attacked in days. So the forest is crawling with creatures and the base must be packed. Sung sees the army, smiles, pulls the sword saying, Goblin Massacre is my specialty. A whole battalion is charging, getting hyped, but bam, a backpack slams into the back. It was Sung flipping the bird. Die in this hellhole. Hope I never see your ugly face again. Kang just turns around, full psycho warning. When I am done here, man, I am finding you. After sprinting through the forest, Sung stops to catch a breath. Not even that monster could survive that. Then the system window pops up, main core destroyed, portal open, stares at the screen, then back at the dungeon. Is this a dream? The ranked goblin village isn't a normal core type. All the forces concentrate to protect the center, but still, the message popped up. Man, core destroyed, portal open, standing there staring at the gate, shaking. That bastard cleared it solo? Don't know how it's possible to win alone against that many enemies. Saw the kid's strength, sure, but it shouldn't be enough. Kang answers, ain't got the firepower to wipe them all out. Strong, yeah, but that ain't the secret to this mission. Most important thing is absolute defense. Kid S charging forward, getting stabbed, sliced, but healing up and going straight. Only way to do it that fast? Rushed straight for the Grand Shaman, and Kim Sung is totally freaking out right now. Knowing the psycho not only survived, but plowed through without hesitating for a second. In front of the boss, Ryun says, solution's always the same. Muscles are the best fix. Goes mouth to hand with the boss. Wait, actually? Nah, hand in mouth. Not mouth on hand. Damn, really shoved the hand in there. Things glitching out. With that, Grand Shaman's dead. Got a stone and a ring +0. Boosts mana regen and gives 4 magic power. Little sneaks equipping a bunch of rings, huh? Look at the hype. Now it's time to flatline that bastard Kim Sung. Steps out of the portal and bam, whole troop as waiting outside. Straight up asks that waste of oxygen, why's the whole squad here? Obvious our boy S got a clue already. Starts scanning and spots the legend in the crowd. Now things are getting hype. Can tell there's an itch to smash that skull right in. But then someone flashes a smile, talking about a misunderstanding. Dude walks over claiming they ain't looking for a fight, just want to chat. Thinks the guild members messed up, but there he is. Yoon Ryul from the Beck Guild, right? Wants to know Kang Ryun's name. But our boy's like, nah, not giving that up. Tells him to stop being a pain and spit out what they want. Yoon Ryul says, cool, gonna be straight then. Wants Kang Ryun to join the Beck Guild, a place where fame and fat stacks are within reach, even offering an executive spot. Yoon Ryul S got that shady look, cause the guy knows Kang Ryun is pure talent, an unknown prodigy. Having a beast like that in Beck would be perfect for clout. But obviously, Kang Ryun says no. Dude reaches into a pocket, saying he already knew the answer was gonna be a hard pass. Hands over a gold card immediately, saying just hit him up after thinking it over. Our boy Kang Ryun takes a look, rips that thing in half, and tosses it on the ground. Says, yeah, I got a trash personality, but I ain't lowering my level to yours. Crew's standing there, stunned. Kang Ryun gets right in the face, asking if the guy's mad and wants to start something. Guy says, nah, it's all good, bro. Just wanted a word with Kang Ryun today. We're chill, no fighting. Kang Ryun walks off calling them a bunch of cowards. Bastards didn't even have the guts to throw hands. Then spots Kim Sung there, right? That scumbag was the son of some psycho. Looked spooked, but I don't know what went down cause we're back with Kang Ryun saying that was a close call. This time there were over 100 dudes in front. Mana was basically 0. If they really wanted to, probably would be died and lost 48 hours of life. Not to mention missing the chance to end that wretched Kim Sung. But his time's coming. Back at the Baek Guild, they drag him in all beat up, saying it was Kim Sung himself who suggested serving Kang Ryun, helping out, showing off the forest and whatever. Yoonryul asks if it's true. Kim Sung tries to deny it, but the dude's already grabbing a sword. Man. Poor guy's begging for mercy, saying he'll do anything, just don't kill him. The boss wants to know, anything, really? Moment he says yes, sword goes in. Wants to know how a damn traitor like that has the nerve to keep living. Damn, delivers a savage kick too. Going for a swim? Nope. Tossed right into the dungeon and they lock the door. What the hell? Oh wait, just remembered something. For some reason my brain thinks everyone respawns. But nah, only Kang Ryun does that. That guy is dead. Ugh, stole our boy's chance for revenge. Bastard. Leader tells another guy to grab the sword and dig up everything on the dude from the dungeon. And obviously, someone S-tailing Kang Ryun S car. Totally not suspicious. Meanwhile, the leader S saying the scumbag had the guts to turn down the offer. Can be as arrogant as he wants since he's strong, but are the people around him just as tough? If Kang Ryun can't be tamed, just gotta snatch up one of the weaknesses. Let's see how long that attitude lasts. Oh man, don't do it. Kang Ryun's gonna go absolutely feral on you. At this chill Korean spot, our boy's stuffing his face with his sister. She says she never imagined her bum brother, who never left his room, would one day be treating her. Kang Ryun's like, duh, obviously gonna spend the cash here, right? Nothing more important in life than food. She tells him to pass the tongs. Then he asks, so how do things go at the hospital? How's mom doing? She explains the doc said mom looks good and should wake up soon. He smiles, calling it good news, and she admits she's impressed. Been a while since she's seen him this chill. Lately, he's always angry or wearing this aggressive look. He claims he's been smiling, and she fires back that his terrifying grin definitely doesn't count. Suddenly, stomach starts rumbling and he heads for the bathroom. Getting a vibe she won't be there when he gets back. Things are gonna get crazy. Look, walks in, washes hands, dries them, and comes out. Oh, okay. Some dude's there chatting her up. Kang Ryun asks who the guy is, and the stranger turns and bows. Kang hasn't clocked it yet, thinks the guy's just hitting on her. Sister says it's weird though, cause the guy seemed to know who he was. Our boy's confused. She says the guy left a note for him, decides to take a look. Weird, right? Did he know him? Why dip as soon as he saw him? But then, his expression just shifts. Message was simple. From the Beck Guild owner, saying hi and dropping a number. But the subtext? Loud and clear. Back home, they're walking in when the SS mentions she forgot to grab a beer. Wants to run out and buy one, but obviously he says, not today. He goes to get it, tells her to stay put. Thought he was off for revenge, but nah, actually went for the brew. On the way, he's already asking himself what those bastards are plotting. No way those scumbags are trying to get close to his family. Maybe he should chill on the dungeons and stick around the house. Don't know what the plan is, but that sounds like the worst one. Just then, phone buzzes. Message from Dad. Picks up, and Dad wants to know if he's home. Says nope, he's out. Right then, Dad drops the bomb. Mom just woke up. Kang Ryun asks how she is. Totally relieved she's doing better. Then Dad mentions a friend stopped by earlier. He is confused, right? Wants to know who this friend is. Dad says it's that childhood buddy of his, Yoon from the Beck Guild. Even asked to say hi to Kang Ryun, claiming to be a neighbor. Crazy, right? Kang Ryun just stayed quiet, but the dad? He's totally shutting the kid down, tensing up every muscle in his face. Next day, over at the association, two girls were arriving, just chatting about whatever when someone walks right past them. Says good morning, glances over and calls for Miss Shin Sun-ah. Man, that girl is buff. Literally. And not in a cute way, like in a scary way. She's handing out some water bottles to the girls, and they're thanking her. She says it's no big deal, says thanks back, and takes off. The girls wonder why that crazy chick is always wearing armor. One answers, she's kinda eccentric, but a good person deep down. But she better get ready, cause man, the hunter world is full of freaks. Compared to the rest, she's basically an angel reincarnated. Then the friend says she knows plenty about eccentric students. The other replies that, for real, those were the worst students she's ever seen. One destroyed a girl's hand in a fight, and the other showed up intimidating everyone at the front desk. She still has nightmares about Kang Ryun. And look who's right behind them. She glances back. He stares back. A little look, a little stare. And boom, the two girls scream in terror. Poor guy comes over all innocent, calling out to them, while they're already pulling out phones to dial the police for help. The girl is turning bright red. He tells her to calm down, right? Just wants to know where Mr. Gil Young is. Needs to protect the family and needs that guy. The girls seem to calm down a bit, seeing no bad intentions. But a bit later, they explain that the guy was just serving as an instructor for a while and isn't there anymore. Cut to a meeting room, he's giving a little lecture, talking about dungeons and how their levels are rising. Someone knocks, he asks who it is, and the guy says there's a super strong dude in the lobby making a mess, demanding to talk to him. Poor guy is confused, but next scene, he's in a meeting with Kang Ryun. Says he didn't expect to meet him so soon, right? Wants to know what help is needed. Kang Ryun says he wants to hire Kim Ryong-hoo. Guy says that was straight to the point, which is good, but wants details. And Kang Ryun doesn't hide anything. Straight up says the Bait Guild is threatening the family and provoking him. Needs a bodyguard to protect the family while he goes and slaughters that entire guild. The guy is shocked, wondering what's up with Kang Ryun, but admits knowing how infamous those guys are. Problem is, the association can to really corner them because they never get caught, so there's no justification. Kang says that's perfect then. He destroys them, kills everyone, and both sides win. Guy just replies he's brutal as always, but wants to know why did Kang Ryun choose him? Like, it's not like he has the most powerful, plus he's part of the guild. Poor Ryan, his mind works, simply says he's just the strongest person he knows. That's it. Guy says he should have called Mr. Yoo-sung, but obviously Kang Ryun won't leave the family with that weirdo big mouth. All he asks is 1 week. If the family stays safe for that time, he'll pay serious cash. But man, Kim Ryung-hoo says he's not trying to brag or anything, but he already makes bank. Way more than Kang Ryun probably imagines. Not to mention his spot as vice guild leader. If he wants Kim to work for him, gonna have to offer something better than money. Kang gets an idea, instantly asks if the guy is after his body. Ryung-hoo wants to know if the bastard is there to negotiate or tell jokes, since he's sure Kang Ryun will just talk nonsense if he keeps going, right? He decides to make an offer that isn't a big deal. If he helps Kang Ryun for a week, Kang has to agree to meet the guildmaster. Come here, feisty one. Why am I so hyped about this mess? Also gotta pay up, but that part, man, he's gotta make sure it happens. Looks like he already accepted, dude. Guards already in front of the hospital. 5 cameras, a security company watching the sister. Man, their setup is on point. Our boy says they're being super cautious, and the guy says better safe than sorry, right? What Kim Ryung-hoo wants to know, though, is if Kang Ryun can really handle it alone. And there they are, face-to-face with Bait HQ. Kang Ryun says, from afar it doesn't even look that big, right? Compared to others. Ryung-hoo says obviously a guild's strength isn't about office size. Bait's power comes from controlling countless abnormal dungeons. No doubt, they've got talented players and rare support items, and looks like he's heading to the scheduled meeting with those guys, huh? Meaning those dudes are coming with everything they've got. Kang explains he had no choice when he got that letter. He just accepted setting a date so they wouldn't attack the family. At least thanks to that, he bought enough time to secure everyone's safety. Then he hands the car keys to Blondie, who's just standing there, confused about why he's getting them. Kang Ryun just says to park the car at his place. Blondie thinks he's walking to his death. In a way, he's right, but Kang says there's no time to explain. Tomorrow morning, he'll be alive and chilling, coming back for sure. With that, says bye, and he's out of there, man. And here we are at the Bait Guild. For an evil guild, they got a pretty cute little logo, very corporate. The big boss, Yoon is there with open arms, welcoming him with a whole crowd. Obviously, Kang says that's a lot of people for a meeting between just the two of them, right? What are they planning? Yoon tells him not to stress. Since he isn't part of the family yet, he has to meet everyone. Kang Ryun, of course, laughs at that family nonsense and warns he's got a message for the whole family. They can all go to hell. With that, Lion's Roar activated and he pulled everyone in. Man slams the ground, smoke everywhere, total confusion, portals opening, floor cracking, and Yoon is just saying he's out of his damn mind. Suddenly, a metal bar pops up right on these guys. Blades out. On technique activated Titan strength style. Quick attack, charging straight in. Man wanted to summon metal, but actually just smashed the floor, right? Dropped everyone underground. And look at that. A gym right underneath. They picked themselves up from the rubble, saying it wasn't that bad. But then Ron calls out, begging for a little rationality here, saying it's not too late to still be partners. But Kang fires back. The only one who lost their mind is the guy who crossed the line. This scumbag won't quit, tells Kang to chill and just understand. If they teamed up, even the Tengu Guild wouldn't stand a chance. Our boy Kang Ryun just tells him to shut the hell up, but sadly that's impossible for this jerk who keeps yapping, bragging that their guild currently has over 200 members in this building alone, dude. So, like no getting out alive. Better think twice. The only thing Bait was missing was a famous face, someone strong enough, a vanguard to carry the morale of the whole place. Mid-speech, Kang spits right in the guy's face, tells the loser they sound like a kid giving a class presentation. Should just quit this world and become a YouTuber instead. The chump touches the spit, staring at it, starts trembling, saying they knew it. A broke, screwed-up loser wouldn't understand the aspirations of an amazing guild like Bait. But look at this creep's face, man. Look at that idiot. Asks if everyone upstairs heard the human call him a plebeian. Funny word choice for someone in the 21st century. Fool must think they're some kind of noble. Kang Ryun is about to explode, daring everyone to come at him, saying he wants to see how long that mouth stays open. And everyone starts casting a ton of skills. Mana restriction, mind corruption, void, confusion. It's a whole rainbow coming in. But our boy Kang just pops Lion's Roar again. Most debuffs get wiped, and the few that stick, the resistance ring, gives that extra bonus against M. Plus, enemy morale drops. Yoon calls the squad a bunch of idiots, supposed to stop standing around and just attack. But nobody's brave enough, bro. Everyone is just tossing magic from way back. Our Kang Ryun activates that Anthras skill, turning his skin totally black. Says it's time to see what this does against magic. Boom! Explosion in the middle of the room. The rest of the soldiers charge in for real now. Strikes flying everywhere. Until suddenly a sequence of cuts Kang drops the first one. The leader can't believe this guy is handling it solo, and our boy takes a breath and screams, daring everyone to bring it on. Some time passes and the whole building is ashes. Man, Kang Ryun is still standing, while the losers are wrecked on the floor, bathed in blood. Yeah, but I don't think he's in one piece either, and there's still plenty of enemies standing. Yoon tries to act tough, asking if he realizes there's no chance. Plus, Kang killed a bunch of people. Now he's a killer, just like them. So, wouldn't it be better to join their side? Kang says, quit the guilt trip. Those who go around killing people gotta be prepared to get killed too. The angry guy says he's holding up well for someone about to die. Might be acting tough, but even Kang has to know he's exhausted. Steel bars shoot out of the ground and trap him, but Kang Ryun claims that that's not the case. Dude. But right then I think it is the case, bro. Stabbed right through the back, while dying, thinks at least he lasted a while. Maybe that was enough. Yoon walks up, congratulating the Vice Master, but he wanted the final blow. The guy says he can handle it, while the leader just thinks it's unbelievable this kid is alive after so much damage. Kang Ryun was good enough. That he'd trade everyone in the guild just to have him, but he steps close, saying the worst thing is an uncontrolled beast. Wants to know any last words. Our Kang Ryun says starting today, that guy will find a hair in every soup he eats. Must be some Korean curse or something. Leader just says he's really gonna act tough till the end, huh? Man, face palms. And whoa, Kang Ryun got cooked. Damn, dude. That death was cruel, huh? Geez, impaled and set on fire. That's crazy. Asks the vice leader for the status, lost 30 members, 50 injured. Leader's furious, saying all that damage for one worthless scumbag. But whatever, just grab the equipment that dropped. Yeah, but the friend says to take a look. Something's weird. Kang Ryun's corpse vanished. Yes, dude, revived and lost a level. Plus, stats reduced by 50% for 24 hours. He opens the room and his sister is already giving a death stare, saying she thought he wasn't doing this anymore. If he's leaving the room but she didn't see him enter, he died, right? So, looks like he risked it again. He just tells her not to be a pain. He's starving, but she orders him to take off his shoes because he's tracking dirt on the floor. Apparently, it's his own ashes from getting burned alive. Oh, good stuff. 2 days later, in front of a dungeon owned by the Bait Guild. At the Kikas guard gate, some guy says he's bored out of his mind. Seems like nobody shows up. The blonde dude says it's because everyone's spreading rumors about the Bait Guild, right? So nobody goes where they are. Man says it's only cowards nowadays, so what if they're snatching items and making life hard? They should just go farm so they can earn something. But right then, his expression changes. Says someone is coming. Yeah, dude, they don't know who it is, but look who's pulling up in a mask. Stops right in front of the two, staring him down. They want to know who this weirdo is? After that invasion, Kang realized something. Keep raiding their base is like trying to break a rock with an egg. Sure, it's like that. He's got infinite lives, so he's got infinite eggs. The problem? The resurrection penalty kicks him back to level 1, and eventually he'd get too weak. So the plan flipped, and now it's time to smash this damn guild from the inside out. Inside the dungeons he controls, everyone's already dead meat. Blondie's over there begging for forgiveness, but he's like, wait, what am I apologizing for? Even the guy answering doesn't have a clue. Just wants to know why he's getting offed. But damn, Kang Ryun slams him to the ground, telling the bastard, don't apologize if you don't even know why. Tosses a piece of paper and orders him to list every dungeon Bait was controlling. Blondie's hesitating hard, but grabs the pen, says okay, and starts scribbling. Jeez asks how they haven't been caught after killing so many people. Even if they were super careful, word had to get out eventually, right? Are they paying off the cops? Is there a spy? What's the trick? Blondie mentions hearing rumors about the police, but no details. Seems like it involves specific dungeons with 0 cameras, or maybe the patrol looks the other way, something like that. He finishes the list and hands it to our boy Kang Ryun. Ryun takes a look and actually compliments the kid, says, you got talent, man. Puts a hand on his face, triggers the skill. Boom. Head explodes. Now there's 0 chance of getting exposed. Those Bait scumbags just had to wait a little longer for someone even worse to show up. Man, the news was going to report a captured monster got loose and caused a disaster at a famous guild. Wait, actually that's not it. The leader had to use that lame excuse to explain what went down at their base. Problem is, he wanted to save that excuse for later but had to burn it now. That is why he is so ticked off. Then someone opens the door saying they got a problem. And Bam takes a shot right to the forehead. Actually, was that an ashtray? Damn, that's going to cause a concussion. Yoon demands to know why the idiot barged in without knocking. Guy apologizes but says, that man showed up again. The leader asks if it's the mask guy. Dude confirms it. The bastard messing with their guild has already flatlined over 100 members. Yoon has no clue who this psycho is. The whole place is chaos, and no matter where troops get sent, everyone ends up dead. says enough of trying to control multiple spots. Time to send everyone into the same dungeon, right? Just keep eyes on the perimeter. Guy with the bleeding forehead says, "You got it," and leaves. Door shuts, and the leader starts thinking. 5 days ago, Kang Ryun attacked, and the body vanished. 2 days later, some weirdo starts slaughtering everyone. Felt it back then, and looking at it now, it's too obvious. Kang Ryun had an ally. The corpse was snatched by some body-stealing skill. No choice left, gotta play the trump card. Calls someone who picks up, asking what Mr. Justice needs. I've got a feeling it's that weirdo Kang Ryun met at the training course, but probably wouldn't want to do it, right? Until hearing it's about Kang Ryun. Yoo-sung asks who's causing trouble for a big guild like that. Wants to know who's wrecking a major guild, plus has no idea what this chump can offer, seeing as Yoo-sung is way richer than him. Oh snap, I knew it. The guy says he'll get a hell of a fight. Doesn't he love entertainment? Good to know the opponent isn't some average scrub. Look at that. Damn, I called it. The bastard says it might be worth the risk. So, night falls at the dungeon gate. Artist and author doing all this. Hiding the face drama. But we know who it is. Sung says he's calling everyone to the spot. Standing there in a hood, wants to know when this so-called powerhouse is showing up. Better warn them. If he comes all this way and doesn't get a decent fight, they are gonna be the ones paying for it. Dude was shaking in his boots until look who walked up. Sung got hyped instantly, sixth sense vibrating like crazy. Usually just gets a vague feeling about winning, but for the first time, every cell in the body screamed, "Run if you don't want to die." Odd. But damn, Kang went straight to the point, asking why Sung was there. Yoo-sung recognized him too, asking what Big Bro was doing here. Says it is starting to make sense. He's the one walking around wrecking the entire bait guild. How does Kang Ryun always find the fun stuff? Kang remembers Blondie mentioning Bait had some rich backer, and figures Yoo-sung is the one pulling the strings. Puts a sword to the guy's neck and asks, "You with Bait?" Thought he'd get mad, but nope. Tells him not to lump him in with that trash. Kang demands an explanation, so he says he must know the leader, right? That spineless piece of garbage who got on his knees and begged for help. Made the guy beg for hours before accepting. Don't know what kind of begging that was, but sounds kind of freaky. Kang's like, "Ah, got it." Tells him to forget it then. No beef left to squash, so gonna just kill everyone here real quick. Says they can grab some food after. Damn, son. But the second he turns his back, that maniac Yoo-sung goes for a cheap shot at the neck. Kang Ryun blocks it, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. Laughs, says he'd be disappointed if it ended like that. Oh boy, it's about to go down. Thought the boys were walking away clean, but he warns he won't go easy just because they know each other. Then the other red bastard says he wants it heavy. Okay, Titan strength activated. Secret W technique. Comes in for another sword slash, but swoosh dodged. Laughs and says Kang Ryun is getting more monstrous by the second. A straight-up brawl, exactly what he wanted. Problem for Kang is, this is obviously messing up the plan. The idea was to sneak in, kill everyone, and ghost. But here's another battle junkie hyping up how long it's been since a decent fight. Sung caught on instantly, saying he can tell Big Bro is loving it. Then some other poor idiot comes charging in screaming, "Die!" Two look confused. Dude thought he was going to be some big shot executive. But nope, got his head absolutely smashed in right here. Damn, right? Think he's dead. Me and Yoo-sung want to know why that bastard thought interrupting their fight was a good idea. Kang's thinking Yoo-sung really isn't on their side. But still, didn't expect the guy to just straight up kill the poor dude like that. Holsters the weapon, saying that bastard ruined the whole vibe. The fight was trash, so they're gonna have to throw down again real soon. Better not hate him too much though. But Kang's thinking, too late, already hate this guy's guts. Yeah, that's right, Blondie. Speak up, bro. You know what kind of guy Yunryul is? Illegitimate son of some dude who owns a ton of conglomerates. That's why the guy thinks he can do whatever he wants in this city 24/7. Kang says he doesn't give a damn. Just cause that bastard has money doesn't mean he gets to wipe out Kang's family. If there was any doubt, this wouldn't have even started. So better not interrupt for anything. Yoo-sung grabs him, says listen to the end. Has no clue what our boy Kang Ryun is planning, but definitely wants in on the action. Also wanted to ruin that delinquent-s life. Next morning, the moron's holding his head, absolutely exploding with rage. Another dungeon stolen, bunch more members dead. Worst part? Yoo-sung ghosted them, cut all contact, no clue what happened. Life's been a total disaster lately. Everyone working for him is useless trash. Man, he's hunched over, gasping for air, ordering them to bring in every single member. Says they're fixing this today. The guy tries to explain, look, lost so many members there's barely anyone left to gather, but the leader just tells him to get lost and bring whoever's left. Guy admits he was holding back the news most members already quit the guild, terrified of getting killed. Yunryul says fine, they'll just kidnap the parents of everyone who quit, threaten them, and everyone will be back in no time. Bro keeps insisting, telling the boss the vibe is off. Members aren't down for that. Just makes the leader lose his mind even more. Gets a call right then, wants to know which bastard is bothering him now, picks up, and someone says he sounds like he's in a tough spot. Ryul recognizes the voice and starts shaking, man, but also realizes this whole mess could be easily fixed. Meanwhile, everyone online is celebrating. Now that the guild isn't hogging all the dungeons, people finally have places to farm, one after another. Our boy Kang Ryun says his moves are working. Less than a week and the whole vibe changed. Says it's time to end this, and the other guy asks why he's having so much fun. But at the same time, he's curious about the grand finale. Kang says since he's asking, he'll spill the beans, tells him to lean in close, whispers the whole secret. And obviously we don't get to hear squat, but it's gotta be big. Even crazy Yoo-sung doesn't get hyped, just asks if Kang lost his damn mind. Leader gets a text telling him to go to Slopen Forest. Only chance he gave that loser to save his guild. Leader crumples the paper, saying the bastard finally wants to meet face to face. Perfect. Today he's gonna see that scumbag's face and rip the skin right off his bones. All the guild members are there, but everyone's super shaky, saying they really don't want to be there. Obviously looks like a trap. Plus, even with everyone, there aren't too many left. Seeing the tiny group remaining, the leader can't believe he has to handle something this important with this bunch of trash. Would be perfect and easy if he could just convince that bastard. Then we see that call from yesterday, the person who said he was in a tough spot. Blondie in the chair asks if he needs some help right now. Ryul smiles. Perfect chance, since he can't count on that bastard Yoo-sung. If it's this guy, he's sure it'll get handled. Tells the guy he reached out at the perfect time. If he helps fix this, he gets an amazing reward, and even his dad will back him up. Guy on the phone says, apparently, Ryul still doesn't know his place. And since that's the case, he changed his mind, ain't getting involved in this mess. The idiot leader doesn't get why the guy bailed out of nowhere, man. But whatever, bye. Crumples the paper, says it's just another bastard acting like a child. But it's cool, he's gonna end this arrogant prick today and slowly get revenge on every single one of them. Scene switches to where the phone guy is, right? Talking about how finally all those guild members are in one place. Tattooed dude on the side asks if they aren't still allies, at least to the rest of the world, and if Mr. Choi Min-jun isn't gonna send backup. Tells him not to stress it. They won't gain anything backing trash like that. Friend tries to insist, saying the association president wouldn't like it. But then, the other blondie stares him down and smacks him right in the mouth. Damn, look at that. Going down live right here. Grabs him, lifts him up, warning him to stop being scared of that damn old man. Idiot's gasping for air, apologizing like, I'm gonna die, man, let go! Drops him on the couch, poor guy's coughing his lungs out. Choi Min-jun walks off, telling him to keep doing the usual work and find someone else to support. Scene cuts to Slopen Forest, D rank, 6 minutes past meeting time. The other guy hasn't shown, and the leader is confused. No way the bastard set up a fake meeting just to make them look like idiots, but then, guy holding the spear tells him to take a look. Massive cloud of dust coming their way. Obviously, man, it's Kang dragging every mob in the dungeon with him. Ryul recognizes the bastard instantly, wonders for a second if it's some kind of twin brother. Silly, but realizes, nope, can't be two freaks like that in the world. And our boy Kang Ryun shouts from afar that he missed him, hopes he's doing well. Even brought a little gift for the leader, a cute little wolf. Yeah, those guys are absolutely crapping themselves, right? But there's definitely more to it. Our boy Kang Ryun tosses it, telling him to catch the gift. Someone drops their spear. Look at that cute little guy, man. Says he won to let the little critter get hurt. Catches it all happy in his arms, takes a look, saying he saved this baby. The other members are giving the side eye too, while the leader's dying to know, right? Why are these idiots acting like this? Oh, and the leader already clocked the plan. Kang had snatched all the wolf pups, so the pack was chasing him down like crazy. Then he just tosses the whole bag over, saying it's a gift for everyone. The guild guys are all emotional, talking about how much cute stuff is raining from the sky. But right in the middle of this mess, man, Kang comes in slashing his sword, wolves jumping everywhere. Dude already has to put up a fire barrier. It turned into total chaos. And Ryul already knows, it's complicated now, bro. Dealing with these wolves is hard enough. And now, in the middle of all this, with Kang Ryun taking out players left and right, there's no way. The only chance was to at least make it out alive. He gives the order for everyone to run. Instantly, everybody starts bolting for the portal, man, swearing they never want to be part of this guild again. But Yoo-sung pops up right in front, saying hi to everyone. They hesitate for a second, and boom, dude jumps into the crowd and smacks them upside the head. It's rough. The forest is a total mess now, and Sung was having a blast from afar. Ryul recognizes it instantly. The guy knows why this other psycho is there. Did he get betrayed? Nothing was going according to plan, but he still knew a way out. Or actually, what's he looking for? Just scanning the area, right? Trying to find a fix. Ugh, these wolves are a pain to deal with because the beasts turn invisible when they attack. But the problem is, no matter where you look, son, there was no solution. Out of options, it was time to use the last resort. His hand starts getting wrapped in flames, while our boy Kang Ryun is shoving his sword in everyone's face. No cap, guys, that's exactly what he's doing, warning that these damn cockroaches just seem endless. Then Yoon-ryul screams his name, and Kang Ryun comes over like a demon, saying he's gonna end both of them right there. Man, the guy used a skill that buffs his power, but it sets his own body on fire, and it actually hurts, you know? Our Kang Ryun defends himself, a huge explosion happens, and the guy, all burnt up, says it might be overkill with the fire, but at least it guarantees that whoever takes the hit dies. Or actually, not always, because Kang walks out of the flames and grabs him by the head. The idiot doesn't get how that's possible. Kang tells him to stop being so dramatic. That flame wasn't even all that. At most, it was a little hotter than a sunny day. Takes a kick to the gut and spits up. Blood splattered on the ground, hitting the wolf's back. Damn, son. Kang even tells him to sit tight and watch, because he's gonna be the last guild member to die. No way in hell that, after everything he did, he'd get a chill ending. Yoon-ryul, watching all the beatings, starts to lose it, man. He knew everything he had built had been destroyed because of this Kang Ryun. Kang Ryun is going nuts, laughing at the sky like a maniac. There's a panel of him laughing, the giggles spreading through the whole forest. Sun went down. The forest floor was bathed in bodies, blood, and loot, and now it was his turn. He was still laughing, and Sung comes to talk about exactly that, right? Our Kang Ryun asks if it's good to leave him alive. Looks like he's in a wonderful dream. Yoon-ryul was just mentally prepping for the end of everything. But then, suddenly, there's this question. Who's the one that's actually done for? Total change of heart. This ain't ending like that. No way. Hell no. That ending isn't getting accepted. Being the illegitimate kid of a dad who was hooking up with everyone in town? Yeah, that's how the parents met during one of those flings. Siblings, relatives, the whole lot, man. They were more distant than strangers. Just gotta give the author a heads up here that if anyone thinks there's gonna be pity for this guy, forget it. Still, that scumbag dad actually supported Yoon-ryul, saying that illegitimate or not, the talent was there. But one day the world flipped. The tutorial kicked off, awakened ones popped up, and dungeons appeared everywhere. The laws changed, and now the strongest decided how things worked. Yoon-ryul goes to warn our boy Kang Ryun, but man, that speech got cut short. Kang sliced right through that neck, said the bastard talks way too much. Why does this damn villain have such a huge monologue? Sung says maybe Kang should be listened. It was getting to the good part of the story. But Kang is just like, nah, not feeling it. Thanks for the help, and says this mess is over. Time to bounce. Yoo-sung, though, is curious about what it feels like to finally get that planned revenge. Kang scratches the chin, says, don't really know. The question pops up, feeling empty after offing a bunch of people? Our boy Kang Ryun answers, hell no. Everyone who deserved to die got killed. To Kang, it's like when your ear is dirty, bro. You stick a Q-tip in and pull out a huge chunk of gunk. The feeling was amazing and, at the same time, a sweet relief. Yoo-sung says clearly Kang ain't right in the head, points a finger and says to hurry up and loot these monsters. Bro, 50-50 split. The friend, however, says the money isn't needed, so Kang's like, cool, taking it all then. That's it. Even if not obsessed with cash, since dungeons pay out more than enough, it's impossible to keep getting. Strong and protecting everything just with money and power. Kang realized that to really secure a spot in this world, man, you gotta have your own crew. Leaving the dungeon, the portal dissolves and Sung says it's official now, man. It's over. Our Kang Ryun starts mentioning thoughts about starting a guild. But before that, Sung already said, I'm in. Our Kang Ryun says there's no way a crazy person gets an invite, but Sung shoots back that if a guild happens, Sung is part of it, cause it's gonna be fun. Plus, that intuition says for sure Kang Ryun was gonna ask anyway. Tells Sung to cut the intuition crap and warns that entry is denied. With that, the two walk off chatting, poking fun at each other. That bastard, aside from those random little jokes, is actually a good guy. The scene flips to a building where someone's screaming, saying this isn't what was promised. It's the president of the Hanseo group, shouting that the responsibility was to look after Yoon-ryul. And that yelling is directed at Choi Min-jun there, who just gives a stare and says the best was done. It's just a shame that there's no info on how Kang Ryun is doing. The president tells Choi Min-jun to quit playing the idiot. It's been a week since everyone lost contact with that guy's son and the guild members. So, it's obvious what went down. Choi Min-jun says he couldn't care less. It was a freaking miracle he took that piece of trash and turned him into a decent guildmaster. But honestly, if you look at the bottom line, he already did way more than he had to. The president is blowing his top and suddenly orders everyone to jump Choi Min-jun. And man, they all went for it. But he just gives a little wink, pops that talk gold power, and chokes the life out of everyone. Then he gets up, walks over to the president, and reminds him the deal was already done. He's doing his part, no problem. So why is the president suddenly flipping the script? He warns him that if he orders an attack one more time, he ain't gonna let it slide. The president is practically crapping his pants, right? He apologizes, and our boy says thanks. He drops everyone to the floor and leaves, saying it's good to know the deal is still on. The only thing he's curious about is who exactly killed Jong and Unreal. Obviously, cause of that, the Vought Guild vanished into thin air. But since it was a huge guild with tons of members, their sudden disappearance started a whole mess of rumors. The internet was a total chaotic mess, but bit by bit, the name Vought Guild got forgotten as a bunch of new ones started popping up. And now we're looking at this Japanese-style house with the dynamic duo saying everything is chill, nobody's gonna find them there. That's cause all the items were sold through some special connections and now they're just kicking back. Sung says the plan worked like a charm. So why was Kang Ryun looking so bummed out? Kang says it's cause he got a title that makes zero sense, Ruthless Home Wrecker. A title only given to someone who crushed the hopes and lives of countless families without an ounce of pity, plus 2 strength, hostility from Lupins, and on top of that, it instinctively makes everyone terrified of him. Oh man, I just realized something. When he took those little cubs from the wolves died in the end, right? So he really did kill all those little families. And the worst part is, even unequipping it, the title still keeps half the effect, meaning he is scarier than ever now. He slams the table, saying it's already hard enough living with a face like that. Sung tells him to chill out, saying nobody liked Kang Ryun before and nobody's gonna like him now, so it makes no difference. Right then, he gets a call from Mr. Kim Ryong-hoo of the Dangun Guild, who immediately asks if he remembers the promise they made. The bastard seriously doesn't remember. Kang says he figured as much, but the order came to meet the guildmaster, so he better show up fast. We're already arriving at the guild on the 12th floor. Kang wants to know if it's cool to bring this weird thing along with him. Sung says it is fine, the master agreed. Sung tells him to stop calling him a thing, man. Plus, he already knows the guild owner. They're pretty close. Kang asks just how close they are. He says he saw her at a party once. You know how it is with our boys, right? Just a bunch of spoiled rich kids living that high society life. That's why they know each other. We're at the door. Sung knocks, and the boss lady says, "Come in." As soon as our boy Kang Ryun walks in, he takes a look. Finally, we got a girl being drawn who isn't Kang Ryun's sister. She introduces herself as Han Se-yeon, master of the Dangun Guild. Our girl says, "Hi, right?" She says she's been hearing a lot about him. Whoa, Kim Ryong-hoo dipped out, told them to make themselves at home. She tells him to sit, and he thanks her for the help. She replies that it's all good, wasn't hard at all. Our boy Kang Ryun says straight up that he hates owing anyone anything, you know? So what does she want? She asks if he wants to get straight to the point, and he says they are both busy people. Oh, look at him, being all businessman now. How boring. She says she was going to offer some tea first. Which tea is the good stuff? Is it that one? Whatever, but since that's the vibe, she won't hold back and obviously does what you already guessed. Offers him a spot in the Dangun Guild, but what we already know is that he shuts that down instantly. She just says, okay. Sung tries to break the ice, saying he was too fast, damn. He could be at least hesitated, but the leader says it's fine. It's easier to see he honestly gave up, but he insists he wants to pay her back some other way, says she can contact him for anything else, and he'll try his best to help. She says, cool. It's always good to have someone strong like him owing a favor. When they need it, they'll reach out. But Kang says he doubts the #1 guild would need him for anything. But then she wants to know how long he thinks this current peace is gonna last. He knows, man. Ever since dungeons showed up, more and more criminals have popped up. And if she's saying a crazy place like this is currently at peace, that means she knows about the 8th stage. He replies that, well, he doesn't really know either, but worrying won't fix the problem. The only thing he can do is keep getting stronger. Besides, that dimension thing is gonna take 5 years, but she tells him he's wrong. In 3 years, most countries are going to struggle to survive. He wants to know why she has intel like that, and she says she can't spill the details. Long story short, they have an awakened person who can contact an entity that knows the situation. Yeah, for someone who couldn't spill details, she basically spilled everything, right? But whatever. He figures this entity must be the administrator or something. Then she asks if he hasn't been feeling how the dungeon difficulty keeps spiking while the awakened aren't growing fast enough to keep up. But our sneaky boy obviously doesn't feel that, right? Since he's always alone and always winning. Sung explains that awakened get stronger the more danger they face. That's why hunting with guns doesn't do jack. On the other hand, hunting with a crossbow or bow and arrow strangely gave experience points. The leader says that makes it clear. The only people with a chance to save the world are the truly brave awakened. And in a place like this, our crazy Kang Ryun is basically a hero. He tells her to think again. He ain't a good guy, let alone a hero. He's the guy who went and slaughtered everyone in the Vate Guild. Man, she's cold as ice. Just says she doesn't give a damn about that bunch of trash. People like that didn't help humanity survive even a little bit, so obviously they didn't deserve any protection or pity. Damn. And even said that one of our Kang Ryuns was more important than 100 pieces of trash from that guild. Not long after walking into the room, right? And that time the guy totally owned those two? The guy wants to know, right, what her reaction was seeing him in the flesh. The little vixen says Kang Ryun definitely exceeded her expectations. Kang asks if she really means that, and she says yes. For a moment, the girl managed to recognize that look when mentioning the administrator. She's sure the guy is also a tutorial graduate. Ah, damn, that's not much of a secret to anyone, right, bro? The crazy bastard killed their entire guild. We are now in the city with a huge closed gate. The difference between a rank E and rank D dungeon was just one little letter, right? But, on the other hand, there was a drastic difference when it came to the strength of the monsters inside. Not to mention, another big problem was the variety, the number of different creatures popping up, and our boy Kang Ryun is there wrecking shop and causing a massacre. For real, right? It's super annoying having to deal with various beasts in a rank D orc dungeon. It's easy, right, son? There's the orc warrior, and the great orc warrior. But now standing in front is a weird chimera orc. Kang Ryun sees the proportions are all weird, looking like a goblin head on an orc body. Strangely enough, right? Head's not working right. The guy invites the monster to join the guild. Obviously, the creature just extends a hammer and smashes the ground. Kang, however, says if the dude doesn't want to join the group, just say so. Damn. In mid-air, though, the bastard sends a spit attack. Our Kang Ryun creates magic in hand, disperses the attack, and lands on the back. The attack was obviously acid, and our Kang Ryun noticed the bastard not only had tough armor but was also way heavier, but it was all good. Kang is a natural strategist who can think of complex things, and the plan this time is to take the Beast's hammer and settle it. In another part of the dungeon, the guys are commenting, right bro, that the monsters are all screaming. One guy said it must be someone hunting. He says to worry about what S in front. Everyone is surrounding a girl there. Looks like the perfect target to be saved by Kang Ryun. Total Chad. Too bad he's crazy in the head. The girl's gonna be scared. The guys suddenly hear a weird sound there, right, son? Sounded like something being dragged. Obviously, it's Kang coming through, bringing the boss's weapon. Man, everyone looks back. Kang says he smells the strange scent of a criminal who likes getting killed. The bros haven't faced reality yet, just standing there, right? Kind of confused, wanting to know who the crazy guy is. But son just pulls the hammer like this, see, and ends up hitting the ceiling. The guys in the middle cover up, man. Look at that. It's kind of confusing. Who was this head case who arrived without even knowing how to use the weapon? But man, even stuck in the ceiling, Kang uses force. The thing drags everything and smashes right into the middle of them. Kang wipes his hands saying it's a shame, but hey, wouldn't be worth much using that as a main weapon. He decides to store it in the inventory while giving that death stare at the group. One of the guys says he doesn't know what Kang Ryun is doing there, but apparently he didn't understand the situation. Jumps to attack, saying that storing a weapon in front of everyone was madness. But, man, Kang gives him a slap on the head without even caring much. The fool turns all purple and falls down passed out. Kang grabs the leader by the hair, puts the knife to the neck, and orders these dirty criminals to hand over everything they have. At the very least, peculiar for him to say that, but right then, man, the guys went for it with guts and glory. Wow, Kang Ryun is there kinda sad, right? Why didn't his hostage play work? Looks like nobody cares about this bastard, Kang asks. What's your name, scumbag? Gil Sick, my bro. Alright then, Gil Sick, take this grab to the sack and you're gonna serve as a weapon. Kang Ryun does the airplane spin holding the guy by the balls, man, and uses him as a weapon to hit the other one while one is all broken, falls, passed out. And Kang tells him to come at him, man. This right here is the new weapon called Gil Sick. The bro is holding the sword there, right? Already saw Kang as crazy in the head and tells him not to come close. But what is that, son? Once again, he goes in and kills everything, son. The poor waifu is there in the background, right, man? Confused, watching the madman. And our Kang Ryun is kind of sad because these guys are a rank D group, right? It took a little longer than he wanted. Someone then calls him from behind, and upon looking, it's the girl thanking for being saved. Thanks to Kang, the girl didn't meet a terrible fate. He says not to thank him too much, that beating up these guys was actually pretty fun, so she could lift her head. Such a beauty, this Shin Sun-ah introducing herself as Shin Sun-ah. And asks what his name is? The guy is all blushing. Already saw that his weak point is women. And he says she doesn't need to be so polite, but his name is Kang Ryun. At this, she puts a hand on her chest and says she wants to know how to become as strong as him. He's there. right? Kind of not knowing exactly how to answer. And strangely, history says that was the moment the two biggest troublemakers in all of Korea got together. Now, I don't know, right? If she's already a psycho or if she's gonna go crazy. And obviously, he answers her, right, that to get strong, she has to try really hard. That's the secret. She asks if he's talking about effort. Kang said it's not exactly effort. She has to be willing to die for what she wants. Like, literally. The poor girl is there, right, kind of confused. He realizes he doesn't really know how to give tips, man. That technique of getting stronger by almost dying only works on him, since he's immortal. With that, he says bye. Tells her to be careful on the way back, right? Otherwise, she'll end up meeting other people just like those guys. But just as he was almost leaving, Kang comes back, asks if she can get out alone, and she says no. He finds it confusing. Anyone else would have asked for help, but she just stood there quiet. So he says he'd actually like to help, but can to leave now because he came in to finish the dungeon. She says that's fine, and wants to know if it's okay to tag along. Man, kinda confusing, right? Tells her to stop taking seriously that whole almost dying thing. It's good for her to forget that. The girl, however, says it's not because of that. She knows her place very well. Gonna tail silent as the grave, won't swipe any mana stones, and swears not to start any drama. There's a heads up that it's gonna be super dangerous, but the comeback is just, can handle the heat. Alright, Kang. Cool. Whatever. Come on, girl. Let's go smoke this fool. Dude's already wiping guts off his sword after wrecking a bunch of mobs. She's hyping him up, saying she'll grab the mana stones. Go tear that beast apart, man. She starts tossing loot in the inventory, and he realizes, hey, she actually doesn't suck. She can actually hold her own. Looks like she's got some stealth skill or invisibility going on. Moment the fight started, her presence just vanished. But then, bam, perfect arrow shots out of nowhere. Plus, she's grabbing the stones he couldn't care less about. Win-win. Extra cash is always good, though. He asks what's the plan, because he's sensing some serious energy nearby. Boss is probably in the next room. She's like, I am in following you to the bitter end, but right then, system window pops up for both of them. Says the dungeon core got wrecked and the portal opened. He's confused, wondering if someone beat him to the punch. But nah, something feels off. He can still sense the boss-s energy. This isn't to clear it as something way worse. It is a freaking dungeon break. And get this, it is the first rank D break in all of Korea. Yikes. Even worse, news says 10 dungeons just shattered at the same time. Pros are analyzing it, thinking it's some terrorist attack. Then this dude sprints down the hall, bursts through the door, and yells for the chairman. Guy's name is Choi Dong-woo, says he's ready. But the other dude is like, you gotta know, one of those broken dungeons is rank D. Choi asks for the location, and when he hears it, damn, it's one of the worst ones. That place has been a pain in the ass for ages. Nobody could clear it. He asks if there's a guild to help, but the only one nearby, Hanggu? Apparently they're chilling on vacation in another country. He orders 50 elite members to assemble. They gotta fix this mess, doesn't matter who goes. Over at the Dangum Guild, the leader-s there looking all cute in her skirt. She asks for a sit rep, and the guy spills everything. Another one finding out about the rank D nightmare. Way things are going, a lot of people are gonna die. The guy admits it's gonna be tough to handle. Only Hangout Guild is in that area, but, you know, they are MIA. She shook. But then he drops a bomb. Seems like there's an awakened over there slaughtering monsters left and right. She wants to know how one person is handling all that. He laughs, says it's some buff dude with a huge sword and a face scarier than the monsters themselves. She cracks a smile immediately. If that's the case, they'll be fine. And man, downtown, Kang Ryun is drenched in blood standing on a mountain of corpses. Everyone's standing around, totally shocked he cleared it solo. That's the power of a real awakened for you. Blondie thanks him, saying they only survived cause of him. But Kang tells them to get lost before everyone ends up dead. They're confused since he's wrecking everything. But Kang already noticed the portal didn't close. The boss of this place is still in there. He warns everyone, stay and you die, and he can't protect you. But man, Blondie just keeps yapping, telling him to have faith cause he hasn't awakened too. Kang just asks how many chimeras the guy killed. Little Scrub admits he didn't kill a single one. Him being there is just a liability. Better for him to vanish and go help civilians evacuate. But get this, the hunters get pissed instead of listening, thinking he's being a jerk. But one death stare from Kang and they realize, yeah, maybe running away is the smart move. Everyone scrambled, but the girl is still there, looking awkward, asking what she should do. Oh boy, but Kang actually trusts the brunette. He asks if she can handle it. He's counting on her for cover, so she better find a hiding spot fast. She's kinda surprised he trusts her. I was too, honestly, and says yeah. The gate starts cracking, and this armored foot steps out. Tiger-headed dudes, a bunch of mixed chimeras pop up. Supposed to be the 4 heavenly kings, but there's only 3 of them. Each one is as strong as that ogre he struggled to beat solo before. And the worst part? The boss hadn't even shown up yet. But here he comes, son. No joke. It's a giant skeleton in a robe. Thing talks, saying the creatures here are as weird as the buildings. He looks at our boy Kang Ryun, calls out human, and asks if he really thinks he can stop all this by himself. Kang whips his weapon out of inventory, tells him he guessed right, pulls out the big hammer, and wham! Smashes the first one, saying every head there is getting crushed. Skeleton says he's never seen a human this cocky. But hey, his body looks useful, so he's gonna take it. Kang tries to bait him, right? Asks the leader what he thinks about a 1v1, leave the minions out of it. Skeleton obviously refuses. Kang spits on his hand, figured as much. Readies the hammer and says, let's get it started. The Heavenly King's charge, and he hits him with a lion's roar. Monsters get stunned by the effect. He leaps up for the first hammer smash. Combo to the head. Tells the thing its skull is going to be the first to pop. And man, he does not stop swinging. Looks like the beast is actually dead. The skeleton is just watching, confused. He couldn't sense any mana coming from Kang Ryun. So where's that raw strength coming from? Killing him would be a waste. Better keep him alive and use him as a slave. But while he's lost in thought, the monster's helm cracks and falls off. Only problem is, our boy Kang Ryun's legs are wobbling like crazy. That damn weapon is way too heavy. Skeleton reaches out again and hits him with mind control. Attack seems to hit Kang. Weird green stuff showing up in his eyes. Boss thinks it worked, and he's got the guy under control now. He welcomes his new human slave, orders him to kneel and swear loyalty. Kang obeys, then boom, flips him the bird and tells him to go to hell. Obviously, with the mental resistance ring, that cheap trick wasn't going to do squat. Skeleton seems to realize it's an item protecting him. Says it's a shame, because he wanted Kang Ryun in one piece. Right then, the tiger lunges, but Kang Ryun pops his counterattack skill instantly. Stone projectile hits and blows up on the side. The two monsters were closing in when a perfect arrow shot nails the skull. Man, the skeleton notices Kang Ryun brought company, but seeing the tiger is still intact doesn't seem worried at all. Kang laughs though, gives props to Shin Sun-ah, saying her timing was perfect. That 1 second of distraction she created was enough to get back up and charge straight at the skull. Oh man, and the best part? Finds an opening to land a solid hit. Hammer strike hits the arrow right on, driving it into the cerebellum, dude. Big tiger passes out, but here comes a tail whip and oh my god, it pierces right through Kang Ryun. Thought there'd be a dodge or a block, but that hit landed square, man. Even so, takes advantage of the bastard being stuck by the throat, bro. Grabs the arm and slams it to the ground. Yanks a sword from inventory. Gets behind the monster, son. Take another one. Sword bathed in blood. Boss was a skeleton, now it's quiet as hell. Kang looks back, says only the bald guy is left. Boss tells him to quit bluffing. Someone with 0 mana left couldn't possibly win. Damn. Looks like it's true. Kang realizes the bastard noticed. No mana left after fighting these 3 freaks, and regeneration is already at the limit. Worst part is, there's no way to land a real heavy hit on that flying thing. Legs are wobbling, no strength left. Trying to scale buildings one to make the attack strong enough to seal the deal. Whoa, man. Then the heart starts aching right there. All twisted up, spitting blood, tripping over monster bodies, falling like a piece of trash. Skeleton says the effect is kicking in. That direct hit to the chest obviously wasn't going to be that simple. The second the body got hit, poisoning was guaranteed. Now that Kang Ryun is good as dead, should just surrender, become a slave, and get the antidote. Kang gets up again though, says gonna turn that head into a 3D puzzle. Focuses up, using remaining power and a bit of mana to cure the poison. The last resort left from the blood sword, the berserk skill. Detail. Sucks that it makes decision-making dumb as hell, plus there's a heavy side effect at the end. Still, screams at the bastard to come get some. Cause they were going to the afterlife together. But right then, someone says that S enough. Kang looks back and checks who S showing up, son. Choi Dong-wook, Hunter Association president. Can't be weak. Says our Kang Ryun is pretty talented, but he'll handle things from here. Kang looks surprised. That guy's a tutorial graduate, right, man? Cleared it first try without resurrecting. Dude tells him to rest cause the wounds look bad. Kang tries to say he can still fight, but man feels a sharp pain and drops to a knee, son. Disappointed cause victory was so close, but this bastard had to show up right when the skill activated. Then passes out, man. Now we are waking up in the hospital. Sister S right there staring daggers, bro. Asks straight up, where's the money? And y'all remember this ended right when our psycho just got beat up by the big skeleton and woke up next to his damn sister. First thing seen upon waking, and Kang Ryun already says, what a disaster. Woke up looking at an ugly face like that. Damn. She goes, you know this is a waste of money, right? Went to the hospital instead of dying, and now we are drowning in bills. The protagonist, though, wants to know about the dungeon business. What happened in the end? She says, I have no idea, but looks like it got resolved. But you gotta be more careful, you bastard. You don't know how scared I was when I heard you were hospitalized. Bet the wretch almost popped fireworks. And that guy who saved our Kang Ryun? Turns out it's the Skill Users Association president. Protagonist gets thoughtful, but the guy is a real snake, huh? Already thinking, I don't know that dude anything, I don't care. Sister tells him to go easy on himself though, might have a ton of skills, but what if you just drop dead and disappear? Asks her to stop cursing the poor guy, and asks, you think I'm dying cause I like it, girl? This ain't fun. Plus when I die, my level drops feel like trash. It's not like dying is part of the plan. But saying that, notices the sister turning all red. What's this? Oh guys, this isn't the romance I was expecting. Protagonist is spooked, got all shy. Alright then, I guess? Oh, at least South Korea's birth rate is going up, apparently. Scene changes to the president's office wanting more info on this Kang Ryun guy. Ally asks, so that's why you paid the hospital bills and transferred him there? Crazy. The tanned guy says, yeah, just witnessed the birth of a hero. And if he hadn't arrived in time to save him, who else would? Remembering our Kang Ryun screaming, even if I die, I'm taking you with me. Guy got emotional but now wants to know what happened to that thing, that damn fugitive lich. Ugh, the bastard arrived to solve it and let it escape. Tanned guy ain't all that. Back at the hospital, doctor is in shock saying, man, you recovered fast, you freak. But the protagonist is already leaving, saying he told the sister, man, never getting stuck in this place. Recovery is good. Sister said she didn't care about him anymore since the bills were paid. Could rot there for all she cares. Kang Ryun is about to talk about it when noticing a guy at the entrance talking to the girl, saying, oh no, there's really no one. She's like, he was already discharged. Oh, no way to find him now. Guy lets out a sigh while Kang Ryun pops up behind, asking, who are you? Yikes, son. Kang gets close, staring him down, threatening. Kang Ryun loves a fight. Poor employee is all, who are you, man? Lil Prota's like, I'm Kang, heard you're looking for me. The dude gets all awkward, hands over a card and goes, check this out, name's Lee Tae-gil. Prota takes a look. Huh, special ability user team? Why's the gov chasing after me? Beats me, honestly. But obviously, free KBBQ was accepted instantly. Asked the guy, you sure, bro? This place ain't cheap. Poor sucker said yes, totally clueless that Lil Prota's about to wreck that wallet. Kang Ryun cheers yelling, finally my tax money's actually being used for something good. That's what was said, right? So you want me to join the feds? Tae-gil's like, well, yeah, not mandatory, just a suggestion. Prota's confused, right? Hold up, I gotta become some civil servant sidekick or something? What's the perk in that, man? Guy explains, dude, first off, we ain't regular civil servants. This org just dropped recently to make some drastic changes for the future. The special ability team exists because the government realized controlling ability users is basically impossible. Yeah, smart move. Since controlling Lil Prota ain't happening, just recruit the guy. Obvious, right? Too many ability users popping up, getting harder to keep a leash on him. So instead of beefing with everyone, the Gov calling in a few for backup to set up a beneficial relationship. Kang Ryun says understood, but honestly, more worried that the dude is grilling the meat all wrong. Gotta ask, right? Cool, but what's in it for me? Then the guy drops the obvious bomb. Money, bro. You'll have enough cash to never deal with any inconveniences. If anything happens to you, the government promises full responsibility for your family's survival. Ah, pretty decent, huh? Prota agrees it sounds sweet, but knows if the offer is that good, slavery is definitely included. Lee Tae-gil agrees, can't even deny it. There's a ton to do, but no requests that are, like, totally out there. They want Kang Ryun to just keep living that current lifestyle. And just help out when asked. But watch, when asked is going to be 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Plus Choi, that chubby dude who saved Kang Ryun, and the hot, whoa, where did that come from? What the fuck? Why'd I say delicious? What kind of mind is this? Friend Han's gonna pitch in too. What's happening to me? Damn, man, everything's there. Sounds like a little part-time gig. If that is the case, I am in. Ugh, poor sucker doesn't know slavery is incoming. For sure. Scene switches to Lil Prota heading back to the city, hands in pockets. Super chill. Suddenly, someone calls out for Kang. Whoa, it's Miss Shin Sun-ah, looks just like the sister. Actually, the name is Shin Sun-ah. Oh, right, remembered. That's the archer chick who helped in the dungeon, carrying a bag full of gems, man. Said it took a while to deliver, but finally found the guy, right? Came to return everything, gathered it all up, but then the collapse happened, right? Had to wait for the hospital discharge. Getting kind of confused. Hold up. You kept this just to give it back, not even knowing if I do show up again? Not caring much, she just says, yes. Lil Prota realizes this one is a total hardhead, replies, go on, keep that stuff. But the answer is a hard no, not interested. Promise was the items belong to Kang, so they get delivered. Huh? Lil Prota ain't the type to ask twice. Says, alright, thanks then, sucker. I'm out of here. Walks off, giving absolutely zero damns about the girl, until suddenly she calls out again, and then bows down to our boy. Want to know if acceptance as a disciple is possible? Prota's obviously clueless. Damn, guess it'd be cool, right? Having one more in the squad. Know the name is Solo Resurrection, right? Meaning solo, but never gonna complain about a chick who doesn't nag join in Team Kang Ryun. The problem is chicks always nag, right? Weakest chauvinist ever. Scene flips to the forest. Nighttime, big gate. F-rank dungeon, Kirka village. And Lee's thrown against a tree looking like a homeless bum. Dude is feeling bullied. Damn, bro, can I believe I got beat down by humans like this? Nah, that is crazy. Then, bro, the Lich pulls up. A new dungeon just appeared. Name is Day of the Lich. Incredible. Big Lich, though, wants to know something. Who are you, Blondie? Damn, bro, chill. Ain't here to be an enemy. I'm the one who freed you. Just here to ask what you think of the offer. How about holding my hand? Feel like I should remember who this Blondie is, but haven't seen this series in a while, so honestly, no clue. Or, you know, the new enemy, who knows. Next chapter. Beautiful stuff, Sang-woo. Introducing himself to the psycho, the fight junkie. Sang goes, Prota, thought you didn't want to recruit any guild members. Nah, you just got 0 friends. Kang Ryun already wants to kill this bastard and speaks up. Who said I got no friends? Man, I got plenty. But then stops to think, wait up, do I actually have any friends? So it's said. Anyway, won the bet, actually managed to recruit for the guild, right? So you gotta pay for everything, sucker. And Sang's like, fine, I admit defeat this time. But the girl's gotta pass the test to join the guild, and we gotta hit a dungeon right now. Phew, better than fighting that psycho, right? She says it's cool, no problem. But Lil Prota knows this scumbag just invented the test out of thin air to force everyone into a dungeon. And here we are at the Harpy Rank something dungeon. Perfect spot for an archer, yeah? First one's coming in to swipe at the trio. That aimbot lock on, let loose a fierce arrow. Damn, son. Bullseye right in the middle of the forehead, 100% calculated. Man, the beast hits the floor hard. Yoo-sung even says, Kang Ryun, that long-range attack really makes a difference. Prota asks, so Yoo-sung, she pass or not? Blondie S like, passed what? Obviously, because he doesn't even remember there was a test. Dude couldn't care less about it. Prota tells him to remember the damn test. He goes, oh yeah, amazing, she's super strong. Meanwhile, she just ignores both of them, grabs a knife and says, stone collection is startin'. Prota S even feeling a bit awkward saying, hey, no need to be so meticulous, we help with that stuff too. She's something else, huh? Looking all pretty from the side, saying it's all chill, like she actually enjoys doing this. That got kinda weird. Why are you so into cracking monster skulls open? I'm telling you, good thing she's here, cause those stones are worth some serious cash, right? Can't be losing money. Then Kang Ryun goes, huh? I ain't never seen you collecting a stone before. And the guy's like, that's cause I'm already loaded, man. I am rich. Kang Ryun immediately starts hating on the spoiled brat, but then he senses something sketchy and asks right away, Yoo-sung, you feel that? Hand is already on the portal. Blondie pauses to think, and his expression changes too. Suddenly, both of them are looking at Shin standing there, wondering what the deal is. Kang Ryun closes his eyes, winds up a fist, and throws a punch right into thin air. Holy crap, damn son. He actually hit some dude out of nowhere. There was an invisible guy right in front of him, man. That's cheating, huh? Spotted the invisible guy. But seriously, what kind of psycho goes invisible and glues themselves to someone? Yoo-sung's impressed, saying this dude had insane stealth. He usually senses stuff, but this guy was way too close. Kang Ryun has no clue why this bastard was even there. But it ain't anything good. Big Blondie thinks it's just some random guy passing by with a skill. Yeah, right, like the dude just stuck to you guys by accident. My boy Kang Ryun stated the obvious, right? Someone getting that close to another team in a dungeon clearly has bad intentions. Not to mention, I got a weird feeling about this. Next scene cuts to the Lil Prota signing that government contract. He warned Lee Tae-gil, didn't he? If there's any problem, send a message. But the guy already warned him. Buddy, you're hired and there's work to do. The obvious happened, right, my Kang Ryun? Took the deal. And the guy asks, right, you know about the incidents lately? Kang figures he's talking about those dungeon breaks. And he says, yeah, they managed to catch the tail of this force and now they're hunting the head. Pretty soon there's going to be a massive raid led by the government. What's that about? Is Trump leading this or what, son? Back to the war in the mess. The dude is getting woken up with warm yellow liquid on his face. He's just as confused as we are, while Kang says he finally woke up. Damn, the ropes got a little tight. The guy's wondering what he's doing and who he is. It was exactly what we guessed from the smell, man. He's there confused, wanting to know what that stinky stuff is, while the Prota says he wanted to wake him up with water but didn't have any nearby. Wow. So that's why they decided to take urine from a harpy's bladder. Oh my god, it would have been more humane to wake the poor guy with blood, man. What is that? Blondie S standing there furious, saying they're truly heartless for throwing monster pee. Then he throws up, but Kang doesn't give a damn. Just says, come on, time to answer. It is you, isn't it? the terrorist behind all the dungeons. The guy stops for a second and starts laughing. He laughs, saying, "Yeah, everyone's calling me that, but they're idiots and don't know anything. No idea about the noble purpose we're chasing with what we're doing." Kang scratches his ear. "I don't even care. Whether what you are doing is noble or not, son. Just spill it and I'll let you bounce." But the guy is begging for a beating and says, "Oh, you think I'm gonna tell you that easily? You can torture me, threaten me, do whatever you want. No one's gonna stop our great cause." "Yeah, you're gonna suffer, buddy. You got a freak and a total psycho in front of you." Sun went down and the poor guy is wrecked, begging to be spared and asking not to be killed, saying he'll talk eventually. Kang warns him, "Not now. Now he's gonna get beaten till he regrets resisting." Looks like another beatdown is happening and some time passes. The government dude shows up calling Kang. "Did you guys catch the terrorist?" "Yeah, we got this guy right here. The poor guy is totally done for, right?" Begging to be spared. The dude is confused. "Whoa, why is he so messed up?" Kang says harpies are extremely dangerous. It's really hard to fight him. He answers that it's fine, right? And takes the sucker away. What's he gonna do? Just thanks him for the cooperation. Yoo-sung says hi to Mr. Government. And the guy there, right? They greet each other. Kang Ryun gets kinda confused. The government explains that Yoo-sung was also one of the people they were gonna hire, but the bastard refused. He answers that, obviously, he refused. Being affiliated with the government is boring as hell. The guy says he gets it, but mentions it's getting late. Better if they bounce. In the morning, they'll have another discussion. Night falls, but the next day the guy starts chatting, saying his name is Han Jae-moon. Ah, that's the name of the guy the Lil Prota captured, the one he beat up. And it looks like he really was an important person in the organization. Thanks to him, they even found out where the base is. They're getting ready now to launch a massive attack. He says in 2 weeks, and Kang is kinda confused. "Huh, why are we gonna wait 2 weeks? Let's attack him now, son." But Lee Tae-gil tells him, seems like China was the first in the world to clear a rank C gate. That info hasn't spread to everyone yet, but it looks like 1,200 people were part of that raid, and half of them died. The Prota looks spooked. The guy says, "Kang, you've been in a rank D dungeon, and you gotta know how dangerous that is. And the worst part is it seems that the risks increase exponentially from rank to rank." The Prota's thinking, well, I already guessed that. Just didn't think a 1-level difference would need double the people with half of them dying. But for the Lil Prota, obviously that doesn't make much sense, right? Mostly because he goes solo most of the time. When the government explains China's tactic was the famous meat shield, send all the suckers in front to get wrecked right at the start. And that's why they, on the other hand, want to select a small elite team for this mission. And the plan is to attack the rank C gate that showed up at the Gangnam Stadium, the so-called Varandan's Forest. The Prota's like, "But do we have to attack that, my friend? China already took the title for the first rank C anyway. It's chill, none of the others are gonna open. Better if we just stay cool." Lee Tae-gil says he's impressed. Kang Ryun is actually managing to analyze the situation precisely. The Prota gets confused. What does this bastard mean by that? The dude takes a sip of coffee and says that actually the problem is that they never managed to find a normal core before. That core where when you destroy it, the dungeon delays. Meaning, right, this dungeon's gonna explode in 12 days and 9 hours. The worst part? The freaks crawling out of a rank C, an F rank are enough to wipe out hundreds. Hell, maybe even thousands. Since it's smack in the middle of Seoul, there's people everywhere. They're trying to prep, but the teams are totally freaking out. The damage is gonna be way worse than the first time. Man, Kang is getting more ripped by the second. He's like, well, seeing how guilty you guys are? Wait, you want me to join this mess, right? Lee Tae-gil says, yeah, but there's this weird rule. No solo players allowed in the dungeon. Meaning, for our boy to get in, gotta start a guild. Ugh, look, bro, it sucks, right? Selling out to the government like that. Life's basically over. Can't do anything fun anymore. Look, I know you like fighting solo, Kang, but can't you just make a guild this one time for Soul's sake? Obviously, we'll handle all the boring paperwork. Just need you to back us up. Kang realizes what's happening. Poor guy is starting to sell his soul. But since the thing's gonna blow up downtown and kill everyone, says fine, letting it slide this time. Anyway, stands there thinking about how a guild was in the plans regardless, was bound to happen, and if they are handling the junk, even better. Living the good life was too good to be true. A bit later, arms are popping veins, saying it's done. Guild name is decided. Actually, sitting in a cafe facing the two idiots. Everyone's confused like, isn't it just the three of us? Protagonist says whatever. Gotta sort this out now. Remembers that government suit, right? Looks like the whole story is coming out. Soon enough, Yoo-sung is there. Holy crap, we actually hitting a rank C dungeon? Obviously hyped. Total psycho. Meanwhile, Shin Yun is hyped too, saying the boss must be controlling the government from the shadows. Kang Hyun is like, nah, not really. It's more like getting controlled. Weirdly, she goes, my lord Kang Hyun, I follow your orders as your disciple. Protagonist is confused. What is this crazy chick thinking? Tells the girl to cut the formal crap, then says it's time to decide the guild's future. First up, need some rules, and the big one is number 1. Don't start any useless beef. Obviously dropping that rule while pointing right at Yoo-sung. Who wants to know why everyone is staring? Second rule, give as good as you get. What's that mean? Oh, Yoo-sung takes it the wrong way immediately, saying it applies to kindness and cruelty. Got it twisted, son. That rule is cause Kang wants to make sure nobody disses the guild. Mess with the crew, you pay the price. That's Kang Hyun for you. And the last rule, gotta be stronger than everybody else. Damn, simple rules, huh? It's decided. Wants to know what they think, and Sung says he digs it. Just didn't like the first one much, obviously, but whatever. Shin Yun says she's cool with it, gonna keep it in mind. Protagonist goes, alright, so what's the guild name gonna be? Sung suggests a name that's totally him. Insanely Crazy Guild. Kang Hyun tells the bastard to quit messing around and get serious. Then suggests naming the guild Lunatic. Weirdly, the protagonist says it sounds dope, but what's it mean? Obviously means insanely crazy too. Just blows him off and asks Shin Yun if she's got ideas. She's shocked they're actually asking for her opinion. Pauses to think and says the perfect name is Lord Kang Hyun and his friends. Kang is shook that she takes him that seriously. Realizing nobody's gonna give a name that doesn't suck, stops to think and says there's a conclusion. Yoo-sung says, you decide, since you are the oldest guy here anyway. So, the protagonist writes something that S censored for us. Everyone agrees, but nobody gets to see the funny part. Scene switches to a bar in some other place. Someone asks if Sick really got nabbed. Woman tells Mr. Choi Min Jun that, yeah, got captured. Probably talking about the dude who got peed on. That's the one, right? Choi Min Jun knows as a fighter the guy wasn't much, but the stealth skills were insane. And now Hyde's plan involving that gate is gonna have to be trashed, so asks who the heck captured Yong. Wants to know which bastard caught someone that slippery? And the girl has the deets, was a skilled adventurer named Kang Hyun. Blondie just sits there thinking, that kid went toe-to-toe with that mutant cake back in April at the training school. And in that last big battle, single-handedly messed up that dungeon break, starting to really hate our boy Kang Hyun. Then asks about certain drugs, and she says they still need time. There's a delay with the test subjects arriving. Blondie says that S not good enough. Supposed to speed up the routine, unless the girl wants to become a test subject herself. Oof, they're playing hardball, huh? Making a drug to get stronger, dude. It's always that. The chump just says understood. But with that, moving on to some news. Everyone seems to already be in the loop about the rank C strategy team forming. Roster is out, and a new guild caught some attention. Everyone's asking if it's real. Even with all the elite squads, there weren't many total. First up, a guild like ours, the one I said was delicious out of nowhere. The Hanse. Second is the Alliance of W gift ability users. Third is the Flame Dragon Guild. Ugh, total sausage fest. Get out. Fourth is the Immortals Guild. At least that dude's armor is cool. Fifth is the Guardians Guild. Look like a bunch of useless scrubs. Whoa, son, there's the Black Knights Guild. Guys got swag, even if they look more like enemies than allies. Everyone on social media wants to know who the 7th group is. Seems nobody knows for sure yet, thinking they're newbies or something. And apparently, the guild name means bad. Okay, kinda reminds me of our Kang Hyun. Then someone kicks open a door, walking in saying they're late. That stretch thing is really the symbol on the chest, son. The bench press king, and that's exactly it. Walks in introducing himself as Kang Hyun, leader of the BS Guild. Nice to meet you. Kang Ryun walks in with a grin, but everyone's thinking this squad is way too weird. I mean, considering this guild has a total psycho like Kang Ryun, plus that other battle-junkie friend, and the archer chick who's got a few screws loose calling Kang my lord, the MC really put together a hell of a team. You got the waifu who's obsessed with the MC, the maniac fighter friend, and the buff main guy. Perfect trio. Next scene switches to Dungeon Society stuff. 6 months ago, when the cataclysm hit and humanity got thrown into chaos, guilds were rising and falling every single day. Obviously, when one guild crashed and burned, a new one had to step up and take on the dungeons. You want to know the name, right? Best. That's literally the guild name. Poor Taegil looks so confused. Kang asks, yo, don't you know what it means? Like a super cool, awesome dude. You don't speak English or something? Taegil's totally lost and asks if Kang is actually serious about this. The MC says, yeah, it's all about the vibe. The boss likes it. Tae-gil just gives up like, well, whatever, guess we're rolling with it. Listen up. Next Monday at 11 a.m., big strategy meeting for the Rank C dungeon. I'm sending the deets now. Don't be late. The MC promises to try really hard not to be late. Cut to 4 days later, Monday morning. Yoo-sung is there, looking surprisingly chill lately, right? They re-waiting for Kang Ryun, who big surprise is late. Yoo-sung calls out to the little sister, asking if there's any news. Shin Sun-ah is kind of playing the little sister role here. Yoo-sung claims being 20 years old means getting to call Shin Sun-ah little sis. Shin Sun-ah just ignores that. Then Kang Ryun shows up like, yo guys, took a massive dump. Did I take too long? Sung stares at Kang's shirt, asking if it ain't a little too tight. The graphic on the chest is screaming for help. Kang Ryun says Sung doesn't know squat. Kids love this character. Sung asks if that's for real. Kang insists it is, since everyone thinks Kang looks like a criminal. Wearing a cute character makes the vibe friendlier. Sung says there's no way in hell that's working, especially since the poor emoji on the shirt is getting absolutely destroyed by those pecs. Moving on to the meeting. The mood is trash because people are late. Han Ondu, the redhead, is pissed about the delay. Then there's the blue-haired guy from the Southern Black Knights Guild named Lee Jian, saying they gotta wait for 2 more guilds. Park Seo-rim, the blonde one, complains the Flame Guild is always late. Du-mu is just standing there silently, arms crossed, while the gorgeous Shin Sun-ah is also chilling. Lee Tae-gil stands up, saying a quick phone call needs to happen. Who's Tae-gil calling? Obviously the number that never picks up that bastard Kang. Remembering Yoo-sung's contact is saved, Tae-gil dials that lunatic instead. Tae-gil introduces himself fast before Yoo-sung hangs up in a panic, and Sung goes, oh, it's the gov bro, what's up, spit it out. Tae-gil asks if they know the meeting is starting right now. Where is Mr. Kang? Kang? Just wait a sec, the show's about to start. Tae-gil is totally confused. What show? Sung tells Tae-gil to go watch. Kang just got into a brawl in the elevator. Damn, he grabs someone by the collar, asking if the bastard thinks he is tough. Holy crap. Kang is staring down the Flame Guild master. The 2 guilds that are late. The guy is shocked, wondering who this lunatic is and why Kang is attacking the leader of Korea's top guild. Now, I am curious, can the MC already take down top guild leaders? I remember the MC used to be lagging behind, right? The cheat was that cycle of dying and reviving, but plenty of guys reached the top floors without dying once. Everyone's confused while Kang Ryun stares with pure hate. But let's rewind a few minutes. Kang Ryun was in the elevator, asking about the floor, and Shin Sun-ah said 11. Kang hit the button, but just as the doors were closing, bam, someone stuck a hand in to stop it. It's Park Ron from the number 2 guild. He excuses himself, saying they're coming in too. Kang is just like, cool, get in. But then Park stares at Kang, sees the floor number, and asks if they're part of the strategy meeting. The MC says yes. Park extends a hand, saying, oh, we're going together then. I'm Park Ron, master of the Flame Guild. Kang Ryun starts saying, I'm Kang, master of the guild, but thinks, man, this guy needs to get inside already. I'm already late for this damn meeting. But then one more person squeezes in, and the elevator hits capacity. An automated voice says, last person to enter, please step out. Kang thinks, bro, we aren't even going to a dungeon. Why are these guys in full armor? Are they mental? Park says, sorry about this, Kang. Kang replies, no problem. Then Park drops the bomb. Well, since you said that, how about you guys step out so we can go up first? Damn! Kang's face changes instantly. He asks, what? Ron explains, well, as you know, my guild is top tier. We're more important for this raid, so we need to get to the meeting first, Kang Ryun asks. Hold up. Are you saying my guild is trash and has to give up our spot? Ron tries to play it cool. No, not exactly, but you aren't wrong either. It's on. Sung is already cracking knuckles. Shin Sun-ah is getting ready. Kang is like, all right, first I break a leg, then I rip off some fingers. Kang Ryun is exploding with rage, ready to beat these guys to a pulp, asking which one of them wants to die first. Whoa! Jump back to Tae-gil, asking if that's the reason for the fight. This meeting is way too important for this nonsense. Kang apologizes. Claims a disease where punching people is the only cure. Crazy thing is, not much happened. Ron is slamming the table in anger, but everyone is still in one piece. Tae-gil says enough, time to start this meeting, but the bossy guy says wait. We got some new faces here, so how about they introduce themselves first? Wants the MC to speak up? Tae-gil is just like, fine, whatever. Go on, Kang, introduce yourself. The MC wonders if this dude just wants him to feel better, but whatever. So he says, my name is Kang, and I am the master of the BS Guild, founded a few days ago. Our guild has 3 members. It is just the 3 of us here. That is it. Yo, the other guy looks kinda confused over there. I say, hold up, this strategy meeting ain't a joke. You think you can roll in here with a 3-person guild? He keeps running his mouth. But the MC cuts him off and says that so-called Red Fire Guild is starting to get on his nerves. He was called here to participate and didn't even want to come, so what is he gonna do about it? Ron is fuming, while Myung-dum is smirking in the corner, saying Kang Ryun is just his type. Every guildmaster needs at least that much guts. The fool is hateful, but Dong-moo calls him out, says this ain't the place for petty drama. The meeting is already late and needs to start soon. Everyone finally takes a seat and Sung walks up. Yo, Kang, check out this person next to me. That blondie over there, look, blondie, doesn't matter what his deal is, right? He is the master of another guild, yeah? No. And then he reveals that is the Guardian Guild. Dude, the MC says he knows, but what is the problem? Sung just tells him to wait and see because, my friend, he is gonna kill him right now. What the hell? He pulled a weapon and stood up. Good thing the MC grabbed his hand. Sung, confused, asks, bro, what is your problem? Let go of me. Confused, Kang says, what the crap do you think you are doing? Doesn't matter how crazy you are. That is when the MC remembers something. Yoo-sung has been like this since day one. He never operated on logic, and the things he does never make sense. And Lee Tae-gil saw him drawing the weapon and immediately told him to holster it. Obviously, everyone turns around, and the Flame Guild guy is already talking. Ah, I knew it! These bastards are just here to screw up the plans. Cho Tom draws his sword and asks if they want to throw down. Speaking for the guildmaster, man, it is madness. That Park Seo-rin, who is blondie, seems to be calm, but the guy is losing his mind too, with purple veins popping out on his face. Yikes, aura everywhere, everyone is confused. Now everyone has to draw their weapons for real. The guy puts his hand on his head, slams the table, breathing heavy. Everyone asking what is happening. If Park Seo-rin is okay, one of his friends next to him asks, Guildmaster, you okay? What is going on? But he gives him a look and wow, boy, took a hit to the neck and got sliced. Yeah, I think now everyone realized he ain't okay. Kang Ryun is there in shock. Sung tells him to take a look. No way he is letting this chance slide. He breaks free from the MC, goes toward Blondie, and comes in to smash his head. But anyway, the dude is crazy, but he ain't weak. And with that, he manages to land one in the gut, and he falls into the MC's arms, but he is smiling, saying this fight looks pretty tough. Kang says, yeah, but like, right? He picked the wrong place to pick a fight. All the guildmasters already have their weapons out preparing, and now Blondie is shaking. But Kang shoves Yoo-sung aside and says now it is his turn. He has to land the first punch. Readies his fist. An explosion happens, but we are outside. Hole in the wall, blood on the floor, everything destroyed. And the guy was really defeated. Apparently the dude exploded with blood all over the floor. Everyone is there asking if he actually died. Ah, okay. I thought the guy died in one punch from the MC, but everyone is talking, right? Well, couldn't arrest him, right? What can you do? The guy was strong, but what exactly was he planning? Also, why was he acting all glitchy? Kang, on the other hand, is curious. How did Yoo-sung know? Kang himself is extremely sensitive to mana, so how did he not feel anything weird until things started popping off? Maybe it was a unique skill, or he somehow could see the future, or sense the danger. Kang, I don't know if he is tripping, but he says that if Yoo-sung really can see future threats, then this behavior of his, this madness, really has a reason behind it. Hey, I think you are going as nuts as he is, right? But who knows? He is there with a creepy look, saying that was a good little fight after so long. The MC looking with a disgusted face, funny. Then, the organizer apologizes for the mess and says they will finish the meeting online later. The MC is bored out of his mind, yawning, saying he thought this would be useful for something. He left home at 5 in the morning, and it didn't do jack squat. Sung says that 11 in the morning ain't exactly early, but okay. However, right then, someone comes running up calling for them. When Kang Ryun looks back, it is Lee Tae-gil saying he had something important to say after the meeting, right? And needs to talk to him before he leaves. At first, he comments about what he said regarding the government giving support to the BS Guild. The MC says, yes, he knows he will receive support for living a very worthy life as an honest citizen. The guy is kind of confused. And then Lee Tae-gil says, well, we managed to prepare everything, right? And we can already give that support to you guys. You guys want to take a look? Kang Ryun says, oops, hell yeah. In another building, we see that on the 13th floor is where the BS Guild will stay. The squad is in shock, son. Giant shiny place. It is a bit empty, right? But at least it has some computers there, has a coffee machine, has a fridge, has everything. Kang, however, thinks it is too much stuff just for 3 people, while Sung responds that at least it will be cool to spend time decorating this. Kang Ryun already wants to add a shower and a bed for them to sleep all day, and better yet, had to fill the fridge with beer. Blondie says, hey Kang, you know this here is a workplace. To be honest, it ain't, right? Because their work is in the dungeon, so this place is just to relax. But then, he tells him to remember the online meeting is about to start. We are already in our seats. Monitor is on, and a while later, someone apologizes for the delay. He is thanking everyone for being here and saying the meeting would continue now. He asks if anyone wants to know anything, and Shin Sun-ah wants to know more info about the incident, right? The blondie who lost his mind. He says information will be shared. Once the situation is clarified, meaning they don't know anything. And then Shin Sun-ah questions if that guy was really famous. Kang Ryun says that in theory, it was a guild formed to protect humanity. Park So-rin was a person everyone respected. So it was pretty weird he ended up like that. Yoo-sung's about to claim nobody knows Jack, when someone suddenly interrupts the meeting to yell at Kang Hyun, telling that bastard to cut the mic. Seriously, gonna keep yapping? With that drama out of the way, the meeting finally kicks off for that damn C-rank dungeon scheduled for 5 days from now. This Vanandia forest place is massive, packed with mountains, and according to the scout team, it is crawling with goblins, orcs, and ogres. Basically all the same trash mobs, right? Just different sizes, really. Even we think it's kinda basic. Anyway, want to know what Vanandia means? Lee Tae-gil says, not sure, but it might be the boss's name. Duh, obviously there is going to be a boss in these things. Thought this dungeon run was just about soloing weak trash? The leader speaks up, saying even if it looks like just basic mobs, letting guard down is a bad move. Monsters living in a forest are a whole different breed. Previous groups were like small militias, but ones with a base? Basically a full-blown army. Boss looks confused, telling him to cut it out. But between us, isn't that just stating the obvious? Basically, they've got army training, way more prepared for group combat. Definitely won't be a walk in the park. Then Lee Tae-gil steps up asking the guilds to work together, which means we're totally screwed. Everyone's already saying it's going to be a mess. Everyone does whatever they want, so obviously it's going to be a disaster. The real question is going to be a high body count? A bunch of people got introduced, right? So plenty can die off without anyone missing him. Lee Tae-gil, though, is fuming at Kang Hyun, who clearly gives zero damns about this meeting. Just chugging a beer. The nerve. So, Lee Tae-gil asks what the hell Kang Hyun thinks is in that cup. Even Kang Hyun's confused, wondering how the beer even got there. Turns out it was that blood-obsessed girl, says the moment talk of stocking the fridge came up, a delivery order was placed, handing over some dried octopus to chew on. Ugh, seriously? How does anyone even bite into that rubbery stuff? My MC is there, asking what exactly Vanandia is, asking again. Lee Tae-gil realizes this raid is already a total train wreck, says a bunch of stuff went down, but the meeting was chill. Next day, someone shows up saying good morning to the Golden Trio. Guy introduces himself as Han Jae-moon and asks to be taken care of. Kang Hyun's like, who the hell is this weirdo? Yoo-sung pipes up, did you forget the government said yesterday that they'd send someone to handle admin stuff? Must be the guy. Sun-ah even shows the file. We actually got the resume right here. Look. Check it out. The MC grabs the paper. Name's Jae-moon, 27 years old, 5'7". Why'd you even write that down? While Kang Hyun's grilling the guy, the dude looks totally starstruck, practically in love. Can't believe it's actually the legendary Kang Hyun face to face. Even looking like a total criminal, the guy's just too cool. Rumor has it Jae-moon is some kind of awakened nerd, you know? But honestly, this guy's got a weird vibe too. Just staring at Kang Hyun's intense eyes and muscles bursting out of the shirt. Looks like Kang Hyun's building a harem, but definitely not the good kind. Kang Hyun's just like, well, if the government sent you, must be decent. Shakes hands saying, counting on you, pays 1,000 a month. That is it. Dude isn't hearing a word, just standing there blushing and staring at the hand, then screams, I'll work hard. A bit later, sits in the chair, totally awestruck. Can't believe it's actually Yoo-sung and Shin Sun-ah right there. Everyone's aura is insane. Then Shin Sun-ah calls out to our Kang Hyun. Oh, Lord Kang Hyun, I've got something important to tell you. Our guild needs to scale up, right? Well, seems so, apparently. How about we get matching uniforms? Unity-s important for the team image. Jae-moon seems to dig the idea too. Probably thinks a uniform-s coming this way too. Kang Hyun-s debating if it's worth the hassle. Meanwhile, the weirdo is begging, please approve this. Shin Sun-ah whips out this huge jacket with a giant skull on it, saying it's ready. The MC immediately rejects it. Poor girl asks why. He just wants to know why the hell there's a skull on the thing. Looks like something from an 80s biker gang. Yoo-sung admits the design was his idea. The MC shoots it down because it's hideous. Says, no freaking way. That thing's just gonna scare people. Need something way better looking. Poor son. She starts crying, saying, "It's fine, I'll try to do better." The MC looks confused, but wait, those look like fake tears? Turns out she hired some AI company that made this abomination. Went to some old geezer, showed him the jacket, and obviously got scammed when he said the outfit was totally insane. Claims he's been doing this for over 100 years, and this is top-tier stuff. Oh, poor girl got confused. How's anyone making guild gear for 100 years, when guilds barely existed back then? But she just bought it like an idiot. Apparently, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. No wonder they recalling our Kang Hyun Lord too. Aw, poor cute thing. She got emotional, hugged the jacket, and ran off after the rejection. The fanboy even retreated to the bathroom, MCS just standing there, confused. Jae-moon, as realizing this place is far from normal. A buddy starts chewing him out for humiliating poor Shin Sun-ah, and the MC realizes this team is strictly crazy people only. End of the day, no clue what they actually did. Basically zero work getting done around here. But hey, let's celebrate the newbie's arrival with some BBQ at a restaurant. Oh, check it out! The whole gang wearing those jackets, look at her. All blushing, fluffy, and cute. The MC asks if she likes it, and she is beaming. He just thinks, well, guess there is no fighting it. Then he asks, "Where's that car Lee Tae-gil said he'd prep for us?" Kang Hyun's eyes light up. Oh my god, I thought it'd be like a Ferrari or something. Nope, it's actually a massive badass van. Kang Hyun asks whose bright idea this was, and obviously, it was that sicko Yoo-sung who says, "Dude, I called up all the workers from yesterday to pimp this ride. Looks dope, huh?" The MC, on the other hand, screams at him, "You son of a, get that junk off the car right now." Sun-ah chimes in all cute, saying she thought it looked cool. Lord Kang Hyun. Meanwhile, Jae-moon realizes this place is nothing like he imagined. Night falls and we re-rolling out in the badass van, baby. Inside, the main character warns that if this car or these jerks Dante vanish, everyone's gonna die by his hand. Obviously, Yoo-sung is already thanking him for the fight, saying it's gonna be sick. Worst part of city living, right, son? Stuck in traffic. The MC asks if Yoo-sung already gave the guy a nickname, like, why is traffic backed up this bad? He says he doesn't know. That's when they spot a crowd up ahead. Looks like some drama. Kang decides he's gonna have to handle it. He gets out of the car to see what's going down. Whoa, suddenly some dude comes flying right at him, and he has to block. Just like that. Dead, right? Yoo-sung jumps out screaming, asking, "Bro, you okay?" Kang Ryun says yeah, but turns out Yoo-sung wasn't talking to him. He's talking about the car that just got totaled. Damn, the guy who got thrown is getting up now. Attacking like that without thinking twice. But then the guy looks over and sees Yoo-sung giving a death stare, saying he's gonna kill him. The scene shifts to the group fight. The vice leader of the Ryan Guild says, "Mamie." He's gonna knock everyone down, and the brown-haired guy named Kim Ryong-hoo, who's the vice leader of another guild. My god, it's a beef between vice leaders, huh? Call the captain to see if it's allowed or not. Nobody wants this delay. Hey, vice leader, you think that guy from the infiltration team is okay? Poor dude got yeeted. The friend says, "Chill out, man. That guy's the best in the guild when it comes to durability. That probably didn't even scratch him." Just then, a friend notices something weird. Points back at a little trio approaching. Yikes, son. His friend, the god of durability, is wrecked in Kang Ryun's hands, who tosses him up like a trash bag and stomps on his face. Damn, he even asks if this thing belongs to them? The dude is on the ground apologizing, while the guys in the back want to know who he is. But Kang instantly recognizes him as a member of the J Guild and says now, Fam. He knows exactly which bastards are causing trouble. They are holding up his life and wrecked his car over some childish street brawl. Everyone involved is keeping him from eating steaks and drinking beer. Yikes, looks like our Kang Ryun is getting famous, cause these guys are wetting themselves. Dude, it's Kang, son. If that guy loses his cool, nobody here is making it out alive. What he doesn't know is who those two in the back are. Could they be the rumored monster members? The guy, though, doesn't even want to know who's who. Just seeing the face, he's dying of fear. Whoa, then Kang drops it. 500 million. My van got destroyed, and that's the price you gotta pay. Yikes. The guy tries to say something, but the MC just tacks on another 5, warning that emotional damage just added another 500 million. Then, Yoo-sung shows his hand got cut on the glass, meaning he deserves 500 million too. The MC agrees and says the total comes to 10 billion. That Kim Ryong-hoo guy, the one with brown hair, is just staring, right? And starts laughing, saying that ridiculous. Oh snap, he charges in to attack the MC. My friend, what were you thinking? Yeah, took a punch right to the mouth and passed out on the floor. To be honest, taking a beating might have been better than paying 10 billion, so I guess they were actually smart. The MC wipes his hands, saying it's settled, when suddenly someone says thanks. Yeah, the guys who were fighting before, right? Saying, bro, thanks for the help. We thought we were gonna lose that fight. He goes, man, relax. I didn't even help you on purpose, by the way. Not to mention, you guys are Resum Guild, right? I don't like you guys either. So, I want to know why you're causing trouble in the street. Because of this whole mess between you all, I couldn't eat my steak. Oh snap, this one's smarter. He immediately says he'll buy all the steaks our Kang Ryun wants. He knows a premium spot that costs 100,000 per person and wants to take our boy. What happens when a dude uses 100% of his brain? Kang celebrated right away. The scene shifts to a totally different building with someone in a room. Min answers. Looks like Ryun managed to wipe everyone out. Looks like I'll have to send a warning. What's this? Who are you, girl? Short hair and all, master of the Undin Guild. Miss Hong Cheon. We're back at the BBQ, everyone drooling over the meat, and how are we doing? I was just joking. But our Kang Ryun really has his tongue hanging out. What's that, friend? Don't know how? And the guy who paid tells our Kang Ryun not to worry, he'll cook everything, right? It's a thing here in Korean restaurants. You pay for food, but still gotta cook it. Whoever invented this was a genius, right? I'm gonna open a pizzeria where you just hand the person empty dough, they pick the ingredients and build it all. Best part is, if it tastes bad, it is their own fault. Yikes, but the guy made a bad offer because the MC says, there's only one thing I hate more in this world than goblins and Yoo-sung, people who can't cook meat right. And does he actually have the confidence to grill better than Kang? Damn, son. The guy froze up, just said no. He accepts eating. A little while later, bottles are empty, and the MC is drinking even more. Thanking him, saying the vibe was perfect, but now, right? What does he actually want for bringing him all the way out here? Because he knows it's kind of sketchy to think this was just about the fight. Everyone realizes his plan got exposed and gets all awkward, right? So I wanted to say something. Usually I wouldn't talk about this since we just met, right? But could you help? The Resum Guild has history with Undine and that Ryun bunch. Two extremely close guilds that split certain areas of interest. But it's the usual story, isn't it? A few weeks ago, the Undin Guild started invading their territory, and the weirdest part is that something strange happened. Their guild used to have similar strength and size. That's why they made those treaties, so no one would invade each other's turf. However, even so, those guys kept provoking and pushing the limits. And finally, all the frustration they'd been bottling up exploded in that fight today. The MC asks, was it because of that drama in the street? And the guy says, yes, Yoo-sung is already celebrating, saying if it's an all-out war, he's dying to join in. Jae-moon is just watching a fight between guilds and a shift in people's power. Now this was a solid problem to solve. Their guild getting mixed up with folks fighting over ranks. Then the MC says, well, I get what you want, but why would I get involved in this? The barbecue was cool, but we're totally getting the short end of the stick here. Suddenly, Dawn interrupts and says the truth is their guild is gonna lose. Yeah, I figured as much, right, kid? But ain't nobody here to fix your problems, nah. The big world is cruel. The guy explains that the balance of power got totally wrecked. Weirdly enough, the guild is getting strong at a freaky pace. He comes over, right, to whisper that little rumor. Hey, homie, they are talking about a substance, you feel me? That's circulating in the Guild. That stuff is gnarly. Whoever takes that junk gets powerful. Like, awakened status, bro. Everyone's on edge. The MC is standing there, kinda confused, right? This whole thing was suspicious. So the question goes to Shin Sun-ah, when's the dungeon gonna pop up? She said it's in 2 days. Realizing that's the time left to fix things, the offer to help comes out. Actually, nah. Said he's busy for now, right? And will help with that after the dungeon. The guy says thanks like, cool, since that's the case, we'll go out for drinks again later. Except someone was in the corner snapping pics of everything on an iPhone. It's already trending on the net that the team showed up in the hood and beat everyone up, obviously. People trashing their clothes, calling them garbage and saying they were an embarrassment. On top of that, everyone found out Kang loves meat. Their car was ridiculous too, and everything was just way over the top. Basically, a cringe team. Looks like someone S showing the MC, right? Telling him to take a look. It's Yoo-sung saying their dinner got recorded and posted online. Even though the insults are flying, he's sharp. A bunch of people are promoting their guild and making them even more famous. Tak, however, tells them to quit spouting nonsense and pay attention to the mission. With that, he gives a little cough and says he'll explain one more time. From now on, the mission in Vanande Forest begins. The whole world was watching, and all they expect is for them to do their best and sacrifice themselves for the good of the world, the peace, and the nations. And besides that, to please come back safely to receive all the riches deserved with honor. Damn, and the gang is ready, son. Look at the whole group of suckers. The door starts to open, and with that, boom, everyone's inside. What do you guys think is gonna happen? I hope everyone dies. Look, that it gets extremely hard and the MC starves cause I love suffering, right? Don't want to see it easy. Here we are, everyone inside the beloved Vanand forest. Don claps his hands and calls everyone over. Pay attention, you pushovers. I ain't the leader of this joint, son, but I'm gonna organize this bunch of suckers. Each guild moves separately since that's what we agreed on. But as you know, the monsters here act strategically. So you better stay sharp because there's no telling when dangerous situations will pop up. So if you encounter danger, just fire a flare. Red means danger. Green means a core was discovered. Purple means the boss. Also, when any signal gets sent, the others nearby, right? Gotta provide the necessary backup. Everyone agrees, right? Saying, man, we already talked about this in the meeting. Why bring it up again? It's because I'm here, right? Me, yours truly, hadn't seen it. Thanks for spelling it out for me. With that, though, it's finally starting. This whole splitting everyone up thing, right? Horror movie vibes, guys. Bro, so dumb. You gonna split up against monsters that fight strategically in a rank C where 100 Chinese hunters died? Guess not, huh? Yeah, the moment I said that, Dawn showed up asking, why don't you guys come with us? I know you're pretty strong, but like, come on, can't know what's gonna happen in a dungeon and there's only 3 of you. The MC thinks this guy is actually kinda decent. He's a disgrace who stole his kill, but he owes him one, so all right. For today we roll together, holding hands and off for a stroll. However, the one who didn't like that, obviously, was Yoo-sung, who speaks up, hey Kang, didn't we create the guild to, be independent? So why are we following these guys in the back? Kang is getting smarter. He says, this here is a rank C dungeon. It's the kind of place where unexpected situations happen. Obviously, Shin Sun-ah agrees, calling him Lord. Yoo-sung, though, isn't really feeling it, and asks, why is he so scared? It really was a letdown. Kang laughs, cause he knows how to handle the crazy dude, right? Asks, yo, you looking for a fight? You a traitor? Blah, 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 nobody cares. While the guys up front wonder if these dudes think they're at an amusement park. They really were some rookies with nothing in their heads. But better not to even talk to these weirdos. From what's leaking on the internet, the best thing is to stay away from them. Obviously, right then Yoo-sung wants to start a brawl, but Kang Ryun tells him to stay calm. Until one of them says it's a shame they're comparing these pieces of trash to the union leaders. Kang Ryun is fuming, but still has to hold Yoo-sung back, said there is no reason to fight inside a dungeon. He says, I am calm, man, it's chill, but in the panel below you can see he is gripping the weapon. The MC tells him to put that away, and he says, all right. But you know what? Wise Kang got that defeated look. He said it's nothing. He's always been like that, but thinks, right, that he gets how Yoo-sung is feeling. Beating these guys up would be way better, except that's when something starts happening. An enemy attack arrives, which our boy Kang Ryun said was the perfect moment. Time for everyone to get ready to face the Goblin Light Infantry. The first one comes jumping in, stabbing the shield right there. Damn, son. The fight's gonna be brutal for real. Those goblins are going all out. Little slash to one side, little slash to the other. Everyone's in shock. The movement of these beasts was totally different from normal monsters. The leader immediately orders Team 1 to start setting up a defense, and Team 2 to create a rotation. Team 3 was to provide back support, and Team 4 to advance providing cover. Dongwoo realized right away that if they don't take this seriously, they're literally gonna get killed right there. But the hammer comes down and bam, kills the first one dead on. Yoo-sung, on the other hand, is having fun with that weirdo face. The MC thinks he's gross as always, but remembers that besides not liking Yoo-sung, he doesn't like anyone who cooks meat badly. But more than that, he hates these wretched goblins. Smack to the face and damn son, exploded the head with his hand. Wow, both of them are having a blast, saying the feeling is incredible. Aw, poor little guys. Didn't even have to draw the bow. And look at him shaking on the ground, saying these dudes are straight up lunatics. Why'd they even try messing with him? Realize they're screwed now. Guess the first fight was a breeze, cause it's already night and Dongwoo-es just laughing, saying the rumors were loud but never imagined this little trio was actually this skilled. Even made the crew apologize for being rude, but now the big question is, will Kang stick with him tomorrow? Damn, the MC refuses. Says the offer is cool and all, but going solo tomorrow. The guy asks if it's cause of that. Bet, and the answer, SA solid maybe. Then we get a flashback to right before entering. That bastard Leon, right? Came to make a bet with Kang Ryun. Whoever contributed the most or landed the final blow on the boss wins. Kang Ryun called the guy a crazy bastard, asked if they lost their mind, but everyone already heard the bet. Kang realizes it's a trap to tank morale, says, "Fine then, you funny little punk." But then Leon tosses a little ball out front and says it's all good. Can bet this thing. An Easter egg. Rarity unknown. Durability 10 out of 10. Item made by some prank lover. Activates on destruction. Kang's kinda confused, but sure this reminds the guy of those early day portals, probably related to that administrator. The guy holding the item goes, "Well, if it's you, gotta know exactly what this means, right?" 谢谢. No? Kang's confused. Does this dude know about the administrator too? Well, looks like the guy figured out the MC is a tutorial graduate. Straight-faced, just replies, "Nope, no clue. What's that, a Pokemon?" The guy tells the bastard to stop playing dumb. Everyone knows the MCS in the Special Abilities group. Yeah, Lil Kang, important intel got leaked. Now the Prota doesn't know how to wiggle out of this, but since it is happening, no choice. Asks, "So what do I bet? Want me to get on my knees or something?" The dude replies that wouldn't be a fair trade. 1 year, gotta work in the guild and follow orders like a regular member. Damn, and Kang's actually gonna accept this bet. Would be a total disaster joining another guild, but whatever, right? Just told the bastard not to try any cheap tricks, and the guy claims he'd never. Wants a fair competition. Thinking about it really fair, huh? Since the Prota is rolling with 3 people and that dude S bringing the whole family tree. But anyway, back in the dungeon, everyone S stretching out. Another day begins. Kang, if anything goes down, just send the signal. Wow. But Dongwoo tells Kang Ryun not to count too much on that signal cause it dawned to mean jack. Top guild members are all selfish like that. Kang says it's cool, waves goodbye, wishing him luck. Scene cuts to another part of the dungeon with Leon looking confused. Asks for a sit rep, and the guy says 3 are hurt and 2 already bit the dust. Yikes, dropping like flies already? Ugh, and the worst part is they're taking arrows without even getting a chance to fight back. Ah, so Venon ain't the boss's name, it's a species of forest lizard hunter. And Leon realized these critters are looking at him like lunch. Asks himself, right? How do I fix this? And one of the cronies says, well, gotta find the base and kill them all. Obviously screams that crap is more than obvious. Problem is, they can't even see the damn things properly. Then gets an idea since these bastards are hiding in the forest, no other choice. It's all or nothing. Gonna get rid of the forest by burning the whole thing down. The friend goes, really? Hey, Guildmaster, forget we re-inside the forest too? Everyone's gonna be in danger here. Leon, acting all crazy though, asks if the guy has a solution, cause at this rate they'll die to arrows anyway. Crew's saying to use the flare, warn the others, but obviously he ain't down, saying nobody's gonna answer that. Already pulling out the staff, son, telling the mages to prep, cause the second the wind hits, it's time to start the blaze. Meanwhile, those little critters, the Venons, are coming face to face with Kang Ryun and the crew, who don't really care, right? Just want to know what these things are. Why ain't they attacking, just breathing deep? What are they doing? Yoo-sung translates, son, the dude's a genius. Says, they're saying if you get close, we ain't gonna just stand there. Kang looks hyped though, saying it's a pretty convenient situation. Count to 3 and boom, the dream team charges. But the critters jump back, start climbing trees, leaving the squad standing there confused, looking up. Shin Sun-ah thinks the beasts are running cause our Kang Ryun came in hot. But looking at him, they didn't seem too scared. The Prota doesn't know, right? Could be a bluff. This might be a trap. Yoo-sung suggests just pushing forward. If these critters are showing up, means the core is close. Plus, his gut tells him something interesting is gonna happen if they just keep going. And cause of what Yoo-sung said, they ended up ignoring almost everything. Now Kang Ryun S got an arrow in the shoulder, screaming for the bastards to come down, saying he's losing his mind. The little green guys don't give a damn though, son. Aiming another shot while Kang Ryun thinks this bastard is just like Timo. Always running, hiding, and when you get close, they shoot an arrow and bolt. Yoo-sung says they're clearly a pain in the ass, but not that strong. Looks like they're trying to drain their stamina. Nobody's got a fix. Then Kang Ryun rips the arrow out of his chest, snaps it in half, and says it's fine. Gonna take some hostages, rip out some claws, tear off a piece of skin until they spill everything about this forest. Next chapter, the Prota S holding one by the neck, asking, right? If you don't sit still, I am slicing your throat. The critters realize they gotta bounce, son. Like the monsters even care. Your buddy gonna die or not? The little squad S running while Sung says, at least this is getting fun. A bit later, the group is sitting in the forest. The MC says this is insanity. Killing the hostage they just caught? How's that even possible? Shin Sun-ah agrees. These monsters are seriously unreasonable. Now gotta cook up a fresh plan, damn it. Can't just sit around thinking it'll fix itself. Just then, a flare goes up, and as we know, red means danger. Sun-ah asks what the move is, and the MC says better get moving. Got a goblin playing a trombone, bunch more going crazy, total chaos. The squad is staring down a whole army. That orange-haired dude, Silan, tells everyone to hold tight, backup is coming soon. Lucky the MCS team saw this, cause doubt the other friends would be noticed. But the guy doesn't look too thrilled about the army showing up. Oh, remembered something, right? There ain't no backup coming. Poor guy's wondering when it all went so wrong. Maybe when the guild master started acting weird. Should have quit right then. The sucks part is the guild's rep would have been trash. But in the end, that greed is going to drag every member to their death. Ground starts shaking from a heavy stomp nearby. Damn, it's not just goblins up front. Whole bunch of trolls coming from the back. Poor guy is slipping up big time, falls down without even getting hit. Goblin S coming to say goodnight, off to the afterlife. Just kidding. Sun-ah lands a perfect arrow right in the neck. Dude S confused. MC takes a deep breath and screams for everyone to attack. Popping that lion's roar, shocking everyone into wanting to beat the MC up. Crazy. Activating Wayne's secret technique or something. Don't even remember that skill. Giant's power pulling out the huge hammer, happy as can be. Bam, first goblin gets squashed. Spins to the side. What the hell? Ripped it apart with a hammer, defying all weapon logic as usual. Another one over there, coming from the side, takes it right in the face, still confused, and then a barrage hits everyone in the forehead. Here comes the freak saying this is a total mess. Already scared of the faces that guy's gonna make. The fool realized it, huh? The guild showed up and wasted 3 ogres at once. Shocked, wondering if this Kang guy is even a normal skill user. Clearly not, right? If the observer's useless god, even with the MC and crew helping, gets up thinking, just cause 3 people came to help doesn't mean we're gonna survive. Impossible to cheer this guy up. Then another member comes over with news. Hey boss, Dangun Guild is here, look at that beauty. Can't believe even with backup, the guy's still losing hope. Team charges in. Slice to the gut, the arm, the head. Goblins getting diced up, everyone cheering for the arrow rain. Later on, smoke clears. Looks like it's all handled. That fool Han Si-lan is the most depressing guy on earth, man. Got saved, but stands there disappointed, saying Dangun Guild didn't lose anyone. And worse, that 3-person squad looks in better shape than them. Meanwhile, the other team all dead on the ground. That's the price of greed. Shouldn't have brought the squad if the leader is useless. MC chews the guy out. Hey, why are you just standing there clenching your fists, huh? Trying to hold it in? Aren't you supposed to be rounding up your guild? Hurry up, we got a strategy meeting. Yeah, man. Boss wants to wallow in depression, but the MC already called a meeting, elsewhere in the forest, spotting where things got roasted. Ah, it's the idiots from Roy's team, right? The ones who torched everything. Problem is, now they're running out of options too. Everyone wants to know the play. The idiot just stands there like, I don't know, telling everyone to retreat, but let's see how that goes. Back with Kang Ryun, saying go straight for the core. Sun-ah, looking gorgeous, says there's no way to even know where it is, so it won't work. Says gotta split up and search first. Kang just points and goes, but the core's that way. Doesn't even look that far. Why split up? Just don't want to leave the girl, huh? You sly dog. She looks confused, not buying it. Can you feel the core S energy? He as confused. Wait, you can T? Based on my experience, reckon we'll get there around midnight, so the move is to just keep going. The foolish jaw drops while the girl says, if that is the case, let's roll. Let's go. But of course, Mr. Useless wants to mess up the plan. No guys, isn't it too risky to head out right now? We just fought. If they show up, we're screwed. Basic argument. They think they're smart. Worst move is giving the enemy time to prep. Moving fast is the only way. But the guy keeps going, damn, everyone is tired though. We were gonna die if we go. Then Glasses Bro pipes up. Chill out, we got a healer to wipe everyone's fatigue. Yeah, dude realizes while his team is wrecked, the squad over here is locked in. But useless is as useless does, right? Shaking in his boots, claiming his team S at their limit. Yikes. Gonna cry right in front of the boss? Kang Ryun asks, hey, is your name Han Woo Na? No. Why are you so scared, man? If you don't roll with us, what do you think's gonna happen? Think we're gonna escort you out? Guy's shaking already. MC lays it down. Gotta remember, this is a dungeon. Weaklings die here. And you're gonna die if you keep acting like this. Let's be real. Your crew got wiped because you're weak as hell. You only survived thanks to us. So why do you think your opinion matters for saving the guild? We're gonna work together to fix this. But if the plan is to stand there being useless, why do you even come to this dungeon? Damn, the MC didn't hold back a single bit. 7 beatdowns in a row. The poor dude tried to speak up, but the MC just glared at him, stood up and said, "That's it, meal's done, time to bounce." Crazy fight going down in the sky, hammers bashing heads, and a rain of arrows. Everyone screaming, asking how long this is going to take, but he just commands, "Keep moving, keep clearing the path." Look, aside from that loser Han Si-lan actually being useful for once, there's a weird noise coming from the forest. Ah, finally found the damn core, but whoa, a whole squad just dropped a meteor right in the middle of everyone, leveled up like 10 times instantly. Seo is totally shook, saying, "Can't believe we actually found it," while Se-yeon is yelling for everyone to pop their flares and signal the rest of the team. With that, the sky lights up with colors, while the brawl with the goblins keeps going. Suddenly, that dude from the Immortal Guild realizes, crap, we're late. The Black Knights guy says they gotta jump in to help, and Dom agrees. Reinforcements are rolling in, son. Damn, humanity ain't weak at all. The gang arrived in full force, but uh-oh. Just as I said that, Kang Ryun looked back, terrified because the great warrior Venan just showed up. The beast rushes in instantly, son, but man, Kang doesn't give a crap. He leaps right at it, pulling out a massive hammer in midair. Holy cow, Venan actually looks scared. And bam, direct hit right in the skull. Even the MC looked a bit confused, like, wait, that's it? The beast just dropped dead. Guess it was easier than expected. The MC says the real trouble in this dungeon was the sheer number of monsters and how smart the Ven were. The boss fight itself? Totally a piece of cake. And the loot? The Great Warrior Venoned S sword. Thing is huge, like twice the size of Kang Ryun, but he just scoops it up. Plus he got a bow too, right? Pass that to the girl. Nice. Then Don pulls his spear out of a creature, looking all depressed. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but they still lost a ton of people. Man, I thought it was a one-sided beatdown, with our guys wrecking everything. He's just grateful it wasn't a total wipeout, or so he says. Anyway, let's start looting, boys. Calculate the split and get out of here. Everyone agrees, yeah, let's go. But then, suddenly, Sun-ah's face changes. Uh-oh. That forest the psycho set on fire? Yeah, the way back is completely blocked by flames. Yikes. And it gets worse, that maniac Park Ron is coming, bringing every beast in the forest with him. Kang is kinda impressed this scumbag is getting chased by literally everyone. Obviously, everyone is freaking out, someone else shaking in the background. They all realize pretty quick, we gotta run. Oh snap, and now he's screaming he's gonna destroy the core. But Four Eyes yells, "Don't do it! If the core breaks now, a dungeon break will happen and all these monsters will end up in the city." He explains that desperate, scared monsters always run for the portal, which means if they break it now, everyone back home is screwed. But the kid obviously doesn't care, rips off an arm and goes, "So what, son? You want us all to die here? I am just trying to survive." Whoa, does Se-yeon have a plan? Look at that beauty go. She tells everyone to hold up. A barrier shoots up in front of the core. The guy asks, "Are you crazy?" And she fires back, "You're the one threatening your allies, psycho." She tells them it's their job to stop this mess. The portal is right in the middle of Seoul. No way she's letting a disaster like that happen. Dude lost his mind. He charges at her yelling, "Easier said than done." She gave him a death stare. She was about to slice him in half, but Kang came up from behind and tossed the guy. Thought he exploded on impact. But nope, just Kang Ryun flinging trash. Then he asks, "So the goal is just to protect the core, right?" She's confused, like, for now, yeah. Since the monsters are running from the fire, if that portal opens, they'll all escape into the city. The MC thinks for a second, turns around and says, "Fine, we just handle anything that gets past us." Man, she's standing there totally lost. Wait, what? The big guy pulls out his new sword, looks around and says, "Guess I gotta handle this." Dawn is confused. "Hold up, you think you can stop this whole army solo? Let me at least help." Kang Ryun tells him to back off because anyone getting close will just get in the way. Then, boom, activates giant power, activates Secret of West, activates Entskin. After all that, he pops Berserker mode and says, "Finally a real fight." Sun-ah looks kinda terrified, but Sung tells her not to worry, saying, "He ain't gonna die." She asks, "Is he having that feeling again?" He says, "Something like that." The fleeing crowd starts going through the portal. The kid hasn't even started fighting and he's already hyped. Then he jumps in and slices through 100 beasts in one go. At least the XP farm is juicy. The folks from the other guilds are just standing there, jaws on the floor, totally confused. Suddenly, 2 or 3 goblins slip past him. Time for the others to step up. Han Se-yeon yells, "Charge!" Everyone moves in while that idiot Han Si-lan is struggling with just one goblin. Dawn grabs a spear and lobs it right into a goblin's skull. Meanwhile, Se-yeon lines up a shot and boom nails 2 more right in the forehead. Another one drops, and Sung comes up from behind and turns its head into jelly. The maniac is actually having fun, shouting, "This feeling is incredible." Num. Then he spots a vent on the ground aiming an arrow. Uh-oh. He tries to warn Shin Sun-ah, but thwack, takes it right in the shoulder. And you know the MC ain't happy about that. Everyone else can drop, but not her. He turns around, freaked out, but there is already a big mouth monster right there. Get out of the way, son. Look at the size of that maw. Damn, he actually took the hit. Arm got sliced clean off. He's thinking, this sucks. I'm out of mana, but getting wrecked by a goblin is pathetic. Then his arm regenerates while the goblin is like, dude, what the hell is that? Kang cheers, saying it's been ages since he felt pain like this. Another slash, blood spraying everywhere, but then someone else screams. It's another goblin trying to take a bite out of Shin Sun-ah. Where are the other guilds? Do something! What is this mess? Kang Ryun has to save her again. Man, it's like 3 against 1,000 out here. Then a bipedal alligator comes rushing in. Whoa, that cut went deep. Our MC is really taking a beating. Worst part is he's almost out of mana, so things are getting real sketchy. He hardened his head, but his arm got sliced off. Now he buffs his arm, and bam, chest gets pierced. Not that he gives a damn about his body anyway. If he's gonna croak, might as well go all out. Whoa, massive mana explosion. What the heck was that? Dante know what he did, but only the Titaness foot is left. Giant Titaness down, and the guy asks if Shin Sun-ah is okay. She tries asking him back, but he's like, forget it, Dante worry about me. Gotta deal with the rest for now. He asks how her legs are holding up and tells her to bounce first. She needs to run and link up with the guild and the squad, then evacuate while waiting for the signal. She obviously wants to know, right? But what about you? You staying here? Prot tells her to take a good look. Does he look like he's gonna die? Dude says this with a spear stuck in his back. She's just standing there confused like, are you crazy? Like, dunno if I respect that or not, but she says she'll follow orders and bolts. Guess in a war zone like this, she's following her lord till the end, man. Kang Ryun starts gathering energy in his hand, charges in, saying he's gonna buy some more time. Another mana blast. Bunch of goblins tear through the ground, and Kang Ryun S right there, bro. Can you pull that spear out of your chest, buddy? He S staring at the moon in flames while the crew gets close to the core. Some of Han Se-yeon's friends warn that the fire hit the core. We're screwed. And looking at all that fire, she knows Kang is still in there. Then Shin Sun-ah says there's a message from him. When the signal pops, everyone in the first unit needs to evac. She's about to ask what signal he's talking about. Then, boom, the signal turns out to be the core getting destroyed. Portal's gonna open. She's standing there, totally confused. Looks at the flames. Look at Kang Ryun all like, scram, get out, Papa's got this. She can't believe it, but says looks like they can leave. She tells everyone to evac, while Sun-ah is screaming for Kang Ryun. Yoo-sung steps in front though, asking where the hell she thinks she's going. She tries to say something, but he tells her to chill. Kang's gonna be fine. Plus, she can't even stand up in that condition, so she'd be useless anyway. Yeah, man, got told off and realized it's the truth. I was gonna ask, why does Sung trust him so much? 'Cause he's got premonition, sixth sense, whatever. Outside the gate, everyone's standing there anxious, wondering if Kang's actually gonna make it out. And dude, a giant bloody foot steps out. That spear is basically celebrating a birthday in his chest. Shin Sun-ah smiles, but obviously her face changes real quick. On the flip side, Sung is happy, saying, you bastard, you actually passed out standing up. Ping flicks his forehead. Ouch, what was that for? He fell right on the spear, drove it in deeper. That guy celebrates, saying this bastard Kang is the GOAT. Damn, looks like Prot is seriously stronger than everyone, huh? Out of the leaders. Speaking of leaders, man, Myung grabs Ruin by the neck, punches him in the face, and goes, yo, have you lost your damn mind? Everyone almost died cause of what you did. The liar stands there saying there was nothing else he could do, just did what was needed to survive. Myung don't buying it though, saying as guild master, this is a disgrace. Man, Kang is getting up. Kid is straight up immortal. What the hell? Already regenerated. Gonna have to whack him over the head to see if he actually dies. Just 'cause I said that, he finally passed out, huh, dude? Now we are waking up in the hospital, and look at the little lady on the right, all healed up and happy. Prot gets up holding his face, saying it hurts like hell. She cries and clings to him. Look at Prot, right? Just farming wins, you player. With that, the day came to an end where Korea cleared its first rank C dungeon. Dungeons in this world are tough, right, bro? Still got like B, A, S, double S. Sweet Jesus. Problem is, the price to clear this dungeon was a ton of sacrifices. The Guardian Guild, which already lost its leader at the start, was pretty much wiped out, not to mention other guilds acting in ways that put everyone at risk. And the Fire Dragon Guild was right in the middle of this mess. Just like that, in a single mission, 2 of the top 10 vanished. Everyone on the net is asking, if they're gone, who are the top 10 guilds now? Obviously, our prot's heroism saving everyone from annihilation with 3 members was enough to put the squad in the top 10. Let's be real, top 3 at least, huh? The bastards on the internet are still trashing them, saying it's a lie. Impossible. A 3-member guild at the top? Everyone's roasting his gang, son. Shin Sun-ah is there, right? Wanting to drop some comments, leave a like. But Sung asks if she isn't tired. She says she's got to teach these people a lesson on online etiquette. He tells her not to sweat it, but she's fuming. I got mad just watching, bro. I just want to know, where's Kang? He is taking forever. Place is kind of boring without him. Probably cause of some checkups, hospital stuff, but honestly, I bet he was 100% recovered by the end of day 1. Shin Sun-ah said his recovery speed is kind of freakish. If you cut him in half, he'd probably grow 2 heads. Sung laughs. Dude agrees, but he's bored out of his mind. Calls her over to throw some daggers, since that's the only thing to do. Meanwhile, Jae-moon is suffering at the PC, bags under his eyes. What you doing, my guy? Ah, looks like people want a sponsor. Tons of folks trying to get involved with them. He's got to organize the dungeons, the missions they're gonna run. Poor guy's been pulling overtime for days and feels like the rest of these bastards are just chilling. Boom. Kang Ryun finally shows up, like, sup crew, Papa's back everyone. Damn, finally Kang. He smiles saying, looks like total chaos in here, huh? Yo, all good, boss? Jae-moon was all happy to talk to Prod and Kang goes, yo, Jae-moon, listen, clean up that desk and start working for real, man. Poor guy doesn't even know what to say, dude. And to him, the other bastard's table was way dirtier. He probably wants to kill Kang right now. The MC actually gets spooked, turns around like, forget it, yeah? Just clean it up when you have time. We'll chat later. We'll chat later. So, little Prota goes over to Shin Sun-ah and hands over the bow, telling Sun-ah that handing it over was a tough call, but here's the weapon of a great rank C warrior. Gotta remember that rank C in this story is, like, insane. And this bad boy even comes with an extra skill for infusing magic arrows. Sun-ah gets all cutesy, asking if this is really a gift, and the MC says hell yeah. Obviously, Sun-ah is the only one who can use it. It works better the more mana you have. Oh, and looks like shooting mana arrows is a thing, you know? Don't even need actual arrows. Sun-ah is super grateful, bowing all over the place. While Yoo-sung is standing there like, it's Brother Prota, take this, got a middle finger for ya. The crew is just vibing and having fun talking about getting wasted. Then someone walks up and sends a message asking if this is the BS Guild office. The MC asks who it is. And look at that, it's actually that guy. Han Si-lan, the useless coward. Yoo-sung wants to know who this weirdo is. Little Prota says the guild is only attracting freaks. Probably some recruiter for a shady cult or something. Better not even talk to him. Han Si-lan is in shock that nobody even remembers the face. How could everyone just forget like that, man? Not only were they in that dungeon together, but they even ate together. So inside, the guy speaks up. Well, I'm Han Si-lan, temporary master of the Guardian Guild. The MC goes, sup, bro, nice to meet you. I'm the BS Guild master. Want a beer? No? The dude is shook that the floor is literally covered in beer cans. The day barely started. Why is Kang downing so many cans right in front of a guest? Meanwhile, Yoo-sung and Shin Sun-ah are just chilling, having fun throwing daggers. The guy can't understand how these damn losers are so useless. The MC asks, what are you doing here? We're super busy, bro. Si-lan stops laughing, leans in saying, first off, gotta express gratitude. It's thanks to Kang and the squad that Si-lan was saved. Little Prota is kinda confused, right? Remembers this bro was totally freaking out. Look at how the MC remembers the guy saying, I'm at my limit, please carry me like the trash I am and save me. Then Kang says, ah, now I remember who you are. The trash that was totally useless and I had to roast just to stop the whining. The guy goes, that was me, all right. The MC says, ah, damn, been a while, huh? So what's the deal here? Just when Si-lan is about to speak, the doorbell rings. The MC says, Jae-moon, go get that, son. Too many people being annoying today. Jae-moon walks over thinking, ugh, damn it, Kang was closer. The boss should be opened it. But the moment Jae-moon goes to touch it, the kid screams for the guildmaster and says it's better to come take a look at who's there. Whoa, damn, it's Dongwoo all messed up. It's funny that Jae-moon said, look who's here, a person about to die. Was expecting treasure or something. The bro thanks the guild for taking care of the situation. Ah, actually, this isn't Dongwook, it's Dongwoo. Damn similar names. He asks, Kang, do you remember me? Kang answers, hell yeah, You bought meat and beer for the crew, right? Obviously, I remember. Han Si-lan is standing there in shock. The MC remembers a person just because of meat and doesn't remember Si-lan because of a life or death situation? The MC wants to know what's up, what's Dong-woo doing here, and why did they rub baby oil on the guy's body? It's all shiny and stuff. The guy, instead of answering, stands up and says, I got a favor to ask, Guildmaster. Please save my brother. Kang goes, huh? What the hell? A bit later asks, what do you mean your brother got kidnapped? He explains, my brother's name is Dong-woo. Together, we were the masters of the Run Guild, a guild that my own brother founded. The MC cuts in, yo, stop, don't tell that backstory, just say what happened already. Being cut off, Dong-woo says, yeah, must be a Han Jae-moon in guild thing, right? Probably. That one involved in the beef, the guy who knocked on the door and everything. Then the crew asks how Dong-woo ended up looking like this, and the guy says, well, a war broke out with the Han Jae-moon in. I told you, didn't I, that these guys are taking some weird drug that strengthens awakened powers. With this power, the bastards ended up attacking us, and there was nothing we could do. Most members are hurt, and dozens of people died. In this story, side characters die way too easily, right? Like in that guild, everyone just got evaporated. At the end of the day, they killed everyone and kidnapped the brother who was the guild chief. Kang asks, but where are the cops, man? Obviously, Dong-woo says, well, it's extraterritorial territory, you know, like it's not part of the city, and obviously the cops pretend they don't know anything when stuff goes down inside. Kang, however, doesn't get it. Huh. But why are these guys going so far? Are you sworn enemies? Did someone hit their mom? What happened? Dong-woo explains. I don't know. Our relationship was never that good, but you couldn't say it was terrible like this. The only thing I'm sure of is that after they started consuming this drug, their personalities flipped completely. Give power to a man and see who he really is, right guys? Kang starts thinking that this drug thing is getting super suspicious. Besides that, the crew made that promise to help after the dungeon, right? So let's go take a look. We're re-arriving at the parking lot with Yoo-sung saying Pop is gonna get revenge. Kang asks, who the hell is Pop? My son, it's the name of the little van that got beat up and now Yoo-sung has to avenge it. The two are cracking up when little Prota glances back and sees Han Si-lan playing dumb. The MC had totally forgotten this guy was even there. Out of nowhere, the dude starts, so the goal of the Guardian Guild is to protect humanity, so like, I gotta help you guys solve this problem, right? Kang is kind of confused about what this guy is yapping about, and Han says, right, that he is talking about this drug business. Yo, it's super dangerous, bro. Letting this drug make guys stronger and more violent, we gotta fix this together. There, the dots are starting to connect, right? Maybe there's some connection with the master. Kang stops to think, and it actually makes sense. And at this, even Han Si-lan looks kind of impressed that he came up with that right now just to convince Kang, but it actually makes sense. The guy doesn't even believe his own theory. And now Kang accepts it here, right? It really just makes sense. The scene flips to the Han Jae-moon in building with the woman warning that Dong-woo got in touch with the BS Guild. Cha-in demands answers, and the woman claims it's got something to do with that Kang guy. This wretched short-haired chick is fuming, cause our Lil Prota beat up her guild members. Yikes, total psycho alert. Just smashed a glass right in hand, messed up the skin for zero reason, ranting about how this is the perfect opportunity. Hey, swears to wreck that trash. Ha, gonna get clapped, poor thing. Cut to the streets. Hyunwoo's wondering, yo bro, why driving straight to the enemy guild all of a sudden? Plus, what the hell is this weird-ass car? Kang, though, ignores the ride and asks about the business. Better explain those drugs, called monster power? Don explains. Yeah, looks like it. Seems to be pill-shaped or something. Now explain why charging in head first with only a 5-man squad? Kang tells him, chill out, man. Got connections. Friend says thanks, right? But bet those connections aren't exactly reliable. Someone getting a call from BS Guild? Our honest government worker Lee Tae-gil asking, huh? What's up, Kang? Prota goes, yo, Mr. Lee Tae-gil. Know anything about this monster power stuff? Guy's confused, asks, you mean that energy drink? Prota realizes, looks like nobody has a clue. Spills the beans. It's a drug that buffs the awakened. Seems linked to the Han Jae-moon Jin Guild, and that place turned into a villain nest. Tae replies, well, heard some rumors, but Kang cuts right in. That's it then, man. Send backup, launching the attack right now. Zor. Poor dude tries to argue, but obviously Prota gives zero damns. Hangs up, bye-bye, dials up Don W, our favorite tanned guy. Seems they chatted too. Wanted backup, but bro said cause of the guild alliance can't interfere directly. Kang probably doesn't give a crap about that. Questions it like, yo, got nobody else there? Claim to have tons of connections. To be honest, these guys are being two-faced snakes, huh? Lil Prota saved everyone. Nobody gonna lend a hand to Kang Ryun. But it's Kang, right? Not like a solution won't pop up. Says there's a way to fix this. Sly Devil already remembers when using a mask and checks out guilds owned by Han Jae-moon Jin. Check out the scammer's plan, huh? Gonna invade their dungeon, force entry, and hand out beatings inside. And boom, standing right in front of an E-rank dungeon called Village of the Dead. Back in the day, these undead dungeons weren't popular cause the loot was trash, but looks like something changed, now dropping tons of precious metal, and that's why. Han Jae-moon Jin fights hard for this dungeon, letting nobody in. But already inside a cabin with a dude chewing everyone out, asking if that's the best effort. Bunch of morons, hunting all day and bring back just this, won't even cover the food bill. It's that basic workplace grind, right fam? Except instead of flipping burgers, gotta smack down monsters. Obviously, getting roasted doesn't feel good. Walking out all salty saying, ugh man, this sucks. Guy only got strong and became admin because of pumping those drugs. But that's when strange silhouettes get spotted in the smoke. Back in the tent, dudes lighting a cig, saying those trash piles are useless anyway. Even this damn lighter isn't working. Crew just vanished. Anyone got a light? Yo, where's the base crew? Huh, guard's gone too. Then hears a little noise in the air, pulls out a knife, looking around confused. But right up there, whoa, an owl eyeing him down. Freaks out, sounds like a racket going on. No clue what's on screen. Seems like bird sounds, but dude's losing it. Slashing everywhere, laughing, screaming, telling the bastards of this E-rank dungeon to show face. A bit later though, yikes, eye looking weird there, man. Officially gone total bonkers. All that's visible are skeletons far off. Wonders if tripping. Bam! Lil Prota out of nowhere, jump scare. Leader asking what the hell is this? Some members of the Village of the Dead, all terrified. Folks saying looks like they went through something terrible, and nobody's even answering. Getting confused now. Said, whoa, but it's an E-rank dungeon. What kind of huge danger happens in a place like this to leave guys like that? Someone hands over a paper saying this gotta go to the guildmaster. Yun's more impressed that the handwriting is absolute trash. The message, though, is crystal clear. Want this back? Hand over Yoon Chan and all the monster power, the drugs, or else snatching the dungeons one by one. Damn, son. Dungeon narco-trafficking happening in real time. Chick's confused, wants to know what kind of wretched bandits being dealt with. Look at the lil bandits there, son. All in the cabin, chilling, sipping a beer, scrolling TikTok. Lil Prota complaining about the beer temp, saying gotta learn some ice magic. While the two brought along are kinda confused about this trio's priorities. Why feeling zero tension right now? Something wrong there? Then speaks up. Yo crew, everything good? Just hanging here, all chill? Longer it takes, more dangerous? Nah. Kang says, man, relax. Sent a real polite letter. They'll obey soon enough. Plus, already said so, right? Handled something like this before. But then guys show up at the entrance and Kang Ryun realizes being polite ain't gonna fly. First one walks in dragging someone by the neck and tosses him right in the middle, front of everyone. Calls him brother, right? So obviously, it's Donggun-S brother. Prota, though, says, yo man, forget something? Where's the drugs? For real, dungeon trafficking central. The guy with the messed up nose says it S in the pocket. Just check. Kang Ryun goes there, sees 3 pills and says, no freaking way. Ordered everything handed over. Looks like a death wish. A dude in the back, though, asks if mind is lost. Must have no clue how pricey just 3 of these are. Tells him to respect the vice leader. Until seeing the vice leader's basically crapping pants. That's right, the dude who got jumped on the street that day. Lil Prota's there like, whoa, hold up. Yeah, Don T know each other. Dude's remembering the day went straight at Kang Ryun and got absolutely wrecked while muttering, Don to be scared. It's cool. I am the vice leader of the Jiangjin Guild. No reason to be scared. Everyone's here. Just gotta call the squad. Screams for the crew, ordering them to smash everything. A whole mob shows up tearing through the cabin, coming from everywhere. But Kang just smirked, saying their entrance was dope. Fast forward to the next day. Cheon, over there, that chick with the short hair, gets the news that all the members got sent back totally incapacitated. The people sent to deal with that dungeon group, seriously messed up. Most are in such bad shape, who knows if they'll even make it. Yikes. Cheon, though, demands to know why they were acting like this. Freaking out, wanting to know about Sangjo, what's going on to know. I'm just as confused as her, apparently, because she's losing her mind. And the secretary's getting kinda spooked while Cheon orders an answer. Damn girl, did she say she doesn't know because she took an axe hit or what? Okay, fine. At least she's only destroying the whole room screaming like a maniac, like she didn't see this coming. After taking that junk, everyone starts acting weird. Truth is, everyone just goes crazy. That's what. Then Cheon calls out, orders the drugs brought in, the guild vault cleared out, take everything. Gotta use the cash. Yikes, to buy even more drugs, and doesn't know if a real war's starting from now on. MC hasn't even seen her yet, and the poor thing's already nearly dying of a heart attack. Wondering what that damn Kang is after. Can't figure it out. Moves don't make any sense at all. First tries to think, okay, hold up. Wanted Hyun-woo released, but why want all the drugs and why mess with our guild? Clearly gotta be some purpose not being understood here. Keeps racking that brain, but can seem to find a single solution or reason. Does starting a war make sense? Or is the war itself what he wants? Oof, poor thing's gonna have a brain aneurysm without even understanding what MC is planning. At least knows that at this rate, they're gonna get devoured. Scene switch to the hospital. Someone says, blood pressure's normal. Whoa. But dude is mummified on the stretcher there and says, now the goal of Kang is known. Ah, that's the guy who went into the tent, the one who fought and got beat by him before. Kang beat him up, saying, damn, is that really you? Recognize you by the punch to the face. Hitting right in the middle of that mug feels real good. Poor guy's all bent out of shape, crying, saying it's understood. That bastard Kang is just looking for an excuse to fight. Next chapter says that Cha got super pissed and gathered all the members to declare war. Crazy person says this war is gonna mark Korean history. But the war never happened. What the heck, guess not. MC is just bored on the couch looking at that STG item, the thing that activates with destruction. Kang, I'm sure. I know it's related to that admin, but is this gonna be useful for anything? Puts it away and Yoo-sung asks what's up. Goes, man, 2 weeks since we beat up those Jin guys. Like, what is this? Nobody came to attack us. Come on, such disrespect. Those dudes are on the brink of ruin, doing nothing. And Yoo-sung's kinda lost, right? Then we see Kang talk to Lee Tae-gil, came in all shiny, damn. What you want to talk about? Tae-gil must be already known part of the story, right? Gave a stare, asked if evidence was secured. Kang says obviously, yeah, it's right here. Look, the pills and drugs they were using, that monster powder stuff. Crazy, Tae-gil went to grab it for MC, snatched it and said, in exchange, government S gotta help out. Scene cuts to news reports warning about those capsules boosting awakened power, but at the same time drastically upping the chances of someone going violent. Doctor explains that too. Plus, looks like an investigation's starting. Yoo-sung asks, confused, yo, didn't the government guy say they were busy with terrorism stuff? They're gonna get involved. Kang Ryun says, well, now that there is evidence and all, they'd be idiots not to solve this fast. A damn good informant managed to finish off most enemies, even handed over the evidence. Made it easy, right? Yoo-sung agrees, but man, kinda anticlimactic, isn't it? Let's, start a little war. Wouldn't that be better? MC apparently lies, right? Because the thirst for war is real, but says, no way, don't want war. We got more important stuff to do. Suddenly, Yoo-sung notices something weird, tells Kang they gotta bounce. Yikes, man, explosion right behind him. Giant fireball. Whoa, hit the base dead on. Total destruction for the building. Get out. Falling rocks already took out all support, and from the middle of everything, Kang Ryun appears. Totally pissed, staring, looking around, wanting to know what the hell that was. Suddenly, Yoo-sung comes out the door, finds MC wanting to know why he's untouched. Said so, I warned you, should have left. MC, looking jacked, glances down there. It's Yoo-sung confused, asking what went down. Even the friend says, can you cover up, buddy? At least it was a relief, right? That nobody got hurt. Was remembering that Do-won thing was around here. I knew it, bro. Poor guy's stuck under the rocks, fuming. Damn, bro. Got taken by ambulance. Nearly dying, poor thing. Wanting to kill MC and Yoo-sung, who forgot about him. A while later, Tae-gil walks in and is in shock. Whole place was wide open, destroyed, and weirdest is MC in whatever clothes were left. Yoo-sung doesn't give a damn, all happy that war's apparently gonna blow up. Tae-gil just wants to know, right, what happened here. Kang says, dunno, we were just minding our own business when a meteor hit out of nowhere. Okay, Tae-gil asks, no idea who it could have been? Someone you, wronged or someone who hates you? MC stops to think, sure, some nonsense is coming. Lee Tae-gil is pensive, thinking an incredible name is coming, while Kang Ryun is there, trying to figure out who got pissed enough to toss a fireball at the base. Actually, just trying to list all the haters wanting to kill, counting them on fingers. But forget that, check this out. Helicopter over there dropping a ton of flyers. Everyone's confused. Kang grabs one, reads something that definitely didn't spark joy. Yo, translator, that's written in Korean, right, dude? Think this is Jungkook or something? Didn't do us any favors. Anyway, out in the forest with her, Miss got beat up without even seeing the MC's face. Exhausted trying to find, gotta be that same blonde kid, right? Always that bastard, man. Behind everything. Get lost. It's that Choi Min Jun guy. Wants to know what Hong Qian wants at a critical moment like this. But, next chapter, back to the MCS building and everyone rocking new gear. Lee Tae-gil asks where they're headed, but Kang thinks all the questions are suspicious. Says it's obvious, going to this marked spot. Got an invite, gonna obey. Gil thinks exactly what wasn't wanted is gonna happen. That's crazy! But says if Kang Ryun needs help, just call. Biggest lie ever, right? Last time help was needed, nobody answered. Exactly what the MC says. Huh. Last time I called, you said busy. Lee Tae-gil goes, hold up, didn't hear? Seems the people who are developing those drugs are linked to the dungeon terrorists. You know that terrorist mentioned before? Tracked the identity and found stuff that couldn't be ignored. Plus, seems the group has over 50 members, maybe close to 100. Weird how a group that big hides so well. MCS just picking the nose, not caring about any of this, trying to remember who it is. Then, it's the Harpy kid, right? The one who got beaten and peed on. Lee Tae-gil says, that's Mr. Han Jae Moongong, helping us get close to the true leaders. No reason to ignore the drugs if they re-involved. MC stops to think. Hold on. The leader? What was the leader's name again? Then says, it's that Choi Min Jun guy. Damn, already knew. And back to the conversation with Hong Qian, sweating bullets and shaking. Wondering how things ended up like this? Why did I do that? Geez, holding the bomb and now asking questions? But the truth is known, right? No turning back now. Ruined everything built with own hands. Yeah, total psycho. Congrats. Didn't start this guild for this. Wanted to crush monsters. Just wanted to grow with everyone to help humanity. Exactly why more power was needed. Realized it. Feel kinda bad now, guys. Got played by the drugs, and now Choi Min Jun is pulling a gun. Hell no. Crazy. Pulling a gun to fight back? Wow, gonna die a nobody. Life was cruel. Damn. Called the guild to attack Choi Min Jun. Dude S surrounded, says this is something to regret. Cracks a smile, calling them bastards, insects who don't know their place. Then red energy bursts out of the back, grabs everyone by the neck. Another blast hits right in the gut. Poor thing spits blood, slammed into a tree. Bros look around terrified, while Choi Min Jun chokes everyone out, all goth with tails coming out the back, like Naruto or something. Geez, looks like everyone's choked. Raining bodies for real. Walks up to the last victim, digs in pocket, tosses a bunch of drugs, saying not useful for the plan anymore. But gonna become something glorious. Perfect target for the final experiment, at least dying in a noble way. But MC and the gang heading there actually showed up at the Han Jae Moon Guild and saw everything trashed. Kang says, think they bailed and destroyed all the info left behind. Heard there was a huge commotion here. Kang roasts the poor guy as always. What are you doing here? Nobody called. Standing there with hands on hips, saying, honorary master of the Guardian Guild, gotta protect humanity. MC just walks past, seeing the whole place wrecked, no trace of anything, until Sand points, take a look. Guildmaster's room right there. Kang stares down the doorknob. Boom, door opens, finds her spitting up. Maybe it's her. Geez, transforming. Huh? How did that happen? Wasn't she out in the forest? What a mess. Next chapter, flashback time again. Already know she's gonna die to the MC. Doubt saving is an option. Just because I said that, gonna be saved now, right? For sure. Jinxed it. Says they re-friends. Became awakened. Hong Qian was super talented, made it to the 4th stage. At first, no intention of getting that strong. In normal life, was just a simple office worker. But the friend Dae-ri was different, a firefighter. Even happy about awakening. Thought more people could be saved until dying to monsters, right? Didn't last long. World's cruel. Hong Qian didn't even have the guts to attend the funeral. Stayed outside, totally frustrated. Disappointed the friend couldn't even save herself. Crazy. Thinking the reason for Dae-ri's death was weakness. Okay, so made a decision right then. Since, good powers were gained, would carry the friend S-will and get stronger no matter what. MC slaps right upside the head, saying, shut up, nobody cares about your backstory. Poor girl falls to the ground confused, wondering what did I do? While Kang says nothing justifies it, spitting blood, apologizing, saying, unfortunately it's too late. Never knew the drug had this side effect. Kang Ryun stares and asks, wait, who are you and how do you know me? Geez, realized Kang doesn't even know who it is. Looks over, yo, Yoo-sung, recognize this? Says, dunno. Wait, is she a member of the Jainin Guild? Hyun-woo is the only one who knows she is the actual guildmaster. Then Hong Cheon starts laughing, saying, "Oh, now I get it. To think she lost to people like this. Truth is, losing happened because it was people like this." Then she speaks up, "Hey Kang, gotta tell you a story about someone named Choi Min Jun. That guy is the culprit behind all this. Man, looks like the story dragged on so long the sun went down." She's just there saying, "That is everything I know." Oh wait, my bad. One more detail. He is crazy strong, probably on the same level as San or Donggu. Honestly, don't even know if those two could beat Choi Min Jun. Zero doubt. The guy is a tutorial graduate. Kang gets all thoughtful. Looks like there are more graduates out there just like him. They cleared it, but decided to claim they only reached stage 3 just to keep a low profile. Right in the middle of this family meeting, Hong Cheon feels something weird in the eye. Heart is pumping full of life. In theory, that means healthy, right? But in this case, means almost dying. So she pulls the classic move, begs Kang to kill her please before the transformation hits, and after that, go take out Choi Min Jun. Don't gotta ask twice. Kang Ryun is already drawing the sword. F in the chat, zero mercy. He says, "Let's see if this works." Bam, sliced. Damn, just a clean cut right at the neck. Damn, Kang Ryun really doesn't forgive. He says, "Next life, try showing up stronger and nicer, you loser." She is fading out thinking, this bastard really is crazy until the very end. Bling, bling, bling. Rain of items hitting the floor, and thud, body hits hard. A bit later, the protagonist shows up on the scene, yawning. In the end, dealing with all this was way less trouble than expected, but now this Choi Min Jun guy is going to be the new headache of the week. The protagonist goes, "Yo, Hyung, let's crack open a beer." The reply comes, "Did you forget the entire base is destroyed?" Truth, but at least it wasn't for nothing. Since Hong Cheon was a guildmaster, the loot is pretty sweet. Check it out, Ring of Karma and the Mad Dog skill, rank B. Gives +8 resistance, and when the Mad Dog bites, it never lets go of the prey until death. Kang Ryun thinks that skill is kinda pathetic though. Who wants to be a Mad Dog anyway? But obviously, the friends say it fits Kang perfectly. While the squad is having fun, Han Se-yeon is in the background like always, thinking these three are nuts. No other adjective fits this trio. But at the same time, they were strong as hell, and that was a fact. Now, the guy realized what the Guardian Guild needed wasn't conviction or justice. All the guild needed was enough power to be terrifying and inevitable. But at the same time, he just saw 2 strong people die because of a thirst for even more power. Doesn't matter how much he tries to rethink it, truth is, he already found the right person. Someone who is gonna lead the Guardian Guild. Pfft, doubt Kang is gonna want that, dude. There he is, Mr. Kang. Well, me and the Guardian Guild, we all want to join the Berserk Guild, friends. They look to the side while Kang Ryun looks back, kinda clueless. Obviously, Kang is walking away without giving a damn. While the guy keeps insisting, saying, "No, the Guardian Guild is badass. We are rank 2 in national security. Only a 3% difference between us and the top guild." The protagonist doesn't care at all. Dude keeps being annoying, saying he has skilled members and Kang would be perfect. Our MC turns around and tells him to shut up, saying, "I already said I ain't interested." The bastard insists, "No, but if the Berserk Guild." At this point, Kang Ryun is losing his mind, saying this guy is annoying as hell. "You are not getting it. I am not interested." The guy pauses to say, "No, but our guild now. But our guild now." Kang Ryun clenches a fist and asks if the dude really wants to fight. That is when the idiot realizes, right, he is going to get beaten up if he speaks again. He walks away, all sad. Our guild of the Guardians of Humanity. We lost. It's over for us. The friends stand there thinking, man, what a weirdo. They didn't feel any pity. Shin Sun-ah says, "I think it is better we don't let anyone else into our office, right?" Laughter. But Kang says, "What office? Girl, you forget it got blown up?" The protagonist says, "Whatever. Lee Tae-gil will handle that. We will have another office soon. Let's just chill for today." Suddenly, a bunch of people are running behind Cho. Kang is there, kind of confused, like, damn, another problem? Cut to the TV. Breaking news. Citizens are losing their minds and attacking the whole city. In just 2 hours, hundreds of cases reported across the nation. The government is considering the possibility of it being a skill user or the influence of some type of monster. Yo, looks like these guys don't have their aim on point, huh? Hitting everything on the wall. They are kind of just trying to scare, right? To not kill humans with a bullet to the head. But the creatures are charging in. The army is saying, man, these are civilians. Can we really just kill them like this with bullets? Yeah, dude, but they are already jumping to get you. Damn, if why all are hesitating, relax, cause Kang comes through cutting 2 heads off. Ah, the protagonist handles it. Who is commanding this mess? And bam, already grabbed the neck. Focus, man! These bastards might have human bodies, but the defense is pathetic. Why aren't you guys shooting them already? Oh, but I am just a civilian, right? Kang Ryun replies, so what? You don't understand the situation? There are hundreds of these things walking back and forth, destroying everyone. If you don't kill them, they will kill someone. Damn, Kang Ryun is fed up. Gotta give a moral lesson to everyone all the time, man. Only useless people in this city. While the army guy stands there looking like a fool, Kang runs off. Yikes! And after a whole day of massacre, they finally managed to solve it. Don't know how this city still has people alive, bro. Massacre happens every day. 2 days later, at the Special Abilities Team base, Kang Ryun is resting on the couch as always, seeing that on the internet everyone is asking, right? Yikes, can we go out now? How long are we gonna stay home? Yo, everyone is in quarantine, huh? Seen this before. Ah, man, send the video there. Hey, did you guys see this video of Kang? Yeah, everyone is against him saying, you are crazy, he is way too cruel. I know they were monsters, but watching that is kinda terrifying. This guy is obsessed, a total creep. Yo, MC, gaslight him a bit and reply, anonymous here, just a buddy of Kang Ryun, and IRL the dude is drop dead gorgeous. Doesn't give a damn people are calling him a psycho. Han Jae-moon shouts out, scares the crap out of him, but then Shin Sun-ah suddenly drops that the house is actually sick. Looks like this is gonna be the base from now on. Says nah, just borrowed it for a sec. Tae-gil said an office is coming soon, so just gotta wait a bit. Decides to thank the guy for that. Makes the call, right? And Tae-gil picks up already asking what's up. I'm busy. Yo, Kang, geez, what's with that reaction, man? Acting like I only called because I'm bored and want to waste your time. Lee Tae-gil goes, pretty sure that is it, Kang. But what's up? Spit it out. Ah, nah, just wanted to say thanks for the crib you sent our way, bro. Thanks, Tae-gil. Cut straight to the point since the guy has a ton of stuff to handle. That incident seems linked to the powers of those drug monsters. And, yeah, things are a total mess right now. Kang says, all right, cool, gonna keep this short then. Can you score some poison for us? Tae-gil is like, say what? The MC goes, nah, need something that corrodes like crazy and has absolutely zero cure. Yo, Tae-gil, obviously that explanation was way too short. Tell him to chill out. Not planning on hurting anybody. But besides that, know any book or magic with poison resistance? Lee Tae-gil is confused about whether that even exists. And what's getting poison got to do with that? Kang Ryun says yes and tells him to just answer if it exists or not. Ah, Tae-gil says, fine, gonna try to check on that. But better be prepared, right? Because it's gonna need a boatload of cash. The MC claims to be loaded until the guy says it costs tens of billions. Hangs up. Turns around immediately. Heard that, right, squad? Yeah, need a ton of cash. Come on, use those brains, you two. Think of an idea to make bank. Shin Sun-ah raises a hand instantly and asks, why not make guild merch, like clothes to sell related to BRS? Don't know if they accepted. But, thunder strikes, someone types on the internet, how to beat up your boss? It's poor Jae-moon over there. Poor guy is devastated with this guild, remembering the MC saying, Jae-moon, you saw that, right? Gotta plan a bunch of products for the guild to sell that involve these two, and together I all gonna make something beautiful, make serious bank. One day should be enough, right? So tomorrow, wanna see results. Mindy. While telling himself this boss is a monster, the MC is over there wondering, right? Who the heck is coming? Ah, looks like someone rang the doorbell and Shin Sun-ah thinks it's some fed at the door. But oh my god, it's damn Hyun-woo again. Found him, dude. The MC goes, what a disaster. How did this guy find this place? Don't open that door. He's gonna be hunting for a job. No, I ain't an employer. Outside, Hyun-woo hears Yoo-sung saying, bro, but why not accept him? Like, our guild's gonna grow a lot. The MC replies, these guys are all too proper, man. How are they gonna work with us? Shin Sun-ah agrees. Yeah, really wouldn't work out. We ain't normal. Guy keeps going ring, 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 pressing it non-stop, while Kang Ryun is already losing it, saying, go, go, Yoo-sung, smash him. Gets all hyped. Finally gonna show off my talent. That's what I like. Want me to aim for the head or between the legs first? The MC joins the chant when Shin Sun-ah says, oh lord, like this time strangely, there's 3 of him out there. Obviously, Kang Ryun ends up letting them in. Pours a beer in the cup and says, well, yeah, got nothing for you to drink, so take this tea. The guys are staring. Hold up, this is clearly beer. In the middle is some guy named Radson, I guess, and on the right is the master of another guild called Sun-chan. The MC is there like, oh, what a mess. How do you know where my spot is, man? This is a secret set up by the government. Hyun-woo says he heard it from Tae-gil, who told another guy, who told another guy. The MC goes, fine, come on, since you're here, spill it. What do you want? Geez, gonna say something to the MC already? Already rejected you on this. The other guy there goes, first time meeting you, Kang. Name's Sun Chan, from Run. Came here cause wanted to say hi personally in the proper way, sir. Kang, last time couldn't say a thing cause it was a mess. But thanks for saving my brother. Oh really? One saved the other, huh? Two? Ah, see, that's why. From what my brother said, you destroyed the Andon Guild, right? So I came to say thanks. The MC goes, but what are you doing here? Don't even care. Ah, obvious, right? Came with the same offer. So, Kang, know it's kinda sudden, but don't you want to take care of the Radson guys in the BS Guild? Guarantee our team is strong. Not to mention we got some people who can manage guilds real well. The MC asks, geez, but is it really that hard to find a job that everyone wants to get hired? Until the guy whips out a box of premium steaks right there. Kang Ryun goes, cool, deal. Welcome to the BS Guild. Sun-chan is like, did he just accept cuz of the steak box? Then stands up. All right, so today, everyone's going out for steak. Gonna buy the best in the city. You can pick whatever. And just as a reward for letting us join the guild. MC stares him down. And cool, it's a deal then. Grabs the papers of all the members there. Hands them to Han Jae-moon since he ain't doing much anyway. The poor guy is there like, how did he break his neck? Ah, that's right. Wow, the explosion happened, got crushed. Guy is really working. Then right there, yo, Kang, got a suggestion. Can't we hire some of them, right, to work in the office? MC goes, dunno if I dig that idea, see? Ah, you figure it out. If you want to hire someone, you do it. From now on, Jae-moon is promoted to leader of the finance crew there. Congrats! Everyone claps. Poor guy is there realizing he's gonna have even more work, just cause he pitched that idea. Then, the MC sits down. Come on, since y'all gonna bug me, say what your levels are. Xuan 46, the one next to him 42, and Sun Chan 36. MC trashes them. Damn, these guys' levels are low as hell. What's yours, Yoo-sung? 53. Why? Kang Ryun goes, I'm 58. And you, Shin Sun-ah? She goes, too embarrassed to say I'm still at 46. He's like, it's all good. She's leveled up a ton since joining the guild. But then he goes, man, but if my crew is this weak... Imagine yours. They gotta be total trash. The guys are standing there thinking they're actually high level, but their trio makes no sense at all. The MC gets an idea, bring every single guild member tomorrow. The guy's like, well, the chaos died down, so yeah, guess we can do that. But what for? Signing papers? The MC goes, chill. Han Jae-moon handles the paperwork. You ought to know what goes down when a bunch of ability users link up, son. We're hitting a dungeon. Seonwoo's like, say what? Shouldn't we coordinate first tomorrow? The MC shuts that down. What's the point of coordinating? If they all nearly die a bunch of times, only the useful ones are going to be left standing. Eventually, everyone's going to be strong or, dead. That's when it hits him. Maybe joining wasn't such a bright idea after all. But it's too late to back out now. Next day, right in front of the portal, the MC welcomes them. Sup, everyone. Rules are simple, fam. 1. No fighting unless you gotta. 2. If someone treats you good or bad, pay them back in kind. And 3. You gotta get stronger than anyone else. Got it? That's the rules. Now let's kick off today's orientation. If Kang Ryun manages to build a whole guild, that'd be sick, right? Like rolling through the city with the whole crew, smashing monsters left and right while nobody gets what is happening. Then we cut to a bit earlier, yeah? With him, so how many you got total? Han Jae-moon says there's 10 people, but I know, can't promise anything, cause some might not be down for it. At least the 10 in the guild are the elite of the elite, trust me. The MC asks the other 2 and they say they're riding solo, right? Since their guild got disbanded. But they can hit up their old comrades. Kang goes, 10 people? You think they're gonna die too fast? Han Jae-moon asks what that's supposed to mean. Nah, it's nothing. Just saying everyone's welcome. But let me ask. You got a healer in case someone, gets a little banged up. Hyunwoo realizes something smells fishy about this plan, but says, yeah, they got a healer. He grins at that, says, perfect, see you tomorrow. Now we're in front of the gate. Everyone's confused. Yo, didn't they say this was an orientation? Or, why are we here? What kind of orientation happens in a dungeon? Kang speaks up. Listen up, fam. From this moment on, everyone's throwing hands inside the dungeon. Y'all must be kinda nervous, jumping into something like this with zero planning. But chill out, there's gonna be 2 people covering your backs if things get too crazy. Now let's get it. Rank D dungeon. Golem S tomb. Damn, rank D, huh? Not even rank E, so it ain't gonna be a walk in the park. We're already inside. Bam! Dude gets slammed into the wall. The friends look over while another one passes out. Kang yells, "Get up and fight, kid. How you expect to protect civilians or anyone else acting like that? So weak." Sean's in the corner like, "Kang, I think he's at his limit, you know? Shouldn't we let him rest?" The MC turns around. "Shut your trap if you want him to actually get stronger. Sit tight and watch." Sion realizes he's going to catch heat while the MC orders him to call that damn healer already. But the friend tries to explain, "Dude, even the poor healer girl is at her limit, nose bleeding and everything," saying she's running out of mana and about to pass out. Damn, poor thing even puked from healing so much. Sion tries to explain. The girl's level 21. There ain't a much she can do. The MC tells him to shut it and asks, "You never ran out of mana before?" He looks confused, so Kang repeats, "I asked if you ever ran dry on mana." Sion says, "Yeah, but that's not supposed to happen. It's her body screaming she's in danger." Kang turns back. "That's exactly it. When you run out of mana, your vision gets blurry. Everything goes dark, hazy, and your muscles just start shaking out of nowhere. Heart starts beating weird, all out of whack. You run out of breath, body locks up, meaning it's the perfect state to be in. One of the few times you can boost your stats without leveling up." Sion's like, "Huh? Never heard of anything like that? I get gaining maybe a little strength or stamina, but mana?" The MC breaks it down. "You know that's why no healer levels up much. It ain't cause they don't fight directly, it's cause they gotta be forced to boost their stats, even when they don't want to. Because the fastest way to get strong is hitting death's door over and over again. Easy to say when you got multiple lives, right?" The crew's like, "Yeah, but we only got one life." "Nah, it's a wrap, son." Another golem stomps down and swings a hammer at the poor guy holding a shield. But Kang Ryun steps in, punches the arm, destroying it completely, and says, "I told you, chill out, nobody's dying here today, even if y'all feel like you're gonna die." Then Yoo-sung shows up, saying he brought another gang for him to play with. The poor guys are shaking, saying they're at their limit, but they gear up for the fight anyway. The MC's all happy, saying today's their resurrection day online. People are talking like, "Yo, you see that pic the guild posted? Looks like they recruited a ton of people this time. At this rate, seems they snatched up the Guardian Guild crew. They're really going to become a top 10 guild." But the weird thing is, did they get into a brawl? Looked like everyone was beat to hell. The guy agrees. Yeah, the weirdest part was everyone's faces. The photo shows the whole gang, looking like the MC left them with bloodshot eyes and pure hate. Scene cuts to meat frying on a grill and someone saying, "Say Yun, I ain't down with this. That Kang Ryun dude, he's a lunatic. Kid's got no sense of justice or anything." "Master, I am serious, man. We didn't leave our guild just to suffer like this." Han Se-yeon goes, "Watch your mouth. I ain't the guild leader anymore. I am just the team leader now, that's it." But the healer is crying over there. "I can't take this pace anymore. Something terrible's gonna happen. Someone's gonna end up dead. Let's head back, Guildmaster." Another buddy speaks up. "We better get out of this damn badass mess and rebuild our own guild. Starting fresh is definitely way better than staying here. If I put a rat on the table, I know." His nature, his personality is just the worst possible and totally unpredictable. The guy will smile and say, "But he's strong, way stronger than any other awakened I've ever seen." Of course, you can't expect noble ideas from a crazy guy like him, but right now, integrity and a sense of justice have no space in this world. If we, who are members of Guardian, don't get stronger, there won't be any space for us left in this world. And here at least, I'm sure we'll get stronger. Back in that C-rank dungeon, I realized that to protect humanity, what you need first isn't a strong heart. It's strength in your fists. Justice without power carries zero weight. That's why I'm warning you, I won't force anyone. But then he stands up and asks them to please believe in him one last time and follow him. After that princess speech, everyone's all shaken up, right? And fine, 1 week, that's the time they're gonna give. And here we are, bro, 1 week later, E-rank dungeon, Goblin Swamp. Two are complaining there, but one says, "Man, at least this is the safest of the ranked dungeons, right? It just sucks there's so many monsters, but at least they aren't that strong. It's just weird we split into so many people. Ah, they're making various groups, huh? And theirs just bumped into a bunch of dead goblins, meaning there's a lot of people following this route." But the guy says, "How weird. Someone's pushing forward without marking their path. Holy crap, and it's full of mana stones here. You crazy? Let's grab them, son. This is worth a lot. We got lucky, man. But there's a brawl going down nearby. Hold up. The sounds are kind of close, right? Think there's people fighting nearby? Yo, they might want to come grab the stones later. Let's take this and get the hell out." But just as they rebailing, 4 goblins pop up out of nowhere on the right. The two get spooked, yelling there's a bunch of them here, but an attack comes and bam, pierces the first one's head. Wait, I don't think these guys are the guild homies, cause there are some maniacs arriving screaming. That the scream of a dying goblin is wonderful. There's nothing better than bathing in its blood. They charge in. Look at the noob getting healed, man. The MC is right there. That's it. Finally, you guys are getting a bit arrogant while they're in the brawl smashing goblin heads. The guys in the back are kind of confused, wanting to know what that was that flew past us, man. Looks like 1 week later, the Badass Guild expanded its size, and a rumor started spreading among ability users. The Badass Guild was basically just Kang Ryun, but gigantic. The guys are at the bar there, getting wasted, drinking, and eating meat. While one wonders how things ended up like this, he asks that friend, "So, a week ago we talked, right? About whether we should stay here or not?" The guy goes, "Now that you mention it, huh? Enough already, right? I'm already learning a path to become stronger." Seelan said, "Man, I know, but maybe aren't we changing too much?" He says, "Hell no, man. We're getting strong, foaming at the mouth, saying they finally understand the goal of BS. Finally, the Guardian Guild is going to actually guard something. Now they're finally who they always wanted to be. If not, realize it's over, and you don't even need to call him leader. He doesn't want to get involved with anyone here. Just take the card there. Here, pay the bill. I'm leaving, guys." Outside, the poor guy looks up and wonders, what's Park Seo-rim doing up there in the skies? Even though he disappeared and the Guardian Guild fell, at least the spirit still lived with them. The members seemed to be fine, and finally seemed to be believing in themselves more than ever. But at the same time, he had the feeling that this wasn't a good idea. It's certain that a whole guild thinking like Kang is going to end up causing trouble. Everyone's all shiny, cute, with the little outfit and the jacket. Hyped that now they have a huge building, bro. Their entire HQ is gigantic. Samantha goes, "Wow, I came here yesterday, but in the morning it's so much cuter." And Sung agrees, saying it looks pretty cozy. "That's right, MC. From now on, this is our base, huh? Don't break anything, don't set fires, and don't destroy anything." The homies ignore him completely. Everyone runs out to see who's going to enter first. The friends go, "Okay, this list of precautions is kinda weird for a work office. Damn, when everyone enters, they face a banquet right there, son. The guys are even gonna have a maid cafe. Gym, you are crazy. Commercial fridge, unlimited beer. The MC says it finally feels like a guild. Yoo-sung already wants to leave to drink some cocktails, but Sung goes, "Whoa, calm down. Yoo-sung, wait up. Aren't you a minor?" He goes, "Huh, asking me out of nowhere. I am, duh. Why? Hey, Kang Ryun, I've seen you drinking beer, haven't I?" He says, "Yeah, bro, but that was non-alcoholic." Kang Ryun goes, "No, but what about that dinner?" He starts remembering that Yoo-sung was drinking Coke then. Hey, hold up. I never noticed Yoo-sung never drank anything with alcohol. He has that face like he could definitely drink a ton and have no problem. Not even that. He says, "You bastard, stop pretending you're enjoying life." Yoo-sung is really not understanding anything. A while later, Tae-gil is getting a call, right? "What's up, Kang? Took a look at the construction, your new HQ. What did you think?" The MC goes, "I swung by last night and gave the look a little upgrade." Tae-gil is confused. "Wow, what did you do in such a short time?" Kang Ryun says he has his little ways, says it is fine. He wants to know, right? The merchandise there was his idea. Kang Ryun, "No, it wasn't really my idea, no, but I want to know if it's ready. It's here, the teaser is ready, and it seems like it's really a hit, especially that figure." "Huh, figure? Like, uh-oh. The friends are pretending they don't know anything." He then speaks, "Hold on, Lee Tae-gil. I'll call you right back." "Hey guys, what's he talking about?" Sung goes, "No idea, man. What could it be? You know Shin Sun-ah?" Never heard of her. Weird, right? "What figure business is this?" The MC notices something is weird and goes straight to the internet, searching the BS merchandise. The poor guy's expression changes. They made him a total bodybuilder right there, shirtless, straight up oiled up. Damn, is that a doll his size? Thing must be massive. Even comes with a face. You can swap the head there for a random one. On the internet, poor MC is getting absolutely roasted. Everyone's saying it, nasty, weird. What the hell is this? Bam, sword hits the floor. He's already moving. Explain right now. What is this doing to sell? Yoo-sung, I checked other guilds and they only sell keychains. Lame stuff, we want something cooler. And since you are the face of this guild and everyone here is a fan, right? It's like a symbol. Yoo-sung stares back, grinning. MC rushes in, yelling he knew the guy was a bastard. Dodges. Woo! Finally, we are on the same wavelength. Love it when you get my heart pumping like this, Kang. Poor MC, the more he fights Yoo-sung, the more the guy likes it. Yikes, man. First day and the whole place already getting trashed by the leader. That night, they went to do a mission Lee Tae-gil asked for. Had to pretend to be buyers for those monster pills and make contact with the dealers. Since that incident where a bunch of people went psycho, looks like the government suits are finally taking some real action. Two of them chatting there, but Kang Ryun, getting the vibes, speaks up. Can't you take that figure off the internet? Yoo-sung's like, bro, but what for? Why take it down? Already sold about 500 units, you know? All pre-order. Sold 600 of Yoo-sung, and Kang Ryun sold 6,000. But then gets a message on the earpiece that a vehicle was approaching. Kang Ryun instantly starts sensing 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 people with mana total. At the warehouse, someone shows up, getting closer. Yoo-sung says, "Did I tell you my skill is sixth sense?" Kang replies, "Never said it straight up." Friend answers, "Well, take a look at that woman's face. Pretty clear who she is, ain't it?" Remember when I fought at the academy during the first test? That's the chick I beat the crap out of. Oh, for real. You guys remember? Damn, been a while. Hey, MC, hold up. That woman turned into a monster drug dealer? Yoo-sung replies, should have trusted his sixth sense even more back then. Damn, son. Sixth sense was actually strong, huh? Should be really cracked her skull instead of her hand. So Kang Ryun steps up. Where's the good stuff? She's like, nah, show me the money first. Raises a hand and Yoo-sung opens the case full of bills. Hit a tracker in that case though, right? To reveal where the bastard's base is. Just impress the government coughed up that much cash. Guys are really bold. My question, you sure the right amount is in there? Says they can count it right now if they want, yeah? Show me what I'm looking for. Guy next to her hands over a case, opens it. Huh, some crystals. Whoa, explosion goes off right in front of him. Then she says, ever since some skeleton guy showed up, bunch of weird crap's been happening too. At least managed to get rid of that trash, the special abilities team. Obvious, they would be sniffed out something so sketchy. Turns around saying there's a tracker in the case, better get out of there. Yikes, but someone tells Miss Seon Yuri to take a look. Man, oh man, MC is completely intact. Wow, looking wrecked, but says it's a shame got found out already. Now gonna have to charge Lee Tae-gil even more. Yikes, chick instantly recognizes it's Kang, wanting to know what he's doing there. MC says it's funny, everyone recognizes him, getting way too famous. Seon Yuri screams, warning everyone to be careful, cause the enemy ain't normal. It's a crazy psycho who sells figures of himself naked. MC is standing there devastated by the rep he is getting, but Seon Yuri clicks right away. If Kang is there, the other guy is Yoo-sung, who's already saying hey to Seon Yuri, says they re-old friends. Instantly remembers him, crazy, smiling, beating her down. Yoo-sung clings to MC saying, I told you, my intuition is good, bro. Had a feeling something was gonna come flying out of that case. That's why I hid behind something sturdier. MC says whatever. Good thing is now they have someone to fight and both are hyped. And Seon Yuri orders everyone to rush him and the squad comes in. But poor little guys, right man? Guy comes in for the slice. Kang Ryun catches the sword in his hand and lands a kick. Whoa! Snapped the blade just by squeezing. Idiot explodes against the wall while Yoo-sung charges at 3 more. Dodges the weapon, smashes the last one in the face right in the brain. Then Kang shouted, hey Sung, you forget we gotta capture everyone alive, man? He goes, but bro, only killed one tiny one. It's chill, ain't it? Just then, in the back, someone holds out a huge staff and sends an ice storm. Lil MC thinks it's just a bit chilly for a sec, until the chick activates freeze and turns him into a popsicle. That magic stone was a trump card she'd been saving. Already knew Kang's strength. That's why it'd be idiotic to hold back even for a second. Thinks she won, but Yoo-sung is right behind her saying she knows that won't kill him, right? In a split second, he moves away from her too, already heading for Kang. While she's wondering how he dropped the rest so fast, he swings the club, smacks the right side, breaking Kang Ryun's arm. Damn, really smashed it, fingers and everything fell off. But he doesn't even care, manages to break out, saying it's wild that little bit of ice could hold him. Wants her in the guild, bro. Put her on fridge duty so the beer's always cold. Seon Yuri orders everyone to pop the new drug. Yikes, but guys are talking about side effects. Madness. She says they got no choice though, unless they all want to die right there. Idiots listen. Muscles start ripping, blood dripping from their teeth. One charges at the two of them, whole squad coming through. Kang realizes it's gonna be another crazy mess for him. Sung tells him, don't even get involved. Lil MC asks why? Cheeky bastard says, cause they get stronger when they transform, which makes it way more fun. Both go for it anyway, and Kang's already coming in to slash the first one. Explosion in the middle of the whole warehouse, debris flying everywhere. Kang Ryun looks like he landed a direct hit. Damn, but the guy actually caught his sword, huh? Even Kang is shook, saying he didn't expect them to be that tough for real. Took a massive hit and got shoved back. Yoo-sung is watching. Damn, that's seriously strong, huh? Someone screams out it's their turn. Everyone jumps in at once. First one pulls a claw back, goes for a slice, but just a dodge, a quick look, and stepping to the side. Already on another one's back, landing with a grapple. Whoa! Locks the head, spins a 180, and bites the shoulder, pulling a knife right out of the inventory, throwing it at another one incoming, but the beast catches it mid-air. Still, Sung breaks free, jumps in, and strikes, hitting the knife that was caught, driving it right into the head from the side. By the time Sung looks, the beast is on top, and Yuri says it's over. But something pierces the beast's chest. Damn, look at that arrival with a vertical suplex. That arrow shot's gotta hurt, right? Seeing more people showing up, things are getting messy. Immediately ordering the two guys nearby to attack Sun-ah. But the expression changes when, someone S coming from the back. It S Kang Ryun activating all the buffs. Actually, only two this time. Telling that wretched scumbag to stay right there, while trembling and yelling to stay back. But obviously, Kang already rushed in with a psycho smile. Blood sprays, everyone screams, and a while later, the sun rises. Folks are wondering what went down at that factory for everything to hit the ground. Tae-gil arrives totally confused. Hold up, why did the entire factory collapse? Kang is honest about it, like those guys were a little stronger than expected. And Sung says it is just a shame they eventually lost the will to resist. Tae-gil didn't get it. But the important thing is needing a hostage to extract info, right? Who's the survivor? The protagonist says there's one that looks alive but buried. That's when they find Yuri's head right there on the ground. And the protagonist says, that one looks like the boss, man. Seems like the one calling the shots. Theoretically, that one should be alive, right? That's what Kang says. Tae-gil says never mind. Anyway, good job there. Thanks. Scene changes and we're in the office with the prisoner being interrogated in a room. Miss Seon Yu-ri, 26 years old, resident of Mapo. Is that right? No answer. Okay then, huh? You have the right to remain silent. Well, let's get to it. Choi Min-jun, know that name? Went straight for the wound. That's the leader of the organization, isn't it? From dungeons to terrorism, drugs, and everything else. Why do all this? Is it for money? Just giggling there, like totally crazy in the head while Tae-gil is confused. Why not answer, girl? Come on, we're wasting my time and yours. And the question comes out, would you even understand if told? A government dog like you will never comprehend. Ugh, totally out of it, saying only that person can save the world. Tae-gil is confused. Hold on, that person talking about Choi Min-jun, forming a religious cult or something? What is going on? And since there is no answer, Tae-gil decides to stand up. Oh snap, playing hardball. Damn son, stuffed a cloth in the mouth. What is that? Pulled out the finger pliers. Dude, is Tae-gil really that hardcore? Don't know, having doubts now, huh? Seeing that guy who looks nice is actually a psycho because he's already there, look. Saying a little finger is going. Damn, really ripped it off. Screaming from outside, blood on the floor, and just suffering, drooling. You are crazy, Tae-gil. Sorry about that. Didn't know you played in these leagues, man. Okay, respect just went up while the prisoner is there with a purple face and Tae-gil just staring, commanding. She speaks up, and now what's the objective, kid? Can't even tell who the villain is anymore. Scene shifts, and Choi Min-jun is receiving intel, right? That everyone was killed. And even worse, everyone died despite taking the new drug. On top of that, Sun Yu-ri got captured and can't even be tracked. Choi Min-jun is thinking, if it was just anyone, wouldn't care. But Yu-ri was actually pretty useful, not wanting to know the details of what happened. Someone from administration sent something to Han Se-yeon. It was Dong-woo. Who took the agent down? Here comes that woman again. It was Kang. Choi Min-jun is in shock, while the woman says, yeah, it's him again, that guy from the guild. Starting to realize, every time Kang pulls something, the history comes back to mind. That bastard ended the dungeon invasion, then beat Yong-uke, captured the drugs. That son of a gun is really becoming a nuisance, smashing the glass. Wait, hold on. Why do they always smash the glass? Is crushing a glass with a hand common in South Korea? Just seems kind of sick to me. Ugh, but the warning came. Let's deal with Kang Ryun first. That is the objective. The woman is just accepting it until the order comes to leave the base immediately. Seon Yu-ri knows the location and they'll be discovered soon. Next time, better show up here with good news. Sheesh, scumbag. Just walking back and forth with that hand in the pocket, do something. Standing there hating on Kang Ryun, saying this wretch is strong alone and the group is pretty formidable. What is he gonna do? Stopping and giving a little smile, saying he's gonna use that person. That's easy, right? You bastard. Use that person. Ever thought about using this person as in yourself? Do something, angry blondie. But for now, we're back at the base. Whoa, drinking a green beer there with Kang Ryun? Get out of here, son. That's spoiled. That's it. Just having fun, enjoying it. Look, dying at the same time, blood coming out of the face. Yoo-sung says it's amazing staying alive with blood leaking from 7 different orifices. But wanting to know, right? What are you doing, Kang? Put poison in your own drink. Say what? Just to show off. What is going on? Lost money on a gambling app and now wanting to end it all. Kang says, I'm testing something Lee Tae-gil mentioned to get prepared, basically building resistance. Want to know the result? Says it's getting pretty solid. Even acquired a poison resistance recently, and now even strong poison is being neutralized before taking 100% effect. The only downside is this stuff in the beer is still hurting a bit. And Sung says, man, that's expected, right? The stuff comes from a D-rank boss. For most people, doing that would be instant death. Shin Sun-ah says, it's weird they're providing this poison because it's pretty expensive, right? Folks are really spending a fortune on Kang. The protagonist says those suckers sent him to a suicide mission with 0 heads up, and because of that mistake, they're gonna strip everything they can. Poison resistance leveled up though, sitting at rank E now. This series is slow as hell, right bro? Like, dude here is rank E skill. Usually Kang Ryun would touch a rock on Awakening Day and get SSS instantly. Only one suffering is Jae-moon, sulking in the corner. Got a huge new base with a spot just for chillin' and drinking, and this bastard hangs around all day. MC's just saying nothing beats beer while listening to Jae-moon rage typing in the background. Jae-moon is pissed, saying work doubled after hiring all those people. Got helpers, but somehow doing even more grinding. Whatever though, just gotta survive a year here then, bounce. Then, MC gets a call from some Sung Young-ho guy, claiming to be from the Ability Users Alliance. MC calmly asks if it's one of those dudes. From Donggu, guy confirms. Remembers the dude who handed over a card, right? Ah, card guy. Why call now? Guy needs time to talk alliances, but MC says busy today. Until the dude mentions paying for BBQ. MC stands up instantly. Boom, already on the street greeting the guy. MC is hyped for meat. Crazy. Kang notices something off immediately. Sung Young-ho, last time seemed like a big shot guild exec. Why skip the raid? Guy looks awkward, says it's embarrassing, doesn't like killing or fighting, claims to be level 3. Bruh. Better start killing, world's ending and all that. Fight for humanity. Sure, but Guy argues fighting isn't everything. Need admins too. Invites Kang Ryun for a chat over grilling meat. Place is sketchy, super private. Guy says there's lots to discuss, but MC couldn't care less. Just wants to start the BBQ. Several beers later, Kang Ryun gives props to the griller, knows how to handle meat, but wants the tea. What's the alliance deal? Why meat personally? Obviously something happens. Beer was spiked. Yikes! Young-ho tried poisoning the guy who's been chugging poison all day. Dumb move. MC fakes suffering, agony, passes out on the floor. Guy calls someone with a villain face, saying Kang Ryun is handled. Messed with the wrong one. MC's already getting up while Guy tells crew to dispose of the body, but play with it first. Play? Like beat him up? Weird. Oh well, it's the cold body disposal crew. Butchers. No secret what they do, chop you up till nothing's left. Sung Young-ho hears cracks and thuds, thinking the crew is treating the body like a toy. Hand grabs shoulder. Idiot turns around crying about touching bloody corpses. But it's Kang staring back. Yo, Young-ho. Steak was good. Seasoning was unique. Poison resistance rank E meant low effect. Meanwhile, the crew got sliced and diced inside. Kang grins. Lots of questions, but first, fight time. Punches face. Moments later, Guy is wrecked. Back to the grill. Human is tied up, asking how Kang knew. Faked the collapse, or what? Couldn't react that fast. We studied you. You ain't that smart. Guy is tied up and roasting him. Come on, Kang, tell me. How'd you catch on? Dude doesn't care about losing, just wants to know how. Kang says, said you were level 3? That huge lie made me doubt everything. Mana leaking off you clearly shows level 50 plus. Guy is shocked, Kang noticed. Suddenly, sorry, it was the organization, no choice. Kang goes, whoa, organization talk later, eating now. Sung Young-ho ignored while MC devours meat. Weirdo, offers Kang Ryun to join them. MC goes, hit your head? No, I hit your head. Not negotiating with terrorists. Young-ho insists they know how humanity survives. Says if people understood, they'd see only this group can stop the end. Screaming desperately about saving everything. Takes 2 hits to the face. MC says the bastard is ruining his appetite. Fine, wanna talk? Let's hear it. Young-ho says, ask away. Kang Ryun says, no questions, just scissors. Doesn't know what to ask, but cutting off some fingers usually gets people talking. While Kang Ryun talks finger cutting, Guy bites something in his mouth, crunches, goes crazy, spits purple stuff, dies. MC drops scissors. Annoying Guy. Leaves the restaurant thinking, What's this about humanity perishing without them? Same thing Oro mentioned about the country falling in 3 years. Thought it was 5 years. Also, didn't sound like a countdown or related to dimensions. Dungeon difficulty keeps rising. Rank C gates are tough now. If higher gates show up, it gets messy. Whatever. Just gotta train and get stronger. No point worrying. Figure it's best to give Lee Tae-gil a heads up about this mess. But grabbing the phone, damn, 23 missed calls from the guy? Talk about confusing. Picks up and Tae-gil is already screaming his head off, asking why the wait. Kang just snaps back. Dude, I ain't your girlfriend, chill. And with that, Tae-gil yells to get serious and get to the base, now. Kang wants details, but Tae-gil just says, get over here and check the news, idiot. Seems sketchy, right? Just tell me what it is. Yo, answer me. No, can't say it over the phone. Just hurry up. Boom, hung up right in the face. Cut to the base, where Mr. Stress is already ranting about how dealing with the army is impossible. Scene change. Looks like 2 days ago, the feds and the military found the terrorist hideout. Went in there to wipe everyone out, even used special forces. But nope, one single guy, the lovely Choi-min Jun, wrecked the whole squad. Kang Ryun rolls up to the base like, yo, what is this place? Tae-gil explains it's a secret base, top secret. Don't go blabbing to anyone, knowing exactly how Kang Ryun operates. Right? Kang, I warned you. This is a huge meeting, so don't start any drama. Kang says, I know, but is actually kinda shook about meeting the president. Rooms full of military brass, you know, the boomers. Gonna be all like, kid, you're useless. But later it's gonna be, oh my god, we love Kang. Who doubts that? And look, they're in shock. Hold up. Yo Tae-gil, you only brought one person? Thought you were bringing all the top-tier ability users? Tae-gil claims everyone's super busy, and it was tough, but the military guys aren't buying it. Like, for the love of God, really? You ability folks are totally useless, can't even get the emergency button to work. Then another one chimes in. Situation like this proves there is zero discipline, just a bunch of losers. But President Se-hoon tells the lot of them to shut it. They already tried handling this with the military and flopped. In this mess, it's like Lee Tae-gil said, need the awakened to carry the team. Times have changed, and we gotta change too. But the military guys go, agreed, that's exactly why the awakened need to take orders from us. This guild nonsense doesn't work, basically just authorized militias. Yikes, better watch out. Thought Tae-gil was the nice guy, but looking like a straight-up villain right now. Thinking, these bastards already screwed everything up once and didn't even notice. Exactly why I said send the awakened in the first place. Bottom line, we missed the shot to take out Choi-min Jun, and the guy bailed. These suits don't give a damn about the crisis. Just want to cling to the scrap of power they've got left since the awakened showed up. It's ridiculous. So many people died in that op. And they still shameless. Problem for them and everyone else is they invited Kang, who just blurts out, what a load of crap. Really not in the mood to listen to these turds. Slams the table, asking if they think the awakened are just dogs to summon whenever they feel like it. What the hell is this about, integrating the awakened? Last I checked, you guys ran the op and failed miserably. Should be ashamed of all the people you let die. Embarrassing to say the country's top generals are in this room. If I were you, I'd quit right now out of pure shame. Boom, drop the bomb, then adds, President, must be rough, huh? Running a nation with so many idiots on your side. Nothing but useless people here, so I'm out. When you actually need something, text me. Damn, son, really just walked out. Tae-gil, on the other hand, loved seeing the generals get roasted. Extremely refreshing. Finally gets what the mad dog life is all about. Finally understanding Kang Ryun, who pops back in like, Yo Tae-gil, where's the exit in this place? I don't know. The fools just sit there in silence. Obviously, the second Kang left, the military guys went nuts, telling the president to fix it. Can't let a guy just walk in and trash everyone. Hurts our national dignity. They whine, but the president is just sitting there, barely holding back a laugh. Scratch that, starts cracking up. Crazy guy just says that S enough. Meeting S over. Save it for later. Next day, 5th floor of the base, Kang Ryun challenges the blonde Yoo-sung to a duel. Yeah, her. Yoo-sung's like, huh? You want to train against me? Weird, right? Kang says he needs to get some reps in. Cause, realizes Choi-min Jun might be a bigger threat than expected. First off, that guy is definitely a tutorial graduate. And if Kang Ryun is gonna throw down with him, gotta be stronger than right now. Been leveling up constantly, but look, just boosting stats ain't enough. What S needed right now are real combat techniques. So Kang says, we were gonna fight, but only martial arts, no skills. Yoo-sung turns away. Nope, don't want to. No skills, no fight, that's boring. You don't even know how to fight, Kang. You'll just get wrecked. What's the fun in me just beating on you? Not entertaining. Kang realizes the brat is trying to provoke him, but snaps back. You're just scared, right, Blondie? trying to run away from the beating you're about to get. I'm not stupid. Kang, think I fall for those taunts nowadays? To convince me, gotta use a better strategy. Right now I get nothing out of a boring fight. So how about we make a bet, huh? If you win, I do whatever you want within reason. But if I win, we launch the Kang V2 action figures. And with that, smash that like button on the video, fam. Oh no, our Kang Ryun solo leveling era is over, son. Actually, this is solo resurrection, right? Actually, been a minute since the guy resurrected. Good news is the series is still dropping, and we re-keeping up, folks. I don't know about you guys, but so far, I'm really digging this story. So, yeah, as soon as more drops, we'll bring it here so you don't miss out. What are you gonna do? Moa.